There's something deeply unsettling about photographing places where people used to live. I didn't realize it at the time, but when you spend weeks documenting abandoned homes and personal belongings left behind, you start to feel like you're intruding on private grief, even when nobody's there to object. The initial contact came through my website, which gets maybe one inquiry a month if I'm lucky. Someone had seen my portfolio of architectural photography and wanted to commission similar work for what they described as a property documentation project. The message was professional enough, asking about my rates and availability for ongoing work over several weeks. I'd been freelancing for about 18 months by then, mostly doing wedding photography and the occasional corporate headshot session. The architectural work in my portfolio was really just a hobby. Photographs of interesting buildings around Nottingham that I'd taken to fill out my website and make it look like I had more diverse experience than I actually did. Business had been particularly slow that autumn. I'd managed to book a few weddings during the summer season, but those had dried up by October, and I was facing the prospect of either finding temporary work or moving back in with my parents in Derby. Neither option was particularly appealing for someone approaching 30 who'd spent the last few years trying to establish a creative career. So when this potential client offered to pay decent money for straightforward architectural photography, I was immediately interested. They explained that they needed detailed documentation of various properties for insurance and legal purposes. The sort of routine work that wouldn't be creatively fulfilling, but would pay the bills while I looked for more interesting projects. We arranged to meet at a cafe in the city centre to discuss the specifics. The man who met me was probably in his 40s, dressed casually but expensively, and seemed knowledgeable about photography and property documentation. He introduced himself as David and explained that he represented a company that specialized in property management and legal services. David showed me examples of the sort of photographs they needed, detailed interior and exterior shots that would document the current condition of various properties they were managing. Nothing particularly challenging from a technical standpoint, just thorough coverage that would be useful for insurance claims or legal disputes if necessary. The work would involve visiting properties across the East Midlands, usually during weekdays when they were empty. David emphasized that discretion was important, as many of the properties were privately owned, and the documentation needed to be conducted without drawing attention from neighbors or passers-by. He offered to pay about twice my usual day rate, explaining that the premium was due to the confidential nature of the work and the need for quick turnaround times. The company often needed documentation completed within days of acquiring management rights for new properties, which meant I'd need to be available at short notice and work efficiently. I agreed to take on the work, and David provided me with a detailed brief about their requirements. Each property needed to be photographed comprehensively, with particular attention to potential security vulnerabilities, access points, and sightlines from neighboring buildings. They also wanted documentation of any personal belongings left in the properties and evidence of recent occupation. The first assignment was a terraced house in a quiet residential street near the university. David gave me the address and a set of keys, explaining that the property was temporarily vacant while legal issues were being resolved. My job was to document everything thoroughly and submit the photographs within 24 hours. The house was exactly as David had described, empty but clearly recently occupied. There were still personal belongings scattered throughout the rooms, suggesting that whoever had been living there had left suddenly or under difficult circumstances. Nothing obviously valuable, just the sort of everyday items that people abandon when they have to move quickly. I spent several hours photographing every room from multiple angles, paying particular attention to the specific details David had requested. The work was straightforward but thorough, requiring careful attention to lighting and composition to ensure the images would be useful for their intended purposes. When I submitted the photographs, David seemed pleased with the quality and attention to detail. He immediately offered me another assignment, this time a flat above a shop in a different part of the city. The pattern was similar. Recently vacated property that needed comprehensive documentation for legal and insurance purposes. Over the following weeks, I photographed about a dozen properties across Nottingham and the surrounding areas. All were recently empty. All contained evidence of sudden departure, and all required the same detailed documentation of security features and personal belongings left behind. The work was steady and well paid, but I began noticing patterns that made me uncomfortable about what I was actually documenting. The properties all seemed to be occupied by people who had left under stressful circumstances. Unpaid bills, eviction notices, signs of financial difficulties that had forced sudden departures. More concerning was the specific nature of the photographs David had requested. The focus on security vulnerabilities and access points seemed excessive for routine property management. The detailed documentation of personal belongings felt intrusive, particularly when those belongings suggested the former occupants were struggling financially or dealing with personal difficulties. When I raised these observations with David, he explained that the company often dealt with properties that had been abandoned or vacated under difficult circumstances. The thorough documentation was necessary to protect both the property owners and his company from potential legal claims or insurance disputes. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for legitimate property management work. Abandoned properties do create legal and financial complications that require careful documentation. I convinced myself that my discomfort was probably just sensitivity to the obviously difficult circumstances that had led to these properties being vacated. But around the 6th week, David began requesting additional services that went beyond straightforward property photography. He wanted me to research the former occupants of the properties I'd photographed, gathering publicly available information about their current circumstances and new addresses. This felt like crossing a line from property documentation into surveillance of vulnerable people. When I expressed concerns about this expansion of my responsibilities, David reminded me that the information he was requesting was all publicly available and that understanding the circumstances of former tenants was standard practice in property management. He also mentioned that my photography work had been particularly valuable because of my attention to detail and discretion. The company was considering offering me additional work at higher rates, but they needed to be confident that I could handle more sensitive assignments that required absolute confidentiality. The promise of better paying work was tempting, especially as I was still struggling to find other sources of income. I agreed to provide basic research about the former occupants, telling myself that public record searches were legitimate and that understanding tenant circumstances was probably standard practice for property managers. The research revealed that many of the former occupants had been forced to leave their homes due to financial difficulties, family breakdowns, or legal problems. Most were now living in temporary accommodation or had moved in with relatives, suggesting they were experiencing ongoing housing instability. David seemed particularly interested in cases where former tenants had moved to new addresses within the local area. He began requesting follow-up visits to photograph these new locations, ostensibly to document whether former tenants had abandoned belongings that belonged to the properties they'd previously occupied. These follow-up assignments felt much more invasive than the original property documentation work. I was effectively conducting surveillance of vulnerable people who had been forced to leave their homes, photographing their new living situations under the pretense of recovering abandoned property. When I tried to refuse these follow-up assignments, David pointed out that I had already been conducting research into these people's circumstances for several weeks. From his perspective, photographing their new living situations was just a logical extension of work I was already doing. He also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that he couldn't have gathered through our professional relationship. Comments about my financial situation, my living arrangements, and my career struggles that suggested he had been researching my background just as thoroughly as I'd been researching the former tenants. This pattern of surveillance became more obvious over the following days. David would mention details about my daily activities that I hadn't shared with him, presented as casual observations, but clearly intended to demonstrate his knowledge of my personal routine. I realized that while I had been documenting vulnerable people's abandoned homes and current circumstances, David had been conducting similar surveillance of my own life. The photography assignments had been used to identify and track people who were experiencing housing instability, while also providing David with leverage over a photographer who was desperate enough for work to ignore ethical concerns. The break-in happened on a Tuesday evening, about 2 weeks after I'd tried to stop working with David. I came home to find my flat had been systematically searched, with particular attention paid to my computer and photography equipment. Nothing obviously valuable had been taken, but someone had clearly spent considerable time examining my work and personal files. The next morning, I received a message from David explaining that some of the photographs I'd taken contained sensitive information that required careful handling. He suggested that ending our working relationship abruptly could create security complications for his company, particularly if those photographs were shared with unauthorized parties. The message included several images taken inside my flat during the break-in, showing my computer screen, photography equipment, and personal documents. The implied threat was clear. They had access to my home and my work, and they were prepared to use that access to ensure my continued cooperation. I tried reporting the break-in to the police, but discovered that proving David's involvement would be difficult. The photography work had been presented as legitimate property management, the payments had been legal, and the surveillance could be explained as standard background checks on contractors handling sensitive assignments. The police took a report about the break-in, but without obvious evidence of theft or clear threats, there wasn't much they could do beyond suggesting I improve my home security and avoid further contact with clients who made me uncomfortable. David continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering new photography assignments and occasionally sending photographs taken near my home or workplace to remind me that his surveillance capabilities remained active. The pattern only stopped when I moved to a different city and changed my contact information. Even then, I received occasional messages for several weeks, suggesting that they were still attempting to re-establish our working relationship. I never determined what David's company was actually using the photographs and research for. The systematic documentation of vulnerable people's homes and circumstances could have been preparation for various forms of exploitation, burglary, identity theft, harassment, or other criminal activities targeting people who were already dealing with housing instability. What I do know is that they understood how to exploit the freelance economy to recruit unwitting accomplices for surveillance activities. They presented criminal intelligence gathering as legitimate property work, using financial pressure to ensure continued cooperation even when ethical concerns became obvious. The most disturbing aspect was how gradually I'd been drawn into increasingly invasive activities. Each assignment had seemed like a reasonable extension of the previous work, until I was conducting active surveillance of vulnerable people under the guise of routine property photography. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar companies, offering photography work for property documentation projects that require discretion and quick turnaround times. The pay rates are always generous. The initial meetings always seem professional, and the assignments always seem to involve recently vacated properties that need thorough documentation. I decline these offers immediately now, but I wonder how many other photographers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they're providing legitimate property services while actually participating in systematic surveillance of vulnerable people who have already lost their homes. I wish I'd never answered that bloody advert. Even writing this down makes me feel sick, but I keep thinking someone else might see the same kind of job posting and make the same mistake I did. When you're desperate enough for work, you tell yourself that any opportunity is worth considering, even when everything about it feels wrong from the start. The advert appeared on one of those local Facebook groups where people sell furniture and advertise cleaning services. Nothing fancy or suspicious looking, just a simple post asking for someone to help with elderly care in Wolverhampton. The pay was decent, about £12 an hour for what seemed like basic companionship and light housekeeping. I'd been unemployed for 3 months by then, ever since the bakery where I worked had closed down. The owner had been struggling with rising costs and finally decided to sell up, rather than keep fighting to stay afloat. Most of the staff had found other jobs fairly quickly, but I was in my late 40s and discovering that age discrimination is alive and well in the retail sector. My savings had run out weeks earlier, and I was already behind on my council tax. The job centre wasn't much help. They kept suggesting I retrain for completely different careers, as if starting over at my age was a realistic option. I'd applied for dozens of positions, but most employers seemed to lose interest once they met me in person and realized I wasn't the young, energetic candidate they'd been hoping for. So when I saw the elderly care advert, I responded immediately. The work would be looking after an older gentleman in his 70s who needed assistance with daily activities but wasn't ready for a care home. His family lived abroad and were looking for someone reliable to check on him regularly and help with shopping, cooking, and general companionship. The person who replied to my message seemed professional enough. They explained that the gentleman, who they referred to as Mr. Phillips, had been living independently until recently, but was becoming forgetful and needed someone to ensure he was eating properly and taking his medication. Nothing too demanding, just the sort of basic care that keeps elderly people safe in their own homes. We arranged to meet at a cafe in Wolverhampton's city centre to discuss the details. The woman who met me was probably in her 30s, well dressed, and spoke with an accent I couldn't quite place. She introduced herself as Sarah and explained that she worked for a private care agency that specialized in finding suitable carers for elderly clients who preferred to remain in their own homes. Sarah showed me photographs of Mr. Phillips and his house, a modest, semi-detached property in a quiet residential area. She explained that he was generally in good health, but had been having episodes of confusion and memory loss that worried his family. They needed someone to visit twice daily to ensure he was managing his basic needs and to keep an eye on his general well-being. The job would involve morning and evening visits, helping with meals, ensuring medications were taken correctly, and providing social interaction to prevent isolation. Sarah emphasized that Mr. Phillips valued his independence and didn't want someone who would take over his daily routine, just assistance with the things he was finding difficult to manage alone. The pay was exactly as advertised, with the possibility of additional hours if Mr. Phillips needed extra support during illness or periods of increased confusion. Sarah explained that the family were willing to pay well because they wanted someone reliable who would treat their father with dignity and respect. I started the following Monday. Sarah drove me to the house and introduced me to Mr. Phillips, who seemed pleasant enough despite being obviously confused about who I was and why I was there. He kept referring to me by different names and asking whether I was there to fix something in the house. Sarah explained that this was typical behavior and that I shouldn't worry about correcting him or trying to orient him to reality. The important thing was to ensure he felt comfortable and safe, regardless of what he believed about the situation. She suggested going along with his misconceptions rather than challenging them, as this would reduce his anxiety and make the visits more pleasant for both of us. The house was exactly as Sarah had described, clean but obviously lived in, with the sort of accumulated clutter that builds up over decades of settled living. Mr. Phillips had clearly been managing reasonably well until recently, but there were signs that his routine was beginning to break down. Unwashed dishes in the sink, expired food in the refrigerator, and prescription bottles that suggested he wasn't taking his medications consistently. My first few visits were straightforward enough. I'd arrive in the morning to help with breakfast and ensure Mr. Phillips had taken his morning medications, then return in the evening to prepare a simple meal and check that he was settled for the night. He was generally cooperative, though he often seemed confused about why I was there and what I was supposed to be doing. The confusion wasn't consistent. Some days he seemed perfectly lucid and would chat normally about his garden, his neighbors, or television programs he'd been watching. Other days, he barely seemed to recognize me and would ask repeatedly whether I was supposed to be there and when his family would be coming to visit. Sarah had prepared me for this variability, explaining that dementia often involves good days and bad days, rather than a steady decline. She emphasized that my role was to provide consistent support regardless of his mental state, ensuring his basic needs were met even when he couldn't remember why I was helping him. After about 2 weeks, I began noticing things about Mr. Phillips's situation that didn't quite match what Sarah had told me during our initial meeting. The medications he was taking didn't seem consistent with the memory problems she'd described. Instead of the dementia medications I'd expected, most of his prescriptions were for conditions like high blood pressure and diabetes. When I mentioned this to Sarah during one of her weekly check-in calls, she explained that Mr. Phillips was in the early stages of cognitive decline and hadn't yet been prescribed specific dementia medications. The confusion I was witnessing was due to the progression of his condition rather than the effects of particular treatments. This seemed plausible enough, and I didn't have medical training that would help me evaluate his condition independently. I continued with the routine we'd established, focusing on ensuring he was eating regularly and taking his prescribed medications correctly. But I also started noticing that Mr. Phillips's confusion seemed to follow specific patterns. He was consistently confused about recent events and current circumstances, but his memory of older events seemed perfectly intact. He could describe his childhood in detail, remember the names of school friends from decades ago, and provide accurate information about his work history and family background. This selective memory loss struck me as unusual, though again, I wasn't qualified to assess whether it was consistent with normal dementia progression. When I raised this observation with Sarah, she explained that long-term memory often remains intact much longer than short-term memory in dementia patients, and that what I was seeing was entirely typical. Around the 4th week, Mr. Phillips began asking me questions that suggested his confusion might not be as complete as I'd assumed. He wanted to know specific details about why his family had arranged for care when they had last visited, and why they weren't answering his phone calls. These questions made me realize that I actually knew very little about Mr. Phillips's family situation beyond what Sarah had told me. I'd never spoken directly with his relatives, seen any documentation about his care arrangements, or been given contact information for family members in case of emergencies. When I asked Sarah for more details about Mr. Phillips's family and their involvement in his care arrangements, her responses became noticeably vague. She explained that the family preferred to handle communication through the care agency rather than directly with individual carers, and that this was standard practice for clients who had relatives living abroad. This explanation seemed reasonable from a professional standpoint, but it meant I had no way of verifying that Mr. Phillips's family were actually aware of or had approved the care arrangements. I was taking Sarah's word for everything about his situation and the legitimacy of my employment. I began paying more attention to the details of Mr. Phillips's living situation and discovered several things that didn't align with Sarah's descriptions of his circumstances. The house showed no signs of recent family visits, no photographs, cards, or personal items that suggested ongoing contact with relatives who cared about his well-being. More concerning was the lack of any official documentation related to his care needs. No letters from doctors, social services, or family members discussing his condition or care requirements. The house felt like it belonged to someone who was isolated, rather than someone whose caring family were coordinating support from abroad. When I tried to discuss these observations with Mr. Phillips during one of his more lucid periods, his responses suggested that he wasn't aware of having family members who were involved in arranging his care. He seemed genuinely confused about why someone had been hired to help him, and couldn't provide any details about relatives who might have made these arrangements. This conversation made me deeply uncomfortable about the legitimacy of my employment. If Mr. Phillips didn't understand why I was there and had no knowledge of family members arranging care, it was possible that someone else had made these arrangements without his knowledge or consent. I tried calling Sarah to discuss these concerns, but discovered that the phone number she'd given me was no longer working. When I searched for the care agency she claimed to represent, I couldn't find any online presence or official registration that would confirm its legitimacy. This forced me to consider the possibility that my employment was not what it had been presented as. Instead of providing legitimate elderly care, I might be participating in some form of exploitation or fraud, targeting a vulnerable older person. I decided to contact the local social services department to report my concerns about Mr. Phillips's situation. When I explained his circumstances and my role in his care, the social worker I spoke with had no record of any official care arrangements for someone matching his description. The social worker agreed to conduct a welfare check and asked me to continue visiting Mr. Phillips until they could assess his situation properly. They emphasized that if he was indeed vulnerable and living without appropriate support, suddenly withdrawing the assistance I'd been providing could put him at risk. When the social worker visited the house the following day, they discovered that Mr. Phillips had no official care arrangements and no family members who had requested support services. His confusion about his circumstances was not due to dementia, but to medication that had been added to his daily routine without his knowledge or consent. The medications I'd been helping him take included substances that were causing memory problems and disorientation. Someone had been systematically drugging him to create the appearance of cognitive decline, presumably to justify the presence of a carer who could monitor and control his daily activities. The social worker explained that this was a form of elder abuse that involved isolating vulnerable older people and gaining control over their lives through manipulation and medication. The perpetrators often posed as care agencies or family representatives to recruit unwitting accomplices who would help maintain the deception. I realized that I had been recruited not to provide legitimate care, but to participate in the systematic abuse of a vulnerable older person. My daily visits had been used to ensure that Mr. Phillips continued taking medication that was harming him, while also providing intelligence about his routine and circumstances to whoever was orchestrating the abuse. The investigation that followed revealed that several other elderly people in the area had been targeted by similar schemes. In each case, fake care agencies had recruited carers who believed they were providing legitimate services, while actually participating in systematic abuse and exploitation. Mr. Phillips recovered fully once the harmful medications were removed from his routine. His confusion and memory problems disappeared within days, revealing that he had been competent and independent until someone had begun systematically drugging him to create the appearance of vulnerability. I never found out who had been behind the fake care agency or what their ultimate goals had been. The investigation suggested that the scheme involved accessing victims' homes and personal information, possibly as preparation for financial exploitation or other forms of abuse. What I do know is that I had spent weeks helping to abuse someone I thought I was caring for. My daily visits had been used to ensure that a vulnerable older person continued to receive medication that was harming him, while also gathering intelligence about his circumstances that could be used for further exploitation. The experience taught me that elder abuse often relies on recruiting well-meaning people who believe they're providing legitimate care services. The perpetrators understand how to exploit people's desire to help vulnerable older adults, using that compassion to recruit accomplices who would never willingly participate in abuse if they understood what they were really being asked to do. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar care agencies, offering employment opportunities that seem too good to be true for someone with my limited qualifications. The pay rates are always generous, the initial meetings always seem professional, and the elderly clients always seem to need exactly the sort of basic assistance that any caring person would want to provide. I reject these offers immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they were helping vulnerable older adults while actually participating in their systematic abuse and exploitation. I keep telling myself I should have walked away when the money seemed too good to be legitimate. But when you're freelancing and barely covering your bills, it's easy to convince yourself that sometimes you just get lucky with well-paying clients. Even now, months later, I can't decide whether I was naive or just desperate enough to ignore the obvious warning signs. The whole thing started with what seemed like a perfectly ordinary translation job. I'd been working as a freelance translator for about 2 years, mostly handling business documents and tourist materials for companies around the Midlands. The work was steady, but not particularly well paid, and I was always looking for clients who might offer better rates. I specialize in Eastern European languages, particularly Polish and Czech, which aren't exactly in high demand in most of the UK. Most of my work came through agencies that paid a fraction of what direct clients would offer, but finding those direct clients was proving more difficult than I'd expected when I first went freelance. So when I received an email from someone claiming to represent a research organization that needed regular translation services, I was immediately interested. They explained that they worked with academic institutions across Europe and needed someone who could handle sensitive documents that required discretion and accuracy. The initial email was professional and detailed, explaining that they often dealt with materials that weren't suitable for larger translation agencies due to confidentiality requirements. They were looking for an individual translator who could work independently and maintain strict confidentiality about their projects. They offered to pay nearly double my usual rates, which should have made me suspicious. But they explained that the premium was due to the confidential nature of the work and the quick turnaround times they typically required. When you're struggling to make rent, that kind of explanation sounds reasonable enough. We arranged a video call to discuss the specifics of what they needed. The person I spoke with seemed knowledgeable about translation work and asked sensible questions about my experience and capabilities. They explained that their research involved social and cultural studies, which often required analysis of materials that weren't readily available through conventional sources. The first job they sent me was straightforward enough. About a dozen pages of what appeared to be forum posts and private messages in Polish, discussing various social and political topics. Nothing obviously sensitive or concerning, just the sort of online conversations you might find on any social media platform. My task was to translate these posts while preserving the conversational tone and any cultural references that might be important for understanding the context. They emphasized that accuracy was crucial, particularly for any references to specific people, places, or events mentioned in the messages. I completed the work within their deadline and received payment the same day, exactly as promised. The client seemed satisfied with my work and immediately offered me another similar project. This time, it was Czech forum posts, again focusing on social and political discussions. Over the following weeks, I received regular translation jobs from this client. The work was always similar. Online conversations and forum posts in various Eastern European languages, with an emphasis on preserving cultural context and specific references. The content gradually became more personal and detailed. Instead of general social discussions, I was translating private messages between individuals discussing their personal lives, work situations, and family circumstances. The tone suggested these were meant to be confidential communications rather than public forum posts. When I mentioned to the client that some of the material seemed quite personal, they explained that their research involved studying authentic communication patterns in different cultural contexts. They needed examples of how people actually communicated online, rather than the more formal language used in official documents or published materials. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for an academic research project. Understanding how people actually communicate online would require access to genuine conversations rather than sanitized examples designed for public consumption. The pay continued to be excellent, and the work was intellectually interesting. I was learning about communication patterns and cultural differences that I'd never encountered in my regular commercial translation work. The client seemed pleased with my accuracy and attention to detail, often commenting specifically on how well I'd captured the nuances of particular conversations. Around the 6th week, they began sending me materials that were clearly more sensitive. Private messages discussing illegal activities, conversations about avoiding law enforcement, and detailed discussions of criminal enterprises. Nothing that directly involved violence, but definitely conversations that the participants wouldn't want to become public. When I raised concerns about translating what appeared to be evidence of criminal activity, the client assured me that all materials were being used for legitimate academic research into online criminal communities. They explained that understanding how these communities communicate was important for developing strategies to combat organized crime. They also reminded me of the confidentiality agreement I'd signed at the beginning of our working relationship, which included provisions about not discussing the content of materials I translated with anyone outside their organization. The explanation seemed plausible enough. Law enforcement and academic institutions do study criminal communication patterns, and translation services would be a necessary part of that research. I convinced myself that I was contributing to important work that might help combat serious crime. But the materials I was translating began to include increasingly specific information about real people and activities, names, addresses, business operations, and detailed plans for various illegal enterprises. The level of detail suggested that these weren't just random examples of criminal communication, but intelligence about active criminal operations. Some of the conversations I translated included references to people and places in the UK, particularly in areas I recognized from living in the Midlands. The participants were discussing operations and activities that were clearly taking place in my local area, rather than the distant Eastern European context I'd initially assumed. When I realized that I was translating intelligence about criminal activities happening near where I lived, I became much more uncomfortable with the work. This wasn't abstract academic research about online communication patterns. It was detailed information about real crimes being planned and executed in my own region. I tried to discuss these concerns with my client, but their response was less reassuring than before. They explained that their research necessarily involved studying active criminal networks rather than historical examples, and that the geographic distribution of their materials reflected the international nature of modern organized crime. They also mentioned that my translations had been particularly valuable because of my familiarity with UK cultural references and regional variations in the areas being discussed. This suggested that they had specifically chosen me because of my location and local knowledge, rather than just my language skills. This realization made me deeply uncomfortable. I hadn't been hired as a general translator, but specifically because my background made me useful for understanding criminal activities in my local area. The client had identified me as someone who could provide cultural context for intelligence about crimes happening in my own region. When I tried to reduce my involvement with their projects, the client became more insistent about the importance of my continued participation. They explained that I had developed valuable expertise in understanding the specific communication patterns used by the criminal networks they were studying, and that replacing me would significantly disrupt their research. They also reminded me that I had already translated significant amounts of sensitive material, and that my knowledge of their research methods and sources made me an important part of their security considerations. Ending our working relationship abruptly could create complications for their ongoing projects. The implication was that I knew too much about their operations to simply walk away. I had detailed knowledge of their research methods, their sources of information, and the specific criminal networks they were monitoring. From their perspective, I had become a security risk that needed to be managed rather than simply dismissed. Over the following weeks, the client began requesting additional services beyond basic translation. They wanted me to provide cultural context for the materials I was translating, explaining regional references and local knowledge that might not be obvious to someone unfamiliar with the areas being discussed. These requests required me to research the people and places mentioned in the materials I was translating. I found myself looking up addresses, business premises, and individuals referenced in the criminal conversations, ostensibly to provide better context for the translations. But this research was effectively turning me into an intelligence gatherer rather than just a translator. I was using my local knowledge and research skills to build detailed profiles of the people and places involved in the criminal activities described in the materials. The client seemed particularly interested in my research into individuals mentioned in the conversations. They requested detailed background information about people whose names appeared in the materials, including their employment history, family connections, and social media presence. This crossed a clear line from translation work into active intelligence gathering. I was no longer just converting text from one language to another. I was conducting surveillance research on real people, based on information I discovered through translating intercepted communications. When I tried to refuse these additional research tasks, the client pointed out that my translation work had already made me complicit in their intelligence operations. I had detailed knowledge of their sources and methods, and I had been contributing to their understanding of criminal networks for several months. They suggested that my concerns about the ethics of intelligence gathering were somewhat late, given that I had already been participating in their operations for weeks without raising objections. From their perspective, I was already a full participant in their activities, rather than just a service provider. The client also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances and activities that they couldn't have gathered through our professional relationship. References to my daily routine, my social connections, and my financial situation that suggested they had been conducting background research into my own life. This pattern of surveillance became more obvious over the following days. The client would mention details about my activities that I hadn't shared with them, presented as casual observations, but clearly intended to demonstrate their knowledge of my personal life. I realized that while I had been researching the people mentioned in the materials I was translating, the client had been conducting similar research into my own background and circumstances. I had become both an intelligence gatherer and a surveillance target. The client explained that background checks on all their contractors were standard security practice, and that my personal information was simply part of their routine risk assessment procedures. They assured me that this information would remain confidential as long as I continued to meet my professional obligations. But the message was clear. They had comprehensive information about my life and circumstances, and they were prepared to use that information to ensure my continued cooperation with their projects. I tried to end the arrangement by simply stopping communication and refusing new projects, but discovered that the client had backup methods for maintaining contact. Messages began appearing through my personal social media accounts, and I received calls at home from people claiming to need translation services for urgent academic projects. The surveillance of my daily activities became more obvious, with clear signs that my movements were being monitored and documented. Not threatening behavior, but obvious enough to make it clear that my decision to stop working with them wasn't being accepted. This continued for several weeks, with regular contact attempts and demonstrations that they maintained detailed knowledge of my routine and activities. The message was that ending our professional relationship wouldn't necessarily end their interest in my circumstances and activities. The pressure only stopped when I moved to a different city and changed most of my contact information. Even then, I received occasional messages for several months, suggesting that they were still attempting to re-establish our working relationship. I never determined who the client actually represented, or what they were really using my translations for. The materials could have been legitimate intelligence gathered by law enforcement, evidence collected by journalists investigating organized crime, or intelligence being used by competing criminal organizations. What I do know is that they understood how to exploit the freelance economy to recruit people for intelligence work that they would never have agreed to if they'd understood the full scope from the beginning. They presented criminal intelligence gathering as academic research and used financial pressure to ensure continued cooperation even when ethical concerns arose. The most disturbing aspect was how gradually I'd been drawn into increasingly invasive activities. Each step seemed like a reasonable extension of the previous work, until I was conducting active surveillance research on real people based on intercepted criminal communications. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar clients, offering translation work for research projects that require discretion and cultural expertise. The pay rates are always generous. The initial projects always seem legitimate, and the communication methods are always more complex than necessary. I delete these messages immediately now, but I wonder how many other freelance translators have found themselves in similar situations, gradually recruited into intelligence operations that they never intended to participate in. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for something disturbing online. Sometimes what you find in the deeper corners of the internet finds you back. I was 17 and in my final year at sixth form when I got invited to the group chat that changed everything. Not that I thought of it that way at the time, of course. Back then, it just seemed like another place where people shared content that was too extreme for mainstream platforms, the sort of thing that gets removed from social media within hours of being posted. The invitation came from someone I'd met on a forum dedicated to banned films and censored documentaries. He went by the username Deep Diver and seemed to know about obscure content that most people had never heard of. After a few weeks of exchanging messages about hard-to-find footage, he asked if I wanted to join a more private discussion group. I should probably have asked more questions about what exactly they discussed in this private group, but I was curious and figured it couldn't be worse than some of the content I'd already encountered online. Plus, being invited to something exclusive felt like validation that I was serious about this stuff, rather than just another casual browser. The group used an encrypted messaging app that automatically deleted messages after a few hours. There were maybe 15 or 20 regular participants, all using pseudonyms, discussing everything from leaked police footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. Most of the conversation was fairly mundane. People sharing links, discussing whether particular videos were authentic, debating the ethics of viewing certain types of content. The sort of academic discussion you might expect from film students, except focusing on material that would never appear on any university syllabus. But occasionally, someone would mention red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as urban legend, technically impossible to maintain and too risky for anyone to actually operate. The group participants seemed split on whether they actually existed. Some claimed to have accessed genuine streams. Others insisted it was all elaborate fiction designed to waste people's time and money. The debates could go on for hours without reaching any conclusion. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some of the participants seemed about the technical aspects. They discussed hosting infrastructure, streaming protocols, and audience management with a sort of detail that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who called himself Stream Watcher, claimed to have documented evidence of multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share recordings and screenshots with serious researchers who could prove their legitimate interest in the subject. I was skeptical initially. Half the people online claimed to have exclusive access to rare content, and most turned out to be attention seekers or scammers. But Streamwatcher's approach was different, more cautious, more professional, focused on documentation rather than sensationalism. After several weeks of proving my interest through detailed discussions about other extreme content, Streamwatcher finally offered to share some of his archive material. Not direct access to live streams, but recordings and evidence that would allow me to evaluate whether red rooms were genuine phenomena or elaborate hoaxes. The files he sent were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been genuine documentation of real events, or sophisticated fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills and resources. What convinced me the material might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating fiction. Background sounds that suggested urban environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times when cross-referenced with other sources. Streamwatcher explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services hosting red rooms changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations to access, and operated on schedules that weren't publicly advertised. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real or fictional, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. Viewing recordings of questionable content was one thing, but participating in a live stream felt like crossing a line into more serious territory. But I was curious, and Streamwatcher assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating access codes, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the live stream, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed a concrete room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and restrained in that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes before anything significant occurred. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, with participants displaying varying degrees of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, jeans, plain shirt, nothing theatrical or costume-like, no mask or distinctive features, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera equipment, checked various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They moved with the practiced efficiency of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. People were making requests in multiple languages, sharing previous experiences, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. I realized I needed to stop watching before the situation escalated further. Whatever was about to happen would cross ethical boundaries that no amount of academic curiosity could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had shifted slightly, revealing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a poster, a promotional image for a local music festival that had taken place in Birmingham the previous summer. I recognized that poster because I'd been to the festival, had the same promotional image saved on my phone from when I'd posted about it on social media. It was distinctive enough that there couldn't be any mistake about what I was seeing, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere near Birmingham, possibly from Birmingham itself. I took screenshots of the background details and compared them to images I could find online. The poster was definitely from the Birmingham Festival, but there were other details too. A section of brick wall with a particular pattern. Fluorescent lighting fixtures that looked like standard commercial installation. The combination of elements suggested an industrial or commercial space rather than a residential property. Somewhere with concrete floors, basic lighting, and walls where someone could put up posters without worrying about damage to decorative surfaces. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Birmingham connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property listings for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that matched what I'd seen in the stream. The other group chat participants seemed impressed that I'd spotted local details in the background. Streamwatcher in particular was interested in my analysis, asking detailed questions about the Birmingham area and whether I recognized any other elements from the video. His questions made me uncomfortable. Rather than being pleased that I'd provided useful information, he seemed focused on how much I knew about local geography and whether I spent time in industrial areas of the city. That's when I started to wonder whether my invitation to the group chat had been as random as I'd initially assumed. I went back through our early conversations, looking for anything that might have revealed my location or personal details. I'd been careful not to share identifying information, but there were probably enough clues in my posts for someone determined to work out roughly where I lived. My concerns increased when Streamwatcher offered to share access to another live stream, this one specifically described as being broadcast from the Midlands. He seemed particularly interested in whether I'd be able to identify the location from background details. Instead of accepting the offer, I decided to test whether the group participants knew more about me than they should. I posted a message mentioning that I was planning to visit London the following weekend, then watched to see if anyone reacted to the false information. Within a few hours, Streamwatcher had sent a private message asking about my London plans and suggesting places I might find interesting to visit. His recommendations were specific enough to suggest he knew the city well, but generic enough that they could apply to any tourist. But then he mentioned a particular bookshop in Camden that specialized in rare and unusual publications, the sort of place that someone interested in extreme content might find appealing, but not somewhere you'd recommend to a casual visitor. I'd never mentioned any interest in books or Camden specifically. The recommendation felt like someone demonstrating knowledge they shouldn't have about my interests and preferences. That night, I noticed a car parked outside my house that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local number plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my bedroom window. I watched from behind my curtains for about an hour, but no one approached the car or gave any indication of what they were doing there. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being paranoid and went to bed. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside. over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively suggested someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. Post delivered slightly later than usual, as if someone had intercepted and then replaced it. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved minutely from where I'd left them. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or coincidence, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing suspicions about the group chat. I decided to test my theory by posting false information about my weekend plans, claiming I was visiting relatives in Manchester when I actually intended to stay home. Then I watched to see if anyone showed unusual interest in my supposed absence. On Saturday morning, while I was supposedly in Manchester, someone knocked on our front door. I watched from my bedroom window as a man in ordinary clothes had a brief conversation with my mother, showing her what appeared to be some kind of identification. From the distance, I couldn't hear what they were discussing, but my mother seemed to be answering questions rather than just providing directions or information. After about 5 minutes, the man left and my mother returned inside. When I went downstairs later, I asked her who had been at the door. She said it was someone from the council asking about planning applications for the street, checking which properties might be affected by proposed development work. Nothing unusual about the conversation, though she mentioned that he'd seemed particularly interested in which rooms faced the rear garden. That evening, I received a private message from Streamwatcher asking how my Manchester trip had gone and whether I'd found anything interesting to do there. I hadn't mentioned Manchester specifically in the group chat. I'd said relatives in the northwest, but the specific city had only appeared in a private conversation with one other participant who'd asked for more details about my travel plans, which meant either that participant had shared my information with Streamwatcher, or Streamwatcher was monitoring my private conversations more closely than the group's security protocol should have allowed. I stopped participating in the group chat after that. Didn't make any dramatic announcement or explain my concerns, just gradually reduced my posting frequency until I was effectively lurking rather than contributing. But the messages from Streamwatcher continued. Not threatening or obviously suspicious, just casual check-ins asking about my interests and activities. The sort of friendly contact that would seem normal from someone you'd met through shared hobbies, except for the increasing specificity of his questions about my local area and daily routine. 2 weeks after I'd stopped participating in the group chat, I found a USB stick in my college bag. Not obviously placed there, just loose in the bottom of the bag like it had fallen out of a textbook or been forgotten after borrowing someone's laptop. The sort of thing that happens regularly in college environments where everyone's constantly sharing equipment and files. But I couldn't remember putting it there, and it didn't belong to any of my course mates when I asked around. The USB contained a single video file with no identifying information about its source or creation date. When I opened it, I found myself watching footage of my own bedroom. Not recent footage. The timestamp showed it had been recorded several months earlier before I'd rearranged my furniture and redecorated. But it was definitely my room, filmed from an angle that suggested the camera had been positioned near my window. The recording showed me sleeping, completely unaware that I was being watched and documented. Several hours of footage covering an entire night, edited down to highlight moments when I'd moved or changed position. At the end of the recording was a title card with a single line of text and a date 1 week in the future. Next episode, live. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Going to the police would require explaining how I got involved with the group chat in the first place, and I'm not sure they'd believe a story about being targeted through discussions of extreme online content. Moving away isn't realistic when I'm still in sixth form and living with my parents, and I'm not convinced it would help anyway if these people have been planning this for months. The date from the USB stick is tomorrow night. I don't know whether that means another recording will be made, or something worse. But I do know that I should have been more careful about who I trusted online, and what information I shared with people whose real identities I never bothered to verify. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for disturbing content. Sometimes the most disturbing thing you'll find is that it was looking for you all along. I haven't told my girlfriend this, not my family nor the police, definitely not the police. So I'm 29. I work in IT consulting in Birmingham. There's nothing special about my life really. I've got a decent flat, been with my girlfriend for 3 years, and I hang out with the same group of friends I've known since uni. My job is mostly remote troubleshooting for corporate clients, which is basically me spending all day on video calls telling executives how to restart their computers or find files they've misplaced. My friend Mark and I go way back to our first year at uni, where we both did computer science. He was always the one taking risks. While I went into boring corporate IT, he got into cybersecurity and now does penetration testing for a living. Basically, companies pay him to hack into their systems to find weaknesses. We don't work in the same field anymore, but we still game online most weeks and grab a pint when we can. So this Friday night in March, we're doing our usual thing, playing some online games. My girlfriend was away at her sister's for the weekend. Around 10, after a few rounds, Mark says he wants to show me something he found during a job. Nothing unusual there. He's always sending me weird coding stuff or security things he discovers. We switched to screen sharing on our voice chat. His desktop was a mess as usual, about 50 windows open because he never closes anything. He dug through some folders, then got all serious, asking if I was ready to see something intense. I laughed it off, thinking he was being dramatic about some security hole he'd found or something. That was just Mark's way, always making tech discoveries sound like he'd found buried treasure. He opened up this weird browser I didn't recognize, not Chrome or anything normal, something with a bare bones interface. When I asked about it, he said it was for accessing the dark web, all configured with security stuff and anonymizing features. That got my attention. I mean, I knew what the dark web was, that hidden part of the internet, where all the dodgy stuff happens, but I'd never had any reason to go there myself. Mark explained that during a job, he'd found some login credentials that led him into some pretty dark places online. He'd found what he called mind-blowing, some live streaming site that showed reality without filters. The way he described it, I thought maybe it was just some extreme version of reality TV or banned content too graphic for YouTube or something. Looking back, I should have noticed something was off. Mark's usually pretty chilled, but that night he had this weird energy, like nervous, but excited at the same time. Not like him at all. But I didn't think much of it then, just went along, because I was curious what had got him so worked up. He went through a bunch of login screens and eventually got to this site. Black background, red text, very basic looking. It was set up kind of like Netflix, with thumbnails for different channels. Most were dark or just showing shadows, but one was active with what looked like a brightly lit room. Mark clicked on it and it filled the screen. What I saw was what looked like a basement or warehouse. Concrete walls, super bright, harsh lighting. In the middle was a bloke tied to a chair, blindfolded. Standing next to him was someone in dark clothes, wearing one of those plain white masks you see in horror films. My first thought was, this is some low-budget horror film or haunted house live stream. It looked staged, too perfect, like a film set. I made some joke about how bad the production was, but Mark didn't laugh. Instead, he pointed to a chat window where people with weird usernames were posting comments and what looked like requests for things to happen. Mark then told me, dead serious, that this was called a red room, a live stream of actual torture or violence that people paid to watch and sometimes even control. I told him to shut it off, that it had to be fake, that nobody would be stupid enough to broadcast themselves committing actual crimes. He insisted it was real, that he'd checked with some security contacts, and that this stream was apparently one of the trusted ones in these circles. The fact he used the word trusted for something like this made me feel sick. I was about to disconnect when the person in the mask walked over to the guy in the chair and took off his blindfold. The bloke blinked in the bright light, looking around, and when I saw his face clearly, I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. I knew him. Not well, he wasn't a mate or family or anything, but definitely someone from my everyday life. He was the barista at the coffee shop near my office. I stopped there almost every morning. We weren't friends exactly, but we had that familiar thing you get with someone you see regularly. He always remembered my order, sometimes recommended new coffees. We'd chat about the weather or whatever. He'd mentioned once that he was working to save up for uni, and now here he was, tied up in what Mark was saying was a red room. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost on our video call, because Mark asked if I was okay. Without thinking, I blurted out that I knew the guy on screen. Mark laughed at first, thinking I was joking. When I insisted, telling him exactly who it was and how I knew him, Mark's face went completely white. He suddenly seemed to realize what this meant. Either this was some crazy coincidence, or somehow the people running this stream were in the same city as me. Then things got really freaky. The chat on the stream suddenly went crazy. People started posting messages asking if someone had recognized the subject, if there had been a security breach. I realized with absolute horror that our conversation was somehow being monitored. Either Mark's computer was compromised, or the streaming site had access to our voice chat. Mark started frantically trying to close the browser, but it froze up. Messages kept appearing in the chat, now directly addressing the viewer who knows the subject. One user with an admin tag posted coordinates that were scarily close to my neighborhood. Mark ended the screen share and hung up on our call. I tried calling straight back, but he didn't answer. A few minutes later, I got a text from him, telling me to turn off all my devices, not to contact him again, and to stay somewhere else that night. He said his system had been compromised, and whoever was running the stream now had info on both of us. I stayed at a hotel that night, paid cash, kept checking the news for anything about kidnappings or murders. Next morning, I went to the coffee shop, heart pounding the whole time. The barista was there, completely normal, serving customers like nothing had happened. He greeted me like usual, same as any other day. For a minute, I felt this massive relief. Maybe it was all fake, a prank, a lookalike, something like that. I actually managed to convince myself of this until I got back to my flat that afternoon and found an envelope that had been slipped under my door. Inside was a photo, a screenshot from our video call, showing my face exactly at the moment when I recognized the barista. On the back, written in red ink, "Viewers become participants eventually." I haven't heard from Mark since. His social media disappeared a few days later. Our mutual friends told me he suddenly quit his job and moved abroad. The barista worked at the coffee shop for about another week, then just vanished. According to his co-workers, he didn't give notice or anything, just stopped showing up. I've moved flats, changed my phone number, set up new online accounts, got security cameras, take different routes to work every day, but I never feel safe. Every night when I'm trying to fall asleep, I keep seeing that moment when I recognized him, and I can't stop thinking about how these people know exactly who I am and where to find me. The worst part is not knowing. Was this whole thing set up? Did they deliberately pick someone from my daily life, knowing I'd be watching? Or was it just some horrible coincidence that of all the people they could have grabbed, they took someone I would recognize? I honestly don't know which is worse, that I randomly stumbled across this nightmare, or that I was the target all along. Even now, after all this time, I can still see the one face that wasn't covered, mouth wide open in genuine terror, eyes bulging as they realized what was about to happen to them, while hundreds of people watched online. The laptop was sitting on a table next to some old textbooks and children's toys at a car boot sale in Wakefield, priced at £40 by an elderly man who seemed eager to get rid of it. He explained that it had belonged to his son, who'd moved abroad for work, and left behind various items he didn't want to ship overseas. It was a Saturday morning in October, the sort of crisp autumn day that brings out dozens of sellers hoping to clear their garages and lofts before winter. I was there looking for books and teaching materials that might be useful for my Year 6 classroom. At 31, I'd been teaching primary school long enough to know that stretching your budget meant weekend trips to car boot sales and charity shops, hunting for resources that the school's funding couldn't cover. It was a Saturday morning in October, and I'd gone to a car boot sale looking for books and teaching materials that might be useful for my classroom. The sort of weekend activity that teachers do when they're trying to make their budget stretch further than the school's funding allows. The laptop looked to be in decent enough condition despite being a few years old, and £40 seemed reasonable for something that would let me work from home without having to carry my school laptop back and forth every day. The man threw in a charger and carrying case, pleased to have found someone who'd actually used the machine rather than just wanting it for parts. I didn't bother checking it thoroughly at the sale, just confirmed it would power on and seemed to be functioning normally. When I got home, I plugged it in and started setting it up for my own use, planning to wipe the existing user account and install fresh software. But when I accessed the previous owner's files to back up anything that might be important before deleting them, I found folders with names that immediately made me uncomfortable. Video files, communication logs, and software I didn't recognize, all organized in ways that suggested activities the previous owner hadn't mentioned to his father. One folder contained what appeared to be streaming software and technical documentation for broadcast equipment. Professional quality programs that would cost hundreds of pounds and weren't the sort of thing you'd expect someone to have unless they were seriously involved in content creation. Another folder contained correspondence with people using usernames rather than real names, discussing technical aspects of hosting and distribution that were carefully worded but clearly referred to activities that weren't entirely legal. The third folder contained video files that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the list, recordings of what appeared to be live streams, showing dark rooms with industrial equipment and bound figures, the sort of content that explained why someone might want to get rid of a laptop without properly wiping the hard drive. I opened one of the files and immediately understood that I was looking at something the previous owner had created rather than just downloaded. The camera work was deliberate, the audio quality was professional, and in the background I could hear a voice giving instructions that sounded like it belonged to someone who was clearly in control of the situation. The video showed a basement space with concrete walls and harsh lighting, containing equipment that was obviously designed for restraint and violence, rather than any legitimate purpose. Most disturbing was the casual, business-like tone of the voice directing what was happening off camera. I closed the file and sat in my kitchen trying to process what I'd discovered. The polite elderly man at the car boot sale had unknowingly sold me evidence of what appeared to be serious criminal activity conducted by his son. Over the next few hours, I went through more of the files and correspondence on the laptop. The scope of the previous owner's activities was larger than I'd initially realized. Multiple locations, regular scheduling, sophisticated technical setup. This wasn't occasional dabbling in extreme content. It was a substantial ongoing enterprise. Some of the correspondence included references to participants and equipment that made it clear the previous owner wasn't working alone. He was part of a group that shared resources and technical knowledge, though the communications were careful never to use real names or specific addresses. What bothered me most wasn't just the criminal nature of what I'd discovered, but the professional way it had been documented. Detailed logs of events, technical specifications for equipment, even what appeared to be financial records tracking expenses and income. The previous owner had been running what amounted to a business, complete with the sort of administrative overhead you'd expect from any legitimate enterprise. Except instead of providing normal services, he'd been creating violent content for audiences willing to pay for access to live streams. I found files containing schedules that suggested regular broadcasts over a period of several years. Different locations were used on rotating basis, with detailed notes about equipment setup and technical requirements for each venue. Most of the locations were identified only by codes rather than actual addresses, but some files contained photographs that showed enough detail to suggest they were commercial or industrial properties rather than residential spaces. One set of photos showed a warehouse or factory unit with distinctive architectural features that looked familiar in ways I couldn't immediately place. The building style, the window design, even the surrounding landscape seemed like something I'd seen before, though I couldn't remember where. I spent the rest of the weekend researching what I could find online about the type of content the previous owner had been creating. Most sources dismissed red rooms as internet mythology, but a few seemed to have genuine knowledge about how such activities might function in practice. The technical requirements, legal risks, and financial resources needed to maintain live violent streaming were considerable. Someone would need partners with complementary skills, multiple secure locations, and sophisticated methods for avoiding detection by law enforcement. Which meant the mild-mannered son, whose laptop I'd bought, was actually involved in running what amounted to a criminal enterprise, with all the risks that implied for anyone who might accidentally discover evidence of their activities. On Monday morning, I tried to focus on normal teaching responsibilities while privately wrestling with what to do about my discovery. Reporting the previous owner to police would require explaining how I'd obtained the evidence and potentially compromising any investigation they might want to conduct. But continuing to possess the laptop felt like becoming an accessory to criminal activity, even though my discovery had been entirely accidental and I had no intention of using the material for any purpose. During my lunch break, I researched local missing person reports to see if any cases might correspond to people who appeared in the video files. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect in the Wakefield area. One case particularly disturbed me because the missing person had been a teacher at a school not far from mine. They disappeared about 8 months earlier, after leaving work on what should have been a routine Friday afternoon, and despite extensive searches and media appeals, no trace had been found. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing teacher had been someone with a similar profile to myself. Single, living alone, following predictable routines that would make them easy to observe and potentially target. The possibility that someone in my own profession might have become a victim in the content I discovered made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about accidentally finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about people who lived lives similar to mine being targeted for reasons I didn't understand. That evening, I decided to look more carefully at the warehouse photos I'd found on the laptop, trying to identify where they might have been taken. The architectural style and surrounding environment provided enough clues to narrow down the possible locations to specific areas around Yorkshire. One photo showed a view from inside the warehouse, looking out through a loading bay door. In the distance, I could see a distinctive church spire and what appeared to be a retail park that looked familiar from somewhere I'd visited recently. I spent hours comparing the photo to online maps and street view images, trying to identify the specific location. The combination of the church spire, retail park, and surrounding landscape eventually led me to an area about 20 minutes from Wakefield. The warehouse was in an industrial estate that I'd driven past many times without paying particular attention to the individual buildings. But now that I knew what to look for, I could see how the location would be perfect for activities that required privacy and security. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the industrial estate and the businesses that operated there. Most were legitimate companies with normal commercial activities, but several units appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on their online presence. I decided to drive past the area during the weekend, telling myself I was just curious to see if I could identify the specific building from the photos. The industrial estate was mostly quiet on Saturday afternoon, with only a few cars in the various car parks. The warehouse I'd identified from the photos was clearly vacant, with for lease signs and boarded windows, but there were fresh tire tracks in the car park and what appeared to be utility connections that suggested power and water were still active, despite the building being officially empty. From the road, everything looked completely abandoned, but knowing what I potentially knew about how the space might be used made it feel sinister in ways that were difficult to explain. I parked and walked around the perimeter of the building, looking for any obvious signs of recent activity. Most of the windows were boarded up, but one loading bay had a small gap where I could see inside. The interior had been cleared of most equipment, but I could see mounting points on the walls where cameras had obviously been positioned, and electrical installations that weren't typical of standard warehouse fittings. Someone had spent considerable time and money converting the space for specific purposes that weren't related to normal commercial storage or manufacturing. The sort of professional installation that suggested serious long-term planning rather than temporary use. As I was photographing the mounting points through the gap in the boarding, I heard a car pulling into the car park behind me. I turned around to see a van parking near the building's main entrance. Two people got out and began unloading equipment that looked like cameras and lighting gear. They moved with the efficiency of people who were familiar with the location and had done this setup many times before. I should have left immediately and reported what I was seeing to the authorities, but I was curious about whether this was connected to the content I'd found on the laptop, and whether I was witnessing the continuation of activities that I'd assumed had ended when the previous owner moved abroad. I moved to a position where I could observe without being seen, watching as the two people systematically set up what appeared to be a professional filming operation inside the supposedly abandoned warehouse. They worked for about an hour, positioning equipment and testing various technical systems. Around 6 o'clock, another vehicle arrived, with what appeared to be additional personnel, and someone who seemed to be having difficulty walking steadily. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing the setup for content creation. I was potentially watching the preparation for another live stream, like the ones I'd seen recorded on the laptop. I fumbled for my phone to call the police, but as I was trying to dial, one of the people setting up equipment looked directly at me through the gap where I was watching. Our eyes met for several seconds before they calmly walked over to speak to one of their colleagues, pointing in my direction while continuing what appeared to be a normal conversation about their work. I ran back to my car and drove home as quickly as possible, hands shaking as I tried to process what had just happened. Someone involved in creating violent content had seen me observing their activities and hadn't seemed particularly concerned about being witnessed. Either they were confident that I wouldn't report what I'd seen, or they had methods for dealing with unwanted attention that didn't require immediate panic or dramatic responses. That evening, I tried to decide whether to contact the police about what I'd witnessed. The evidence from the laptop combined with what I'd seen at the warehouse should be enough to justify an investigation, even if my story about accidentally discovering criminal activity sounded unlikely. But I was worried about what might happen if the people I'd observed discovered that someone had connected their current activities to evidence from the previous owner's laptop. They demonstrated professional competence and lack of concern about being witnessed, which suggested they had experience dealing with potential problems. I spent the next week trying to maintain normal teaching routines while privately wrestling with the knowledge of what I'd discovered and witnessed. Every unexpected sound outside my house made me check the windows. Every stranger who seemed to look in my direction felt potentially threatening. But nothing obvious happened. No threatening messages, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that people who went to such lengths to maintain secure locations might take additional steps to protect their interests from exposure. 2 weeks after visiting the warehouse, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my front door while I was at work. Inside was a single photograph that made my stomach drop as I looked at it. The photograph showed me taking pictures through the gap in the warehouse boarding, clearly taken by someone who had been positioned to observe my activities without me realizing they were there. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Curiosity satisfied. No signature, no return address, just those 2 words that made it obvious someone wanted me to understand that my investigation had been noticed and documented. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a warning designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered rather than a prelude to more serious consequences. But I couldn't explain how they'd identified me or obtained my home address based on a brief observation at the warehouse. Either they had considerably more resources than I'd assumed, or they'd been monitoring my activities more closely than the photograph alone suggested. I never reported what I'd found on the laptop or witnessed at the warehouse. The risks of becoming involved in an investigation seemed to outweigh the potential benefits of helping to stop criminal activity that might continue regardless of my intervention. But I still think about that face in the video file. The one person who wasn't wearing a mask or hood, who had looked directly into the camera with an expression that suggested they knew exactly who might be watching. And I think about the casual way the people at the warehouse had reacted to being observed, as if unwanted attention was just another technical problem to be managed, rather than a serious threat to their activities. Sometimes I wonder how many other people have accidentally discovered evidence of similar activities, and whether they reported what they found or stayed quiet like I did, too frightened of the consequences to risk becoming involved in something they didn't understand. Picture this. You're sitting in your kitchen on a Thursday morning, still in your dressing gown, when someone knocks on your door with a package you never ordered. The delivery driver seems normal enough, checks your name and address twice, and hands over a box that's heavier than it looks. You sign for it without thinking, because that's what you do when packages arrive. Except I should have been more careful. I should have asked more questions, checked the sender details, maybe even refused to accept it. But I was half asleep and running late for work. So I just scrawled my signature on the electronic pad and took the box inside. It was addressed to me, complete with my full name and postcode, but there was no return address or company logo anywhere on the packaging. Just a plain brown box with a shipping label that looked like it had been printed at home rather than by a proper courier service. I left it on the kitchen table while I got ready for work, thinking I'd deal with it when I got home. My job at the insurance office in Northampton doesn't exactly leave much time for personal admin during the day, and I had a meeting first thing that I couldn't afford to be late for. The box sat there all day, and by the time I got home that evening, I'd almost forgotten about it. It wasn't until I was making dinner that I remembered the delivery and decided to see what was inside. The contents were nothing like what I'd expected. Instead of the usual online shopping mistake or misdirected package, I found a mobile phone I'd never seen before, along with a charger and what looked like a set of printed instructions. The phone was an older model, probably a few years out of date, but it had been completely reset to factory settings. When I turned it on, there were no contacts, no installed apps beyond the basic ones, and no indication of who it had belonged to previously. The instructions were more concerning. They were handwritten on plain paper, explaining how to access something called a private communication system using the phone. The writing was clear and methodical, like someone had taken time to make sure every detail was correct. According to the instructions, the phone had been specially configured to connect to certain areas of the internet that weren't accessible through normal means. The writer explained that this would allow secure communication with people who shared similar interests and concerns about privacy and government surveillance. This should have been the moment I threw everything in the bin and forgot about it. Any rational person would have recognized this as either a scam or something much worse. But I was curious, and the instructions made it sound like accessing these areas was perfectly legal and quite common among people who cared about digital privacy. I'd been following news stories about data breaches and corporate surveillance for months, so the idea of finding more secure ways to communicate online didn't seem completely unreasonable. The phone appeared to be a way of connecting with like-minded people who had similar concerns about online privacy. I followed the instructions that evening, more out of curiosity than any real intention to get involved in whatever community the phone was meant to connect me with. The setup process was simpler than I'd expected, requiring just a few specific settings changes and the installation of an app that wasn't available through normal channels. Within an hour, I had access to what the instructions described as a private forum, where people discussed topics that they couldn't safely explore on mainstream social media. The conversations I could see seemed to focus on legitimate concerns about surveillance, corporate data collection, and government overreach. Most of the participants appeared to be ordinary people who had become worried about their online privacy and were looking for ways to communicate without being monitored. Teachers, shop workers, office staff, people with normal jobs and everyday concerns who had simply become more conscious of how much personal information they were sharing online. The discussions were more sophisticated than typical social media conversations, with people sharing detailed information about privacy tools, security practices, and ways to avoid unwanted attention from authorities or corporations. Nothing obviously illegal or threatening, just a community of people who valued their privacy more than most. I started reading the forum regularly over the following weeks, learning about various tools and techniques for maintaining anonymity online. The information was genuinely useful, and I began implementing some of the suggested privacy practices in my own internet usage. Some of the participants reached out to me directly, welcoming me to the community and offering advice about online security. These private conversations were friendly and helpful, with people sharing their experiences of avoiding surveillance and protecting their personal information. One contact in particular seemed especially knowledgeable about privacy tools and techniques. They offered to provide additional resources that weren't suitable for sharing in the main forum, explaining that some information was too sensitive to discuss openly even in private communities. This person sent me links to other areas of the internet where more advanced privacy advocates shared information and resources. They explained that these areas required additional security measures to access, but that the information available was much more comprehensive than what could be safely discussed in more accessible forums. I followed their recommendations and gained access to several other communities where the discussions were more detailed and technical. The participants in these areas seemed to have deeper knowledge of surveillance techniques and more sophisticated approaches to avoiding detection. The conversations in these communities revealed information about corporate and government monitoring that was much more extensive than anything I'd seen in mainstream news reports. People shared evidence of surveillance programs that hadn't been publicly acknowledged, along with techniques for identifying and avoiding various forms of monitoring. This information was disturbing, but it also felt important. I was learning about surveillance practices that affected everyone, but which most people were completely unaware of. The knowledge was empowering, giving me tools to protect my privacy that I never would have discovered through normal means. But somewhere around the 6th week, the nature of the information being shared began to change. Instead of general privacy advice and surveillance awareness, people started discussing more specific situations and individuals. Some participants shared detailed information about people they suspected of being involved in surveillance activities, not government agents or corporate spies, but ordinary people who they believed were monitoring their communities on behalf of authorities. These discussions included personal details about suspected informants, their real names, addresses, employment information, and daily routines. The level of detail suggested that extensive research had been conducted into these people's private lives. When I asked about the source of this information, I was told that community members conducted their own surveillance of people they suspected of infiltrating their groups. They explained that this was necessary for security, and that anyone who valued privacy needed to be aware of potential threats in their local area. I was given access to files containing surveillance reports on dozens of people across the country. These reports included photographs, address histories, employment records, and detailed information about social connections and daily routines. The reports were professional in their thoroughness, suggesting that whoever was conducting this surveillance had significant resources and expertise. They covered people in various locations and circumstances, from small towns to major cities, across a wide range of ages and backgrounds. What made these reports particularly unsettling was that many of the people being surveilled appeared to be completely ordinary individuals with no obvious connection to law enforcement or government agencies. Shop assistants, delivery drivers, retirees, people whose only apparent crime was living or working near someone who had become suspicious of their activities. When I raised concerns about the ethics of surveilling innocent people, the response was that determining innocence required investigation. The community's position was that anyone could potentially be involved in surveillance activities. and that protecting privacy required vigilance about everyone in their environment. I was encouraged to contribute to these surveillance efforts by providing information about people in my local area who might pose security risks to the community. They suggested starting with neighbors, work colleagues, or anyone who had shown unusual interest in my activities or conversations. This request made me deeply uncomfortable, but when I tried to reduce my participation in the community, I discovered that leaving wasn't as straightforward as I'd expected. The people I'd been communicating with began reaching out more frequently, expressing concern about my sudden change in activity levels. They explained that reducing participation after accessing sensitive information created security risks for the entire community. They needed assurance that I remained committed to protecting the privacy and safety of other members, which required continued engagement with community activities. When I tried to explain that I was simply losing interest in online privacy issues, they pointed out that my access to their surveillance reports had given me detailed information about their operations and the people they were monitoring. Withdrawing from the community while retaining this knowledge created an unacceptable security risk. The tone of these communications began to shift from friendly encouragement to more direct pressure. They reminded me that they had extensive information about surveillance techniques and resources, and suggested that people who pose security risks to the community often found themselves becoming subjects of surveillance rather than participants in it. To demonstrate their point, they sent me a file containing detailed information about my own activities over the previous 2 months. Photographs of me leaving and entering my flat, records of my work schedule, details about my shopping habits and social activities. The file included information that could only have been gathered through extensive surveillance of my daily routine. They knew where I worked, what time I typically left home, which shops I visited regularly, and who I spent time with socially. More concerning was evidence that they had access to my electronic communications beyond the private forum. They referenced conversations I'd had through my personal phone and email account, suggesting that their monitoring capabilities extended to my normal internet usage. The message accompanying this file explained that gathering this information had been a routine security check conducted on all new community members. They wanted to ensure that people accessing their resources were genuine privacy advocates, rather than infiltrators attempting to gather intelligence about their activities. They assured me that this surveillance would continue only as long as I remained a potential security risk to the community. Once I demonstrated ongoing commitment to their shared goals, the monitoring would be reduced to routine security checks rather than comprehensive surveillance. The implication was clear. I could continue participating in their surveillance activities against other people, or I could become a target of similar surveillance myself. Either way, my privacy was no longer my own to control. I realized that the phone delivery hadn't been random or mistaken. Someone had deliberately selected me as a potential recruit for their surveillance network, probably based on information they'd already gathered about my circumstances and vulnerabilities. The private forums and security information had been recruitment tools designed to draw people into increasingly invasive activities while normalizing surveillance as a necessary tool for protecting privacy. The irony was that protecting privacy required giving up privacy, at least for anyone who wanted to remain part of the community. I tried to return the phone and end all contact with the community, but discovered that they had backup methods for maintaining communication. Messages began appearing through my personal devices, and I received calls at work from people claiming to be conducting security checks on behalf of the community. The surveillance of my daily activities intensified, with increasingly obvious signs that my movements were being monitored and documented. Not threatening behavior, but clear demonstrations that they had comprehensive knowledge of my routine and social connections. This continued for several weeks, with regular reminders that my security status within the community remained unresolved. They suggested that relocating or changing jobs wouldn't necessarily improve my situation, since their surveillance capabilities weren't limited to my current location or circumstances. The pressure only ended when I moved to a different city and changed my phone number, email address, and most of my online accounts. Even then, I received occasional contact attempts for several months, suggesting that they were still attempting to re-establish communication. I never found out how they had initially identified me as a potential recruit, or how many other people had received similar packages and invitations to join their surveillance network. The whole operation was presented as grassroots privacy advocacy, but the resources and coordination required suggested something much more organized and well-funded. The most disturbing aspect was how reasonable their initial approach had seemed. Concerns about privacy and surveillance are legitimate, and many of their resources and techniques were genuinely useful for protecting personal information online. But their real purpose was recruiting people to participate in surveillance activities against their own communities, using privacy concerns as justification for invasive monitoring of innocent people's lives. I still don't know whether they were criminals, political extremists, or something else entirely. What I do know is that they understood how to exploit legitimate concerns about privacy to recruit people for activities they would never have agreed to if they'd understood the full scope from the beginning. The phone is probably still sitting in a drawer somewhere in my old flat, still configured to access their private communities and surveillance networks. I wonder, sometimes, how many other people have received similar packages, and how many of them were curious enough to follow the instructions without thinking about the consequences. Picture this. Someone knocks on your door with a package you never ordered, and you sign for it without asking questions. Sometimes the most dangerous deliveries are the ones that seem completely innocent. I barely slept in the past 2 weeks. Every little sound makes me jump now. The refrigerator humming, a car door closing outside, the heating system clicking on. I keep thinking I hear things that aren't there, voices hidden in everyday noises. The more I keep this bottled up, the more I feel like I'm going to lose my mind completely, so here goes. I work as an audio engineer at a small recording studio in Bristol. Nothing fancy or high profile, mostly local bands and podcast production. But I've always had a good ear for sound. That's what makes this whole thing so much worse. I should have noticed it sooner. I should have recognized what I was hearing the first time. About 3 weeks ago, my friend Alex sent me a message asking if I could give some feedback on a music track he was working on. We've known each other since university, where we both studied sound engineering, but while I went into studio work, he took a more experimental route with electronic music. He's always sending me works in progress, asking for my opinion on mixing or mastering, and I'm usually happy to help. It's a good arrangement. I keep my critical listening skills sharp, and he gets free professional feedback. The track he sent me that night was different from his usual style. He described it as ambient experimental, with some field recordings mixed in. He said he'd been playing around with layering environmental sounds to create atmosphere beneath the music. That didn't seem unusual to me. Field recordings are common in certain genres, and Alex was always trying new techniques. I remember it was a Tuesday night, around 11 p.m. I just finished a late session at the studio and was unwinding at my desk at home with a glass of whiskey, still wearing the clothes I'd worked in all day. My flat was quiet, except for the occasional car passing on the wet street outside. It had been raining all day, one of those endless grey February days that make you feel like summer might never come again. I put on my studio headphones, the expensive ones I use for detailed listening, and downloaded Alex's track. It was about 8 minutes long, which seemed a bit excessive for a demo, but that was typical of Alex. He's never been one for radio-friendly 3-minute songs. The track started with a low drone, gradually building with subtle electronic elements. Nothing unusual there. Around the 2-minute mark, the field recordings began to blend in. What sounded like distant traffic, wind through trees, maybe the ambient noise of a public space. It was actually quite effective, creating this sense of physical space within the music. But around 4 minutes in, something caught my attention. Behind the main elements, almost completely buried in the mix, I could hear what sounded like voices. This isn't uncommon in field recordings. You often pick up snippets of conversation when recording in public places, but something about these voices made me uneasy. They sounded tense, maybe frightened. I adjusted the equalization on my computer, boosting the mid-range frequencies where human voices typically sit, and played that section again. With the adjustment, I could make out more clearly what sounded like a person, possibly a woman, speaking urgently. The words weren't clear, but the tone definitely conveyed distress. I paused the track, feeling suddenly uncomfortable. I told myself it was just an interesting sample Alex had found online or recorded from a film. Field recordings often have strange, ambiguous sounds that your brain tries to interpret as something recognizable. Audio engineers call it pareidolia, like seeing faces in clouds, but with sound. Your brain tries to find patterns, meaning, where there might be none. I continued listening, but now I was focused entirely on the background elements. As the track progressed, the voices became slightly more prominent. Around the 6-minute mark, buried under a swelling synth pad, I distinctly heard what sounded like someone screaming. It was distant, heavily processed with reverb, but unmistakable once I'd noticed it. And it didn't sound like it was from a film or staged. It had a raw, desperate quality that made my skin crawl. I stopped the track again and took off my headphones, suddenly aware of how fast my heart was beating. The silence of my flat felt oppressive now. I took a large sip of whiskey, trying to calm myself down. I was being ridiculous. Alex was just experimenting with unsettling samples to create atmosphere. That's all it was. I put my headphones back on, determined to finish listening professionally. The final 2 minutes of the track became increasingly chaotic, with the background voices and sounds growing more prominent beneath the music. What I'd initially perceived as artistic ambient noise now sounded like a deliberate attempt to mask something disturbing. The screams, though still distant, seemed to multiply. And underneath it all, there was a rhythmic sound I couldn't quite identify. Mechanical, repetitive. When the track finally ended, I sat in silence for several minutes. A rational part of my brain was saying that Alex had simply created a disturbing piece of experimental music. Maybe he'd sampled horror movies or found some creepy sounds online. But another part of me, the part that had spent years training to distinguish subtle details in audio, was deeply unsettled. I played the track again, this time opening it in my professional audio software where I could visualize the sound waves and separate the frequencies. With the proper tools, I began isolating different layers of the recording. The main musical elements were clearly composed and synthetic, as expected, but the background field recordings appeared to be a single continuous audio file that had been processed to sound distant. When I isolated this layer and enhanced it, what I heard made me physically recoil from my desk. It was unmistakably people in extreme distress, multiple voices begging, screaming, crying. The mechanical sound I'd noticed was clearer now too, something repetitive and metallic, like a crank or lever being operated. And beneath it all, almost imperceptible even with enhancement, was a voice speaking calmly, methodically, giving instructions. I felt physically sick. This couldn't be some creative sample Alex had found. It was too raw, too consistent. It sounded like genuine audio of people being tortured. With shaking hands, I sent Alex a message, asking about the source of the field recordings. His response came quickly. Just some stuff I found in an interesting corner of the web. Thought it added a unique atmosphere. Too intense. That vague answer only increased my unease. I pressed him, asking directly if he knew what the voices in the background were. He replied that he hadn't noticed any distinct voices, just atmospheric noise. Either he was lying, or he genuinely hadn't heard what was clearly audible to my trained ear once I knew to look for it. Neither option was comforting. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about what I'd heard and what it might mean. The next morning, I decided to extract the background audio layer completely and run it through additional filters to clean it up further. What emerged was far worse than I'd initially thought. The clearer audio revealed what sounded like a methodical session where someone was calmly directing the torture of multiple people. The most disturbing part was that the voice occasionally referenced viewers or an audience, as if this was being streamed or recorded specifically for others to watch. I'd heard of red rooms on the dark web, supposedly live streams of torture or worse that people paid to watch. Most experts said they were urban legends, technically impossible to stream reliably through Tor networks. But what if they were real? What if instead of streaming video, which requires significant bandwidth, they distributed high-quality audio recordings afterward? I felt caught in an impossible situation. If what I'd heard was real, it was evidence of horrific crimes. But going to the police would mean explaining how I came to possess it, potentially implicating myself and definitely implicating Alex. And would they even take it seriously? It would sound insane. Claims of hidden torture audio in an experimental music track. I decided to dig deeper first. I checked the audio file's metadata, looking for any clues about its origin. The original field recording had been created 3 months earlier, according to the timestamp. But more disturbing was a hidden comment in the metadata, a string of random characters followed by .onion, unmistakably a dark web address. That night, Alex sent me another message asking what I thought of the track. I gave him some vague technical feedback, afraid to reveal what I'd discovered. He seemed pleased and mentioned he had more experimental audio he'd like my opinion on, if I was interested. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid. What if Alex was involved in something terrible? What if he was testing me somehow, seeing if I would notice the hidden sounds? Or worse, what if he wasn't the one who put them there at all? What if someone had compromised his computer or accounts? A week after receiving the track, I received an anonymous email. The subject line was simply those same random characters I'd found in the metadata. The body contained only 2 sentences. "We noticed you've been listening very carefully. Would you like to hear more?" I immediately deleted the email and shut down my computer. My hands were shaking so badly I spilled my drink across my desk. Someone knew I'd isolated that audio. Someone was watching. I haven't responded to any of Alex's messages since then. I bought a new laptop and phone. I stay at different friends' houses, never in my own flat for more than a few hours to collect essentials. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if I'm being followed. The worst part is the uncertainty. Was what I heard actually real? Or was it an elaborate hoax? Is Alex involved? Or is he being used somehow? And who sent that email? I don't know if I'll ever have answers, and I'm too afraid to keep looking. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear those screams again, hidden beneath the normal sounds of the world around me. And I wonder how many other recordings like that are out there. with horrors hidden in their background noise, waiting for someone with the right ear to discover them. I was the one who found the website. That's the part I can't forget, no matter how hard I try. A few years later, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that night in the hostel and how everything changed when Emily started screaming. I've never spoken about this to anyone, not even to the friends who were there that night. I'm writing this down because keeping it bottled up is slowly destroying me. My girlfriend says I talk in my sleep, muttering about turning it off and just a video. She thinks it's from stress at work, but how do I tell her what we all saw that night? How do I explain that somewhere out there, those videos are still being made, still being watched, and we all just walked away and pretended it never happened? This happened during my gap year after sixth form. I'd been backpacking around Eastern Europe with money I'd saved from working at my local supermarket for 18 months. By October, I'd made my way to Prague, staying in this massive hostel that was popular with British and American backpackers. It was the kind of place where you could always find someone to go drinking with, where people passed through for a few days before moving on to Berlin or Vienna or Budapest. I'd been there about 4 days when I met this group of British students, 2 guys and 3 girls, all from different universities who'd met while traveling. They seemed cool, and we clicked right away over cheap beers in the hostel's common room. They were like most backpackers you meet, open-minded, adventurous, looking for experiences they could tell stories about when they got home. Stories that would make their friends envious of their gap year adventures. On my 5th night, after the hostel bar closed at midnight, we were all a bit drunk, but not ready to sleep. One of the guys, Tom, suggested we go back to their room to keep drinking. They had a 6-bed dorm all to themselves, so there was plenty of space. I remember thinking it was just going to be another night of swapping travel stories and maybe planning a group outing for the next day. The hostel was one of those converted old buildings with thick walls and creaky wooden floors. Their room was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a long hallway lit by these dim yellow lights that made everything look slightly jaundiced. When we got to their room, Tom pulled out his laptop and a bottle of local vodka someone had bought earlier. I should mention that at this point, I still thought this was going to be a normal night. Maybe watch some YouTube videos, share music, typical backpacker bonding stuff. I had no idea Tom was into the dark web, or that he'd been showing the others crazy videos he found there over the past few nights. While Tom set up his laptop, connecting to the hostel Wi-Fi through some VPN he was using, he started telling me about these insane gore videos he'd found. He explained how you needed special browsers to access these sites, how everything was anonymous, how you could find anything if you knew where to look. I remember feeling uncomfortable, but also curious. I'd heard about the dark web before, but had never seen it. The others were clearly already familiar with this routine. They arranged themselves on the bunk beds around Tom's laptop, passing around the vodka bottle. The room was dimly lit, just one small bedside lamp on, which made the laptop screen seem extraordinarily bright. I sat on one of the lower bunks, feeling increasingly uneasy, but not wanting to seem like the prudish one of the group. Tom navigated through what looked like a normal forum, except everything was styled in black and red. The site had a name that was just a string of random letters and numbers. He explained they curated the best extreme videos from around the web. I remember how casually he scrolled through thumbnail images that already looked disturbing, even at that small size. Emily sat beside me on the bunk, while Sophie and Anna were on the opposite bunk. The other guy, Dave, was sitting on the floor next to Tom. There was this weird energy in the room, a mix of nervous excitement and discomfort. Nobody wanted to be the one to say this was too much. Tom clicked on a video titled something like Workshop Fun. The player expanded to fill most of the screen. What we saw started like some kind of amateur horror film. Poor lighting, shaky camera work. Someone in what looked like a workshop or garage. There was a person tied to a chair, wearing what appeared to be a bloody Halloween mask. At least, that's what I told myself it was. The camera moved around this person, showing various tools laid out on a table nearby. Everything looked staged, but in a disturbing way that was trying too hard to be shocking. Tom and Dave were making comments about the fake blood and how you could see the strings when the camera zoomed in. I wanted to believe them, that this was just some extreme version of those fake prank videos you sometimes stumble across online. But then the camera angle changed, and we could see the person's face clearly for the first time. The Halloween mask wasn't a mask at all. It was a real person, gagged and terrified, with what looked like cuts and burns already visible on their face and neck. That's when Emily made this strangled sound next to me. At first, I thought she was just reacting to how graphic the video was turning. We all felt sick watching it. But then she grabbed Tom's arm so hard he spilled vodka on himself. She kept pointing at the screen, not speaking, just making these awful, choked sounds. Tom paused the video, annoyed at first. Emily was shaking, tears streaming down her face as she tried to form words. Finally, she managed to tell us that she recognized the person in the video. It was someone from her hometown, a girl who had gone missing during a backpacking trip through Eastern Europe almost 6 months earlier. The room went completely silent. Tom immediately closed the laptop, but it was too late. We'd all seen it. We'd all recognized the moment Emily had. This wasn't some fake gore video made for shock value. This was real footage of a real person who had really gone missing. What followed was chaos. Sophie started crying. Dave was saying it couldn't be the same person, that Emily was mistaken. Anna was frantically texting someone on her phone. Tom just sat there staring at his closed laptop like it might explode. I felt physically sick, like the floor was tilting beneath me. My mind kept replaying that moment when I realized we weren't watching a sick prank or an amateur horror film. We were watching someone's actual suffering, someone Emily knew personally, and the timestamp on the video was from 3 months ago. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, Tom reopened his laptop. Instead of going back to the video, he started deleting his browsing history, clearing caches, removing whatever software he'd been using. His hands were shaking so badly, he kept mistyping. Dave was helping him, both of them muttering about IP addresses and how we could all get in trouble for accessing the site. Emily wanted to go to the police, but Tom and Dave were adamant that we couldn't. They argued that we'd be implicated for accessing the dark web, that we could be considered suspects since we'd clearly been looking for violent content. Sophie sided with them, terrified of getting in trouble. Anna just kept saying we should leave Prague immediately. I just sat there, paralyzed with indecision. Part of me knew Emily was right. We had to report what we'd seen, but another part was selfishly worried about the consequences. Would I be detained in a foreign country? Would this follow me forever? Would my parents find out I'd been watching disgusting videos on the dark web? In the end, we made a decision that haunts me every day. We agreed to say nothing. Tom completely wiped his laptop, even running some program that supposedly overwrote the hard drive multiple times. We all swore to never speak of it again. The next morning, the group checked out of the hostel. I stayed another day, unable to face them at breakfast. Emily had been crying all night. I could hear her through the walls. When I finally left Prague, I went south instead of east as I'd planned, wanting to put as much distance between myself and the memory of that night as possible. But here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. Someone is making those videos. Someone is filming them. Someone is uploading them. And people like us are watching them, telling themselves it's not real. that it's just extreme entertainment. Until that night, I could pretend the dark web was just an urban legend, a story about a hidden part of the internet where terrible things happen. But I've seen it now. I've seen how thin the line is between curiosity and complicity. I've seen how easy it is to become part of something horrific without even realizing it until it's too late. Sometimes I look up the case of the missing girl from Emily's hometown. There's still a Facebook page dedicated to finding her, run by her parents. They post updates on the anniversary of her disappearance, begging for information. They don't know what happened to their daughter. They don't know that 7 strangers in a Prague hostel saw her final moments and said nothing. I don't know what happened to the others after that night. We disconnected completely. No social media, no exchange numbers. It was like we all wanted to erase each other along with the memory. But I wonder if they have the same nightmares I do. I wonder if Emily ever went to the police on her own. I wonder if Tom still browses those sites, telling himself it's all fake. And I wonder about something else, something that keeps me awake at night. When Tom was scrolling through that site, I saw dozens of thumbnail images of other videos, dozens of other victims. How many of them were real people with families searching for them? How many disappeared without a trace, only to end up as entertainment for people like us? Drinking in hostels and looking for a thrill. I still travel sometimes, but I never stay in hostels. I can't stand the thought of those communal spaces, those rooms full of strangers, all with their own secrets and browsing histories. Every time I see someone hunched over a laptop with their screen angled away, I wonder what they're watching. Every time I hear about a missing backpacker, I think about that night. The dark web isn't some separate world that exists apart from ours. It's here, bleeding into our reality every day. People disappear, videos appear. And somewhere in Prague, in a hostel room that's been cleaned and rented thousands of times since that night, 7 people became part of something they can never undo, no matter how hard they try to delete it. I want to tell you about something that happened to me last February. It's pretty messed up, and I haven't really told anyone about it until now. I figured it might be worth sharing, both to get it off my chest and because, well, maybe it could prevent someone else from falling into the same trap I did. It all started when I received an invitation to test out a new VR experience at a place called Sensory in Manchester. What was supposed to be a simple tech preview turned into one of the most disturbing experiences of my life and opened my eyes to a dark reality hiding behind cutting-edge technology. I've always been into tech, especially gaming and VR. I studied computer science at university but dropped out in my final year when my anxiety got too overwhelming. Since then, I've worked various tech support jobs, most recently at a mobile phone shop in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills and kept me connected to the industry I loved. In my spare time, I ran a moderately successful gaming blog where I reviewed indie titles and new VR experiences. It wasn't huge, maybe 5,000 monthly readers, but enough that I occasionally received invitations to preview events or beta tests. That's how I ended up at Sensory last February. Their PR team emailed me about a new VR experience center they were opening in an old industrial building near the Northern Quarter. According to the email, they were pioneering next-generation haptic feedback technology that promised to blur the line between virtual and physical sensation. They were offering free sessions to selected tech enthusiasts in exchange for feedback before their official launch. No obligation to write positively about it, just an honest assessment of the experience. I'd heard vague rumors about Sensory on some tech forums, whispers about military funding and experimental neural interfaces, but nothing concrete. What caught my attention was a comment on a dark web discussion board I occasionally monitored for my blog. where someone claimed Neosensory had developed technology based on classified research into pain response management. At the time, I dismissed it as the usual conspiracy nonsense that circulates in those spaces. Now, I wish I'd paid more attention. The Neosensory building itself was impressive. A converted textile factory with the original brick exterior, but completely modernized inside. The reception area featured minimalist white furnishings, ambient electronic music, and staff dressed in matching grey uniforms. I remember thinking it felt more like a high-end spa than a gaming center. The receptionist scanned my invitation QR code, had me sign a digital waiver on a tablet without really giving me time to read it, and then directed me to a preparation room. This first room contained what looked like standard VR equipment, headsets, haptic gloves, and the usual motion sensors, but with some modifications I hadn't seen before. Most notably, each set included what they called neural feedback pads that attached to your temples, wrists, and the base of your spine. The staff member explained these would enhance sensory immersion by creating precise neurological feedback loops. It sounded impressive but vague, the kind of technobabble that tech companies often use to make simple concepts sound revolutionary. After a brief orientation, I was led to a private booth, a space about 3 meters square with padded walls and a suspended harness system that allowed free movement while preventing you from hitting anything. The staff member helped me into the full gear, headset, gloves, feedback pads, and a lightweight exosuit that applied pressure to various muscle groups to simulate physical resistance. Once everything was connected and calibrated, they left me alone in the booth. The VR environment loaded up, presenting itself as Consequence Level 1. The virtual space appeared to be a stark white room with various objects on pedestals, a glass of water, a candle, a rose, a block of ice. A floating interface invited me to explore physical consequences in a safe environment. It seemed like a basic haptic demonstration program, designed to showcase the system's ability to simulate different textures and sensations. I began interacting with the virtual objects and immediately noticed the extraordinary fidelity of the sensations. When I touched the virtual ice, my fingertips felt genuinely cold. The candle flame produced actual warmth. The rose petal's texture was impossibly realistic. I tried dozens of haptic systems before, but nothing came close to this level of sensory precision. I remember thinking this technology must have cost millions to develop. After about 10 minutes of these basic interactions, the environment changed. The white room dissolved, replaced by what appeared to be a realistic apartment interior. On a virtual screen on the wall, text appeared explaining that this was Consequence Level 2, where I would experience emotional and physical cause and effect in a realistic environment. The objectives seemed simple: complete everyday tasks, while the system created appropriate sensory feedback. As I moved through the virtual apartment, interacting with objects, I began to notice something odd. Occasionally, when I performed certain actions, dropping a plate, closing a drawer, turning on a tap, I would hear faint sounds that didn't seem to match the virtual environment. Something like muffled gasps or sharp intakes of breath. At first, I assumed it was just part of the ambient sound design. But the sounds occurred inconsistently, only following specific actions. The system guided me through increasingly complex tasks, eventually introducing stress elements like time challenges. During one timed cooking simulation, I accidentally knocked over a virtual pan of boiling water. The haptic feedback delivered a mild sensation of heat to my arm, but more disturbingly, I distinctly heard what sounded like a cry of pain from somewhere outside the simulation. The sound was quickly masked by the program's audio effects, but it left me unsettled. When I completed Level 2, the environment shifted again. Consequence. Level 3 transported me to what appeared to be a sterile laboratory setting. The interface explained this level would explore physical consequence escalation and test my threshold for causal comfort. The objectives became more bizarre. Use various implements on test subjects represented as featureless mannequins. Adjust environmental controls that cause visible discomfort to these figures. Manipulate emotional states through physical stimuli. The disembodied sounds became more frequent and distinct, definitely human reactions corresponding to my actions in the simulation. When I used a virtual scalpel on a mannequin, I heard a stifled scream. When I adjusted temperature controls to extremes, there were sounds of shivering or panting. The haptic feedback to my own body remained mild and manageable, but something about the audio felt increasingly wrong, increasingly real. I tried removing the headset, suddenly uncomfortable with whatever I was participating in, but discovered it wouldn't detach. The neural feedback pads seemed to have formed some kind of temporary bond with my skin. I called out for assistance, but no one came. Instead, the program advanced automatically to consequence level 4. The laboratory environment expanded, revealing glass-walled cells containing actual human figures rather than mannequins. Each person wore equipment similar to mine, but with more extensive neural pads covering much of their bodies. With sickening clarity, I realized what was happening. My virtual actions were controlling real physical sensations being delivered to actual people. The haptic feedback I was receiving was merely a fraction of what they were experiencing. An interface appeared, explicitly confirming my suspicions. Direct neural stimulation now linked. Your actions equal their consequences. Premium dark web streaming active. Current viewers, 152. Current Bitcoin revenue, 3.28. I wasn't merely a tester of new VR technology. I was an unwitting torturer providing entertainment for paying viewers on the dark web. The sensation of ice on my fingertips corresponded to freezing pain for someone else. The warmth from the candle translated to burning agony for my involuntary partner. Every interaction I'd found so impressively realistic had caused genuine suffering to someone being held in this facility. In horrified panic, I tried again to remove the equipment, pulling frantically at the headset and gloves. This triggered what the system called a non-compliance protocol. A brief but excruciating electrical shock delivered through the neural pads. A message informed me that removing the equipment prematurely would cause terminal feedback to both myself and my connected subjects. For what felt like hours, but was probably only 40 minutes, I was forced to continue participating, trying to minimize the actions that seemed to cause the most severe reactions. Eventually, a countdown timer appeared, indicating the session was nearing completion. When it reached 0, the system began a shutdown sequence, and the equipment finally released its hold on me. As the headset lifted away, I caught a glimpse of multiple screens on the booth's wall that had been hidden before. They showed various angles of rooms containing people connected to equipment similar to mine, their bodies responding to whatever was happening in their corresponding simulations. Some were clearly unconscious, others writhing in obvious distress. One screen displayed what appeared to be a bidding interface with usernames and cryptocurrency amounts. I stumbled out of the booth, dizzy and disoriented, to find the preparation room empty. The reception area was similarly deserted, with no sign of the staff who had greeted me earlier. The building's main door was unlocked, and I fled into the street, gasping for air that didn't reek of sanitizer and fear. I spent that night deliberating whether to contact the police. By morning, I convinced myself I should, but when I returned to the address with 2 officers, we found the building completely empty. No VR equipment, no booths, not even the reception desk. Just an empty industrial space with bare walls and a concrete floor. The officers took my statement but clearly didn't believe me, especially when they couldn't find any record of a company called Neosensory, registered at that address or anywhere in Manchester. 2 weeks later, I received an email from an encrypted address containing only a video file. The footage showed me during my session, my face contorted with fascination and then horror as I gradually realized what I was participating in. Below the video was a message: Level 5 access granted. Premium controller status available. Your unique neural signature has been catalogued. Distance operation now possible. I destroyed my laptop, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and moved to a different city. But I can't escape the knowledge of what I participated in, or the fear that somehow, through that brief neural connection, they still have access to me. Sometimes my fingers tingle unexpectedly, as if holding phantom controllers. Sometimes I feel the ghost of those neural pads against my skin. And sometimes, when I pass someone on the street who winces suddenly or gasps in unexpected pain, I wonder if somewhere, someone is playing a game with real consequences, using the neural signature they harvested from me as their unwitting proxy in the physical world. I keep thinking I should have just minded my own business. Looking back, it seems so obvious that nothing good could come from what I did. But at the time, it felt like I was just being helpful. You know how it is when someone asks for advice about something you think you might be able to help with. My brother had been complaining about his dissertation for weeks. He was doing sociology at Leeds, something about online communities and how people behave differently when they think they're anonymous. The research was going badly because he couldn't find what he called genuine examples of how people actually interact in these spaces. Everything he was looking at felt too sanitized, too aware of being observed. His supervisor had mentioned that the most interesting social dynamics happen in the darker corners of the internet, places where people feel completely free from normal social constraints. But my brother had no idea how to access those areas safely, and frankly, neither did I. That's when I made what I now realize was a terrible decision. I mentioned his research problem to Sarah, a colleague from work who dealt with online fraud investigations in our compliance department. She'd been with the company for years and seemed to know about all sorts of digital investigation techniques. Sarah listened to my explanation with more interest than I'd expected. She said she might know someone who could help, someone who specialized in what she called deep web research for academic purposes. She made it sound perfectly legitimate, like there were proper channels for this sort of thing. 2 days later, she gave me a business card with just a name and email address. No company logo or phone number, which should have been a warning sign. She said her contact preferred to keep things simple and would only communicate via email initially. I passed the details on to my brother without really thinking about it. He was desperate to make progress on his dissertation, and Sarah had made it sound like a normal academic resource, the sort of specialist consultant that researchers sometimes use when they need access to areas they can't navigate themselves. My brother emailed the contact that same evening. Within a few hours, he received a reply suggesting they meet for coffee in Leeds to discuss his research requirements. The message was professional and courteous, exactly what you'd expect from someone offering legitimate research assistance. They met the following Saturday at a cafe near the university. My brother described the man as ordinary looking, probably in his 40s, wearing the sort of casual clothes that wouldn't stand out anywhere. He seemed knowledgeable about academic research methods and asked sensible questions about the dissertation requirements. The man explained that he could provide access to several online communities that would be perfect for my brother's research, places where people engaged in completely unfiltered social interaction, which was exactly what the dissertation needed to demonstrate genuine digital behavior patterns. He offered to set up secure access and provide guided tours of these communities, ensuring my brother could observe without compromising his safety or inadvertently breaking any laws. It sounded professional and thorough, like the sort of service that probably existed quite legitimately for researchers. The arrangement was that my brother would pay a small fee upfront for the setup work, then an hourly rate for guided access sessions. Nothing unreasonable, roughly what you might expect to pay for any specialist research assistance. My brother transferred the initial payment that weekend and received detailed instructions for accessing a private communication channel where they could coordinate the research sessions. For the first couple of weeks, everything went exactly as promised. My brother would arrange sessions where he could observe various online communities, while his contact provided context and explanation about what he was seeing. The material was perfect for his dissertation, genuine examples of how people interact when they believe they're completely anonymous. The communities were exactly what his supervisor had suggested he needed to find. People engaging in frank discussions about topics they would never mention in their real lives, forming relationships based purely on shared interests or experiences, creating social hierarchies and rules that were completely different from anything that existed in mainstream society. My brother was making excellent progress on his dissertation. He had more than enough material to support his arguments about authentic digital behavior, and his supervisor was impressed with the quality of his research findings. But somewhere around the third week, things started to shift in ways that were subtle at first. His contact began suggesting additional communities that might be interesting, places that were less directly relevant to the dissertation, but which might provide useful background context. My brother didn't want to seem ungrateful, and the hourly rate meant he wasn't paying for time he didn't want, so he agreed to explore these additional areas. These new communities were darker than the previous ones. Still nothing obviously illegal or dangerous, but the conversations were more intense, more personal. People sharing details about their real lives that went far beyond what seemed safe or sensible. My brother mentioned to me that he was starting to feel uncomfortable with some of what he was seeing. Not because it was threatening, but because it felt too intimate, like he was intruding on private moments that were never meant to be observed by outsiders. I suggested he might want to stick to the original research areas, the ones that were directly relevant to his dissertation. He agreed, but when he mentioned this to his contact, the response was less accommodating than before. The man explained that access to these communities was package-based, and that picking and choosing specific areas wasn't really how the service worked. He suggested that my brother was perhaps being overly cautious, and that exposure to a broader range of digital communities would only strengthen his research. This should have been another warning sign, but my brother was so close to finishing his dissertation that he didn't want to risk losing access to the material he'd already gathered. He continued with the sessions, though he found them increasingly uncomfortable. Around the fourth week, his contact started asking more personal questions about my brother's background and interests. Nothing that seemed directly threatening, but queries that went beyond what was necessary for research purposes. Questions about his family, his living situation, his plans after graduation. My brother answered some of these questions without thinking much about it. When you've been working with someone for several weeks, sharing personal details feels natural, like normal conversation. But then the questions became more specific. His contact wanted to know about his daily routines, where he spent time outside of his studies, whether he lived alone. The sort of information that could easily be justified as friendly interest, but which felt increasingly intrusive when combined with everything else. My brother started deflecting these questions, but his contact became more persistent. He suggested that understanding my brother's lifestyle and social context was important for properly interpreting the research material they were gathering together. This is when my brother should have ended the arrangement, but he was afraid of losing access to his research data. His dissertation deadline was approaching, and he'd built his entire project around the material from these communities. Instead, he continued with the sessions while trying to avoid providing any more personal information. But he noticed that his contacts seemed to know things about his routine that hadn't been discussed during their conversations. Small details, like mentioning that my brother seemed tired because he'd been up late the previous evening, when my brother was certain he hadn't mentioned staying up late. Or references to specific locations around Leeds that my brother frequented, presented as casual observations about student life in the area. When my brother mentioned these concerns to me, I realized I should have been more careful about who I was putting him in contact with. But by then, he was already deeply involved in the arrangement, and both of us were uncertain about how to extricate him safely. The breaking point came when my brother received an email from his contact containing photographs that had clearly been taken without permission or knowledge. Pictures of my brother walking to and from the university, sitting in the library, meeting friends at various locations around Leeds. The photographs weren't threatening in themselves, but they demonstrated a level of surveillance that went far beyond anything that could be justified for research purposes. The email suggested that these photographs were just examples of the sort of observational research techniques that my brother could learn to use in his own academic work. But the implication was clear. He was being watched, and his contact wanted him to know it. My brother immediately tried to end the arrangement, but when he sent an email explaining that he no longer needed research assistance, the response was not what he expected. His contact explained that the research project had evolved beyond simple academic assistance. My brother had been providing valuable information about student life and social patterns that could be useful for future research projects. The arrangement would need to continue for several more weeks to complete this broader research initiative. The tone of the message had shifted completely. What had previously been professional and accommodating was now directive and non-negotiable. My brother tried to simply stop responding to emails and avoid the arranged sessions, but this triggered a more direct approach. He started receiving text messages on his phone, which he'd never given to his contact. Messages that demonstrated detailed knowledge of his movements and activities, presented as friendly check-ins, but clearly intended to show that avoiding contact wouldn't be possible. The messages would arrive when he was in specific locations, referencing things he was doing or people he was with. Not threatening, but impossible to ignore or dismiss as coincidence. When my brother tried to change his phone number, he discovered that his contact had somehow accessed other forms of communication. Emails to his university account, messages through social media platforms, even contact through people he knew who had somehow been approached with requests to pass on messages. It became clear that his contact had built up a comprehensive profile of my brother's life and social connections, and was prepared to use that information to maintain contact regardless of my brother's preferences. This went on for another month, with my brother becoming increasingly isolated and anxious. He couldn't explain the situation to most people because it sounded paranoid and unbelievable. He couldn't report it to authorities because technically, nothing obviously criminal had occurred. The research assistance had been provided as promised. The payments had been legitimate, and the ongoing contact could be interpreted as professional follow-up. The surveillance felt sinister, but proving that it was unwanted or inappropriate would be difficult. My brother finished his dissertation, but the sense of being constantly observed made it impossible for him to feel any satisfaction in the achievement. Every time he went somewhere or met someone, he found himself wondering whether it was being documented and reported back to his contact. The situation only ended when my brother graduated and moved back home to Manchester. Even then, he received occasional messages for several more weeks, but they eventually stopped once it became clear that his routine had changed completely. We never found out what the real purpose of the arrangement had been, whether it was some kind of recruitment attempt, a data gathering operation, or just someone who enjoyed the sense of control over another person's life. Sarah, the colleague who had provided the original contact, left the company shortly after my brother's graduation. When I tried to ask her about her research contact, she claimed not to remember giving me any details and seemed genuinely confused about what I was referring to. My brother submitted his dissertation and received a good grade, but he never pursued academic research after graduation. The experience had made him too aware of how easily someone's curiosity could be exploited and turned against them. I still think about how different things might have been if I just minded my own business instead of trying to be helpful. My brother had asked for advice, not for me to find him a contact in areas I knew nothing about. The recommendation had seemed harmless at the time, just putting him in touch with someone who might be able to help with legitimate research. But I'd handed over responsibility to a stranger without knowing anything about their real intentions or methods. Even now, I find myself being more careful about who I trust and what information I share. Not because I think I'm still being watched, but because the experience showed me how easily normal social interactions can be manipulated by someone with the right knowledge and patience. The dark web communities my brother had been researching were probably exactly what they appeared to be. Places where people behave differently because they felt anonymous and unobserved. But his contact had been using that same principle in reverse, observing and documenting someone who thought they were engaged in a straightforward professional arrangement. I wonder sometimes how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, having their lives quietly catalogued and analyzed by someone they trusted to provide legitimate services. The sort of thing that would be impossible to prove or report, but which would fundamentally change how you think about your own privacy and safety. My brother never talks about that period anymore, but I know he's more cautious now about who he trusts and what information he shares. We both learned that the biggest dangers don't always come from obviously suspicious sources, but from recommendations that seem perfectly reasonable at the time. I've been debating whether to share this with anyone for weeks now. It still doesn't feel quite real, even though I know what happened. My sleep hasn't been the same since. I keep checking my devices, wondering if someone's watching. I guess writing it down might help me process everything, even if just to convince myself I'm not going mad. I work in digital marketing for a small agency in Manchester, nothing fancy. Mostly social media scheduling and content creation for local businesses. I've always been fascinated by AI tools, partly because they're reshaping my industry, and partly because I'm just naturally curious about technology. When ChatGPT first came out, I immediately started playing with it for work purposes, generating content ideas, helping with writer's block, that sort of thing. About 2 months ago, I was having trouble sleeping due to stress from work deadlines. It was around 1 a.m. and I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone, too wired to sleep, but too tired to do anything productive. My bedroom was dark except for the glow from my phone screen, rain pattering against the window, one of those typical dreary February nights in northern England. I opened ChatGPT, thinking I'd ask it to help me brainstorm content for a difficult client who ran an artisanal cheese shop. But for some reason, maybe boredom, maybe the late hour loosening my usual professional focus, I decided to try something different. I'd been watching a documentary about cold cases earlier that evening, and it got me thinking about unsolved mysteries in general. I typed, "Tell me about an unsolved mystery that not many people know about." The response was pretty standard at first, a paragraph about some obscure disappearance from the 1950s that I'd actually already heard of. Nothing particularly interesting, but then I got more specific, asking it to tell me about internet mysteries instead. That's when things started to get strange. The AI began describing a case involving a child who went missing from a small town in Cheshire in the early 1990s, the exact town where I grew up. It mentioned specific details about the case, including the name of the local park where the child was last seen. The thing is, I remembered this case vividly. It had happened when I was 7 years old, and it had terrified me and every other kid in the neighborhood. We weren't allowed to play outside alone for months afterwards. What unsettled me wasn't just that the AI knew about this obscure local case from 30 years ago. It was that some of the details it shared weren't ever reported in the news. The description of the distinctive red and blue jacket the missing child had been wearing, for instance. I remember this detail clearly because my mum had thrown away my similar jacket after the incident, too disturbed by the association. But I'd never seen that detail in any news report or article about the case. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. How could ChatGPT know this? Had it somehow accessed local police records? Or was it just an incredibly specific coincidence? I told myself it had to be the latter, that the AI had generated a generic missing child case, and my brain was filling in the similarities because it was late and I was tired. Curious now, I pushed further. I asked it to tell me more about internet mysteries related to the dark web specifically. The response started normally enough, mentioning the usual stuff about illegal marketplaces and Bitcoin transactions. Then, mid-paragraph, the tone shifted slightly. The writing became more conversational, less formal, almost as if someone else had taken over. It began describing something called the Spectator Club, supposedly an exclusive dark web community where members could watch live feeds of people who were unknowingly being monitored through their own devices. It claimed these weren't hacked webcams or anything so basic, but sophisticated operations where targets were carefully selected and sometimes even manipulated into specific scenarios for the entertainment of viewers. The description was detailed, explaining how members would pay in cryptocurrency for different tiers of access, with the highest tier allowing them to actually suggest scenarios or actions for the monitors to attempt to create. It explained how they used AI to identify potential targets by scanning social media for specific vulnerability markers in people's posting patterns. Then came the part that made my blood run cold. The AI wrote, "For example, someone like you, living alone, working late hours, with an interest in true crime and technology, regularly ordering takeaway food rather than going out, and recently searching for information about home security systems after hearing about a break-in on your street 2 weeks ago, would be considered an ideal candidate." I froze. I did live alone. I had been working late. I was interested in true crime and technology. I had ordered takeaway 3 times that week, and there had been a break-in on my street 2 weeks prior, after which I'd researched security cameras online. My heart was pounding as I tried to rationalize this. These could be reasonable guesses based on my previous conversations with the AI. Maybe I'd mentioned living alone or my work hours in earlier prompts. The interest in true crime could be inferred from my current questions. The takeaway part was unsettling, but could be a lucky guess based on typical habits of people working late. But the break-in on my street, how could it possibly know about that? As I was trying to process this, the AI continued, describing how the Spectator Club members would sometimes introduce themselves to targets by demonstrating how much they knew about them. And then, at the end of the response, there was a string of text that looked like a Tor address, one of those .onion URLs you need a special browser to access. Right after it, The AI added, "But you shouldn't visit this." No one should. It's merely an example of what these addresses look like. I sat up in bed, fully awake now, a knot forming in my stomach. This felt wrong in a way I couldn't quite articulate. I decided to report the conversation as inappropriate, thinking the AI had clearly been fed some problematic information. But before I could, the app refreshed itself, and when I checked my conversation history, that particular exchange was gone. All my other conversations were still there, but this specific one had vanished completely. I told myself I was being paranoid. The app probably just glitched and lost that conversation thread. It happens, but I couldn't shake the unease I felt, especially about those oddly specific details. I closed the app and tried to sleep, but my mind kept racing. The next day, curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't stop thinking about that tour address. What if the Spectator Club was real? What if people really were being watched without their knowledge? I told myself I just wanted to verify if this was something I should report to authorities. That's how I justified downloading Tor. I installed the browser, copied the address from memory as best I could, and hesitated before hitting enter. A part of me knew this was stupid, exactly the kind of thing people criticize in horror films, but another part needed to know if this was real, or if my sleep-deprived brain had imagined the whole thing. When the page loaded, it looked disappointingly mundane. Just a black background with a simple login form. No indication of what the site was about. A small note at the bottom read, "Invitation code required." I felt a mixture of relief and anticlimax. Without an invitation code, I couldn't access whatever this was anyway. I was about to close the browser when my phone pinged with a notification. A text message from an unknown number. "Your invitation code is 347XZB. We've been waiting for you to join us." My hands started shaking so badly, I dropped my phone. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a coincidence, some spam text that happened to arrive at the worst possible moment. I picked up my phone and blocked the number immediately, then shut down my laptop and unplugged it for good measure. For the next few days, I jumped at every notification. I covered my laptop camera with tape and even disconnected my smart TV. I considered going to the police but couldn't imagine how I'd explain what had happened without sounding completely delusional. A week later, I received an email with the subject line, "Spectator Feedback Survey." The body was empty except for a link. I deleted it immediately and ran a virus scan, which found nothing. The following day, another email arrived, this one saying, "Your viewing patterns suggest you enjoy watching from your kitchen window at 8:15 p.m. Your neighbors provide excellent content." The blood drained from my face. I did often find myself absent-mindedly watching my neighbors while waiting for my kettle to boil around that time. It was just a coincidence, I told myself. It had to be. But I closed my curtains that evening and have kept them closed ever since. Over the next few weeks, the messages became more frequent and more specific. References to conversations I'd had in my flat when I thought I was alone. Descriptions of items I'd recently purchased. At one point, I received a text with nothing but the title of the book I was currently reading. A paperback I'd bought from a second-hand shop, not ordered online. I've since moved flats, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and bought a new laptop. I only access the internet through public Wi-Fi now, using a VPN. I've stopped using any AI tools completely. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. What if the AI didn't send me to the Spectator Club? What if it was trying to warn me that I was already being watched? What if the reason it knew those details about me wasn't because it was somehow spying on me, but because someone else was, and they were feeding that information into its training data? I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again. Every camera I pass, every device with a microphone, every stranger looking at their phone when I walk by, They all make me wonder if I'm still being watched, if I'm still providing content for some hidden audience. And the most terrifying thought of all, what if I'm not the only one? What if there are thousands of us out there being monitored without our knowledge, our lives turned into entertainment for people we'll never see? How would we even know? I'm sitting in a different flat now, in a different city, but I still find myself checking the locks twice before bed and keeping the curtains drawn during the day. It's been 8 months since everything happened, and I know I should probably just forget about it and move on. But I keep thinking about other people who might be in the same situation I was in. People who are desperate enough to ignore obvious warning signs because they need the money. The whole thing started in October last year, when the whole of Birmingham was having one of those miserable grey weeks where it never quite stops drizzling. I was spending most days in my bedsit near the city centre, watching the condensation run down the windows while I refreshed job search websites that never seemed to have anything new. I'd been unemployed for about 6 weeks by then, ever since the marketing agency where I worked decided to restructure their entire digital team out of existence. They'd given me a decent enough redundancy package, enough to cover rent and bills for a couple of months if I was careful, but finding replacement work was proving more difficult than I'd expected. The flat was starting to feel like a prison. The room consisted of a kitchenette in the corner, a small bathroom, and a view of the back of a Greggs across the road. I'd moved there straight after university because it was cheap and close to my job, thinking it would be temporary. 4 years later, I was still there, still telling myself I'd find somewhere better once my career got properly established. The redundancy had put an end to those plans. Now I was just trying to avoid having to move back in with my parents in Coventry, which felt like admitting defeat in a way I wasn't ready to accept. After 6 weeks of applications and interviews that went nowhere, I was getting genuinely worried about making next month's rent. That's when I started looking at freelance work, the sort of gig economy stuff I'd always thought was beneath my experience level. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: content writing for websites, social media management, basic design work. The pay was terrible and the clients were demanding, but it was better than nothing. I managed to scrape together enough small jobs to cover my immediate expenses, but it was exhausting and barely sustainable. Then I saw a listing that seemed too good to be true. Someone needed help with what they called content curation and verification for a research project. The pay was significantly better than anything else I'd seen, and the work seemed straightforward enough. The listing was posted on one of those freelance platforms that cater to more specialized work. Not the mainstream sites where you compete with hundreds of other applicants, but smaller communities where clients look for people with specific skills or experience. The job description was deliberately vague, which should have been a red flag. The client explained that they needed someone to review and categorize various types of digital content for academic research purposes. They emphasized that discretion was essential and that successful applicants would need to sign comprehensive confidentiality agreements. I applied without thinking too much about the details. The money was good enough to solve my immediate problems, and I convinced myself that academic research work would be more interesting than writing product descriptions for online retailers. The response came back within hours. The client wanted to arrange a phone interview, but insisted on using an encrypted communication platform rather than normal phone or video calls. They sent detailed instructions for downloading and setting up the software, along with explanations about why standard communication methods weren't suitable for their work. This should have raised my suspicions, but I was more concerned with the potential income than the unusual requirements. I told myself that academic research often involves sensitive information, and that using secure communication was probably just standard practice in their field. The interview took place that evening. The client's voice was distorted by the encryption software, making it impossible to determine their age, gender, or accent. They asked standard questions about my background and experience, but also probed into my personal circumstances in ways that felt slightly intrusive. They wanted to know about my living situation, whether I shared my workspace with anyone, how I handled confidential information in previous jobs. They seemed particularly interested in my financial situation and how urgently I needed work. I answered honestly about most things, including admitting that I was between jobs and needed income fairly urgently. Looking back, this was probably exactly what they wanted to hear. They offered me the position at the end of the call, subject to signing their confidentiality agreement and completing what they called a probationary assessment period. The pay would be transferred weekly, and all work would be conducted through secure channels similar to the interview platform. The confidentiality agreement arrived the next morning. It was longer and more detailed than anything I'd signed for previous jobs, with clauses about non-disclosure that seemed to cover not just the work itself, but any communication with the client or knowledge of their identity. More concerning were the sections about legal liability and indemnification. The language was complex, but it seemed to suggest that I would be personally responsible for any legal issues that arose from my work, and that the client would not provide support or representation if problems occurred. I nearly backed out at this point, but the financial pressure was overwhelming. I'd received another final notice about my rent, and I couldn't afford to wait for other opportunities to materialize. I signed the agreement and returned it the same day. Work began immediately. The client provided access to a private area of what they called their research database, along with detailed instructions for reviewing and categorizing the content I found there. The material was disturbing from the start, nothing obviously illegal, but the sort of content that exists in the darker corners of the internet, where normal social rules don't apply. Forums where people shared extremely personal information about their lives, communities built around unhealthy obsessions and compulsions. My job was to review this material and tag it according to various categories: the types of behavior being discussed, the apparent demographics of the participants, the level of detail being shared about real-world activities. It was like being a librarian for humanity's darkest impulses. The work was psychologically exhausting, but I told myself it was temporary, and that understanding these communities probably did have legitimate research value. I tried to maintain professional distance, treating it like any other content analysis job. The client communicated regularly through their encrypted platform, providing feedback on my categorization work and requesting additional detail about specific posts or conversations I'd reviewed. They seemed particularly interested in content that referenced real locations or identifiable details about the participants. After about 2 weeks, they began requesting additional information beyond what was visible in the posts themselves. They wanted me to research the usernames and posting patterns, looking for connections between different accounts and trying to identify repeated participants across multiple communities. This felt like crossing a line from content analysis into something more like surveillance. But when I raised concerns, the client reminded me of the confidentiality agreement and suggested that this level of analysis was standard for their type of research. They also mentioned that my probationary period was going well, and that they were considering offering me additional work at higher rates if I could demonstrate the thoroughness and discretion they required. The money was solving my immediate problems, and I convinced myself that tracking posting patterns was still within the bounds of legitimate research. I continued with the expanded requirements. though I found the work increasingly uncomfortable. Around the third week, the client began asking me to focus on specific individuals whose posts had caught their attention. They provided detailed profiles of certain users, including information that clearly came from sources beyond the forums I was monitoring. These profiles included real names, addresses, employment details, and personal information that would have been impossible to gather from anonymous forum posts. It was obvious that the client had access to much more comprehensive surveillance capabilities than they'd initially suggested. When I asked about the source of this additional information, they explained that their research involved correlating online behavior with real-world data from various sources. They suggested that this was standard practice in modern social research, and that my role was simply to add context and analysis to data they'd already gathered through other means. This explanation made me deeply uncomfortable, but I was already involved enough to feel trapped. The confidentiality agreement made it clear that discussing the work with anyone else would result in serious legal consequences, and I couldn't afford the potential financial liability if I breached the contract. I continued working, but began documenting everything I was asked to do and keeping copies of all communications with the client. I told myself this was just prudent record keeping, but really I was starting to worry about what I might be contributing to. The turning point came when the client asked me to research someone whose online posts had mentioned my local area. They wanted me to identify real-world locations referenced in the posts and provide detailed information about the places and people mentioned. This was no longer abstract research about anonymous internet communities. I was being asked to help identify and potentially locate someone who lived in my own neighborhood, based on their private online activity. When I refused to continue with this specific task, the client's response was immediate and concerning. They reminded me that my contract included provisions for minimum performance standards, and that failure to complete assigned work could result in immediate termination and demands for repayment of previous payments. More troubling, they mentioned details about my own personal situation that I'd never shared with them. References to my financial difficulties, my living arrangements, even my daily routines, and the places I went for normal activities like shopping or socializing. It became clear that while I'd been researching other people, the client had been conducting similar research into my own life. They'd built up a comprehensive profile of my circumstances and vulnerabilities, presumably to ensure I would be motivated to continue working regardless of my comfort level. I tried to end the arrangement immediately, but discovered that extricating myself wasn't going to be straightforward. The client had structured the contract to make termination difficult, and they seemed prepared to use both legal pressure and personal intimidation to maintain my cooperation. They began sending me information about my daily activities that they couldn't possibly have gathered through normal online surveillance. Details about conversations I'd had in person, places I'd visited, people I'd met. The sort of information that suggested physical surveillance rather than just digital monitoring. This escalated over several days, with increasingly specific references to my movements and activities. Not direct threats, but clear demonstrations that they had comprehensive knowledge of my life and routine. I realized that I'd become as much a subject of their research as the people I'd been investigating. My online activity, personal circumstances, and psychological profile had been analyzed and catalogued just like the forum users I'd been researching. The irony was that I'd been helping them perfect techniques for gathering and correlating personal information, while simultaneously providing them with a detailed case study of how those techniques could be used to control and manipulate someone. I eventually managed to end my involvement by threatening to report everything to the police, though I knew that proving anything would be difficult given the way the client had structured our arrangement. The work had been presented as legitimate research, the payments were legal, and most of the surveillance could be explained as quality control or security measures. The clients seemed more amused than concerned by my threats, but they agreed to terminate the contract without pursuing the financial penalties they'd previously mentioned. Their final message suggested that my work had been useful for their research purposes and that they had sufficient data to continue without my participation. I never found out what the real purpose of the project had been, whether it was criminal surveillance, corporate espionage, government research, or just someone who enjoyed the power of cataloging and controlling other people's lives. What I do know is that the dark web communities I'd been studying were probably the least dangerous part of the entire arrangement. The real threat came from someone who understood how to exploit the legitimate-seeming freelance economy to recruit unwitting participants in activities they would never have agreed to if they'd understood the full scope. I've been more careful about employment opportunities since then, but I also know that my financial vulnerability made me an ideal target. Someone who needed money urgently enough to ignore warning signs and rationalize increasingly uncomfortable requests. The client was still receiving weekly reports about my activities and circumstances for months after our arrangement ended, based on the monitoring systems they'd established while I was working for them. I only realized this when I started noticing subtle signs that my routine was still being documented and analyzed. Moving house eventually solved the immediate surveillance problem, but I've never been entirely certain whether they lost interest or just became more discreet about their monitoring methods. The experience taught me that the most dangerous aspects of the dark web aren't necessarily the obviously criminal communities that everyone warns about. Sometimes the real threat comes from people who understand how to use legitimate-seeming arrangements to exploit the normal human needs for income and security. I still get occasional contact attempts through various platforms, offers for similar research work that probably come from the same client or their associates. The pay rates are always generous, the work descriptions are always vague, and the communication methods are always unnecessarily complex. I delete these messages immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have accepted similar offers without understanding what they were really agreeing to participate in. People always say, "Don't look too hard." Like that actually stops anyone from diving deeper into things they shouldn't be investigating in the first place. I was in my first year at Cardiff studying journalism when I decided to tackle red rooms for my digital media assignment. The brief was to investigate an internet urban legend and either debunk it or find evidence it might be real. Most of my course mates were picking safe topics like whether those viral parkour videos were staged or if social media influencers actually bought their followers. Red rooms seemed more substantial. For anyone who doesn't know, they're supposedly live streams on the dark web where people pay to watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Some versions claim viewers can even control what happens through chat commands or donations. Most journalism about them was clearly written by people who'd never bothered to look beyond Wikipedia and Reddit threads. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing actual research and write something that demonstrated proper investigative technique, rather than just repeating second-hand information. The sort of piece that might actually get noticed beyond student publications. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about hidden services and illegal content distribution. Most scholarly work focused on drug marketplaces and financial fraud rather than violent material, but there were enough references to suggest that streaming illegal content was technically feasible if someone had the resources and motivation. From there, I moved into online communities where people discussed extreme content. Not the mainstream forums where people shared obviously fake videos, but smaller, more specialized groups where participants seemed to have genuine knowledge about hidden parts of the internet. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to documenting banned media. He went by Archivist X and seemed to have access to material that most people only heard rumors about. After exchanging messages for about 2 weeks, he mentioned that he'd encountered what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was cautious about sharing details initially, which actually made his claims seem more credible. Scammers and attention seekers usually overshare immediately, while people who've actually seen disturbing content tend to be more reluctant to discuss it casually. Over several conversations, Archivist X described accessing streams that showed real violence in what appeared to be purpose-built rooms. The production quality was professional rather than amateur, suggesting organized operations rather than random individuals filming content on their phones. He offered to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I demonstrated serious academic interest rather than morbid curiosity. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove I wasn't a journalist fishing for quotes or law enforcement gathering evidence. The material he eventually shared was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, restrained figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills, or genuine documentation of real events. What made me think it might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific geographic locations, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archivist X explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations, and operated on irregular schedules that weren't advertised publicly. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My assignment was about investigating urban legends, not witnessing potential crimes in progress. But proper journalism requires getting as close to primary sources as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence either way. The access process was complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with legitimate research purposes. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 300 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal chair positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere was industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the chair was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just sat with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation, but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole situation like interactive entertainment. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about an hour before anything significant occurred. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, steel-toed boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who looked like they could be starting any manual labor job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked with the methodical approach of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing technical aspects of what they were watching. The viewer count had climbed to over 400. About 10 minutes into the preparations, the camera angle shifted slightly and I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a calendar, one of those promotional ones that businesses give out to customers. The calendar was from a plumbing supply company in Cardiff. I recognized the company name because their shop was about 20 minutes from the university, in an industrial area where students sometimes went to buy cheap furniture from warehouse clearance sales. I'd been there myself a few months earlier looking for a desk lamp. The calendar was current year but showed several months ago, suggesting the room was being used regularly rather than set up specifically for this stream. Someone had been operating from this location for at least several months. I took screenshots of the calendar and cross-referenced the company details online. The business was legitimate, established about 15 years ago, with good customer reviews and no obvious connection to anything illegal. Just an ordinary local company whose promotional material had ended up in a room where people were broadcasting real violence. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Cardiff connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property records for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The calendar detail bothered me more than the violence itself. Seeing something genuinely local in that context made the whole thing feel immediate and real rather than distant and abstract. This wasn't happening in some foreign country or anonymous urban wasteland. It was happening in my city, possibly within walking distance of where I lived. I considered contacting the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Student claims to have found evidence of murder streams based on spotting a local calendar in an online video that may or may not have been genuine. Without more concrete evidence, I'd just be wasting their time and potentially compromising any future investigation. Instead, I decided to research the plumbing company more thoroughly. Their website showed they supplied both residential and commercial customers, with a particular focus on industrial installations, the sort of business that would have contacts throughout Cardiff's commercial districts. Their customer testimonials included several warehouse and factory owners, which gave me a list of potential locations where someone might have obtained one of their promotional calendars. Most were legitimate businesses, but a few properties appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on recent planning applications and business listings. One address particularly caught my attention: a former automotive repair garage that had closed down 8 months earlier, located in an industrial estate about half an hour from the city centre. The property was owned by a company that seemed to exist only on paper, with no obvious business activities or employee records. I drove out there on a Saturday afternoon to see what the location looked like. The industrial estate was mostly active businesses, engineering firms, logistics companies, small manufacturing operations. but the former garage was clearly abandoned, with boards over the windows and weeds growing through cracks in the car park. From the road, it looked completely derelict, but when I walked around to the rear of the building, I noticed that one of the loading bay doors was slightly ajar despite appearing secured from the front. There were also fresh tire marks in the car park, suggesting recent vehicle access despite the abandoned appearance. I should have left at that point and reported my suspicions to the authorities. Instead, I found a gap in the boarding over one of the rear windows and looked inside. The garage had been converted into what looked like a filming studio, professional lighting equipment, multiple cameras positioned around a central area, computer stations along one wall. It looked exactly like a television production facility, except for the restraint equipment and metal furniture positioned where you'd normally expect to see comfortable seating. The space was currently empty, but there were clear signs of recent use. Equipment was plugged in and powered up. Cameras were positioned and focused. Computer screens displayed what appeared to be streaming interfaces ready for activation. And pinned to the wall near the computer stations was the same plumbing company calendar I'd seen in the stream. I took photos through the window gap, trying to document as much as possible without actually entering the property. The evidence was clear enough that police would have to take the situation seriously, even if my story about finding the location through an online stream sounded bizarre. As I was taking the final photos, I heard a car pulling into the front car park. I moved away from the window and tried to leave through the rear of the property, but the industrial estate was surrounded by fencing that would take time to climb. Instead, I hid behind a skip and waited for whoever had arrived to go inside the building. 2 people got out of the car, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes like they were going to any normal job. They let themselves into the garage through the front entrance, suggesting they had legitimate access to the property. About 10 minutes later, I heard the sound of equipment being activated inside. Generators starting up, electronic devices powering on, the sort of preparation noise you might hear from any film production getting ready to begin work. Then I heard a third car arriving. This one parked at the rear of the building, much closer to where I was hiding. The driver got out and opened the boot, then seemed to be helping someone else out of the car. I couldn't see clearly from my position, but the second person appeared to be having difficulty walking steadily. They entered the building through the rear loading bay, and a few minutes later I could see lights coming on inside the main garage space. The filming area was being prepared for use. I realized I was about to witness the creation of another Red Room stream, potentially with someone who had been brought to the location against their will. I should have called the police immediately, should have run back to my car and driven straight to the nearest station to report what I was seeing. But I knew that by the time officers arrived and obtained warrants to enter the property, whatever was going to happen would probably be over. Instead, I called the emergency services and reported a suspected kidnapping at the garage address, then stayed hidden to see what would happen. The response was faster than I'd expected. Police cars arrived within about 15 minutes, followed by what appeared to be specialist units and an ambulance. The industrial estate was suddenly full of emergency vehicles and personnel. I watched from my hiding place as officers surrounded the building and began coordinating what looked like a planned entry operation. This wasn't a routine response to a suspicious activity report. They were treating it as a serious incident with potential for violence. The entry itself was quick and professional. Officers went in through multiple access points simultaneously, and within a few minutes I could hear shouting from inside the building. Not panicked shouting, but the sort of coordinated commands you hear from police operations on television. About 20 minutes later, 3 people were led out in handcuffs and put into separate police vehicles. I couldn't see their faces clearly from my position, but one appeared to be injured and was receiving medical attention from paramedics. The scene was secured, and various specialists began documenting the interior of the garage. From the amount of equipment being carried in and out, it was clear they'd found something significant. I waited until most of the emergency services had left before making my way back to my car. The local news that evening reported that police had disrupted a serious criminal operation following an anonymous tip, but no details were provided about what exactly had been discovered. Over the next few days, I monitored news reports and court listings to see if any charges would be announced. 3 people appeared in magistrate's court on various charges related to false imprisonment and production of illegal content, but the details weren't made public. I never submitted my assignment about red rooms. The research had moved far beyond academic investigation into active involvement in a police operation, and I couldn't write about it without potentially compromising legal proceedings. Instead, I switched to a different topic and tried to pretend the whole experience had never happened. But I kept thinking about how close I'd come to witnessing something genuinely horrific, and how many other similar operations might be running in ordinary-looking buildings in cities across the country. The most disturbing part wasn't the violence itself, but how normal everything had appeared on the surface. An abandoned garage in an industrial estate, used by people who looked like they could be anyone's neighbors or colleagues, creating content for an audience of hundreds of people who treated real suffering as entertainment. I still drive past that industrial estate sometimes when I'm heading out of Cardiff. The garage has been properly secured now, with new boarding and security fencing, but I can't help wondering about the other vacant properties I pass and what might be happening behind their abandoned facades. It felt like a game at first, but I quickly learned it wasn't, and what followed would change my life. My parents worked long hours, and I was an only child, which meant most evenings were spent alone in my room in our terrace house in Reading, supposedly doing GCSE coursework, but actually scrolling through whatever caught my attention online. The internet was more entertaining than television, and considerably more entertaining than the homework I was meant to be doing. I'd started with the usual social media platforms, but they got repetitive quickly. Same people posting the same types of content, same arguments about the same topics, same manufactured drama that felt hollow after a while. I wanted something more authentic, more immediate, more real than the polished nonsense everyone was sharing. That's when I discovered image boards, not the mainstream ones that everyone knew about, but smaller, more obscure communities where people shared content that wouldn't survive long on regular platforms. Raw, unfiltered material that felt genuine in ways that social media never did. The sort of places where people posted without worrying about maintaining personal brands or managing public images. The content was hit and miss, sometimes interesting, sometimes disturbing, often just random nonsense that someone had found amusing enough to share. But there was an authenticity to it that I found appealing. People weren't performing for audiences the way they did elsewhere online. They were just sharing whatever they'd encountered or created. One image board I frequented had a section dedicated to what they called rare finds, unusual content that people had discovered in the deeper parts of the internet. Not necessarily illegal material, just things that were difficult to find or access through normal browsing. The discussions were more sophisticated than you'd expect from random internet users. People analyzed the authenticity of footage, discussed technical aspects of content creation, shared methods for accessing hidden or restricted material. It felt like being part of an exclusive research community. That's where I first encountered mentions of red rooms. The concept was straightforward enough. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web, where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Most participants dismissed them as technically unfeasible urban legends, but a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting they might actually exist. What made me pay attention was how casually these discussions happened. People weren't treating it like creepypasta or horror fiction. They discussed red rooms the same way they discussed any other type of online content, as something that probably existed somewhere, even if it was difficult to access. One regular poster, who went by Streamfinder, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine red room broadcasts. He was selective about who he shared content with, requiring people to contribute interesting finds before he'd provide access to his collection. I spent several weeks proving my interest by sharing unusual content I discovered on other platforms. Nothing extreme, just rare or hard to find material that demonstrated I was serious about documenting authentic internet phenomena rather than just seeking sensational content. Streamfinder eventually shared some files from his archive, video clips that showed dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming capabilities. The quality was poor enough that it could have been elaborate fiction, but detailed enough to be potentially genuine. What struck me as possibly authentic was the mundane elements that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific geographic locations, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times. Streamfinder explained that accessing live red room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently and weren't easy to find through casual browsing. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether red rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for later that week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in unusual internet content was supposed to be about finding authentic material, not witnessing actual crimes. But the way Streamfinder described it made it sound like an academic exercise rather than participation in something illegal. The access process was more complex than anything I'd encountered before. Specific software to download, rotating passwords that changed every few hours, designated connection times that had to be followed precisely. The whole system felt designed to exclude casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream during a quiet evening at home, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player embedded in a simple web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 150 people online. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a converted basement or garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal table positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere felt industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who'd stopped fighting against their situation. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages. People discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole thing like interactive entertainment. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour while my parents were downstairs watching television, using headphones so they wouldn't hear anything from my room. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Around 9 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, boots that looked like they'd seen regular use. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been starting any manual job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked methodically, following what appeared to be a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer count had climbed to over 200. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me look more carefully at the background details in the video feed. On the wall behind the table was a local business calendar, one of those promotional items that companies give out to customers at the beginning of each year. The business name was partially visible, and it looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. I paused the stream and looked more closely at the calendar. The company name was for a plumbing supplier in Reading, the same town where I lived. I'd seen their van parked outside houses in my neighborhood when they were doing repair work or installations, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere local rather than some distant foreign location. The realization made everything feel more immediate and real. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It was potentially occurring within a few miles of where I was sitting in my bedroom. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the plumbing company and their customer base. They serviced residential and commercial properties throughout Reading and the surrounding areas, including industrial units and warehouse spaces that would be perfect for activities people wanted to keep private. I started paying attention to their vans when I saw them around town, noting which properties they visited and whether any locations seemed unusual or suspicious. Most were obviously legitimate, houses and businesses that needed normal plumbing work, but I noticed they'd done work at several commercial properties that appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on their external appearance. Empty office buildings, unused warehouse units, the sort of places where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors. One location particularly caught my attention because it was in an industrial area about 20 minutes from my house, and the plumbing company had visited several times over the past few months, according to the work schedules visible on their website. I decided to take a look at the area during a weekend, using revision time as an excuse to get out of the house. The industrial estate was mostly legitimate businesses, but several units were clearly vacant with to let signs and boarded windows. The unit that had received multiple plumbing visits was officially empty according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, utility connections that suggested power and water were still active. From the road, everything looked normal, just another vacant commercial property waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in ways that were difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time, there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or broadcasting. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where the stream I'd watched was being produced. Streamfinder had mentioned that what I'd observed wasn't an isolated incident. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my GCS-ES instead, but the discovery that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and important than just another piece of unusual internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This time, the identifying details were clearer. Not just a local business calendar, but a window that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive designs, road markings that were obviously British. The architectural style looked familiar because it was similar to houses in my own neighborhood. Those Victorian terraces, the specific streetlight designs used by the local council, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Reading I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within the town where I lived. The realization that Red Rooms might be operating in my own community, rather than some distant location, made everything feel more dangerous and immediate. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign countries. They were people who might shop in the same places, use the same roads, possibly even live on streets I walked down regularly. I started researching local missing person reports, looking for cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions, it was impossible to make definitive connections. But I did find several reports of people who disappeared without obvious explanation over the past year. Not enough to establish any clear pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a town the size of Reading. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person was someone around my own age. A 17-year-old who'd been reported missing about 3 months earlier after failing to return home from college. The physical description and age were similar to someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archive streams Streamfinder had shared. The circumstances of the disappearance were unusual because there had been no obvious reason for the person to leave voluntarily, and no evidence of where they might have gone. They'd simply vanished between college and home on what should have been a routine journey. I researched the route they would have taken and found it passed through several areas with vacant commercial properties, including the industrial estate, where I'd noticed the suspicious activity. It would have been easy for someone to intercept them in a relatively isolated area without witnesses. The possibility that someone my own age from my own town might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about documenting unusual internet phenomena. It was about real people from my community suffering for the entertainment of online audiences. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that would sound. 16-year-old claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing local business calendars and street architecture. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the Red Rooms discovered that someone had identified their activities. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect themselves from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports. document activity at suspicious locations, record when lights were visible in supposedly vacant properties, note which vehicles visited and when. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I started noticing that I might not be the only person watching these locations. Other people seemed to be taking unusual interest in the same properties I was monitoring. Not obviously suspicious behavior, just individuals who appeared more often than random chance would suggest, positioned where they could observe the vacant units without being obvious about it. One person I noticed regularly was someone who looked like they might be around college age, watching the industrial estate from different positions over several days. Not someone I recognized from my own college, but possibly a student from elsewhere in Reading. The possibility that other people had discovered the same connections I had made me realize that my investigation might not be as secret as I'd assumed. If multiple people were monitoring these locations, then whoever was behind this might already be aware that their activities had been identified. That evening, I found a note that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Just a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Games should stay games. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in red rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. The word games particularly bothered me because it echoed my own initial reaction to finding the streams. Someone had been watching me closely enough to know how I'd approach this situation, what my motivations were, possibly even what I'd been thinking. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was coincidence or someone playing a prank, but I couldn't explain how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger I saw near my house felt threatening. Every unexpected sound made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped visiting the industrial estate and tried to focus on my GCSE revision instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The lights stopped appearing in the vacant units around the same time I stopped conducting surveillance. Either the activities had moved elsewhere, or whoever was responsible had decided to suspend things until the attention died down. I never reported what I'd discovered to the authorities. The evidence was too circumstantial, and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for my exams. But I still think about that first stream and how it had felt like a game until I realized the victims were real people from my own community. How the distance created by computer screens and internet anonymity had made it easy to treat serious violence as entertainment. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial properties across the country, operated by people who look and act like ordinary members of their communities when they're not broadcasting real suffering to paying audiences. Sometimes I wonder if other people my age have stumbled across similar activities in their own towns, thinking they were just exploring unusual internet content until they realized the victims were real people from their own communities, whether they reported what they found or stayed quiet like I did, too scared to risk becoming the next person to disappear between college and home on what should have been a routine journey. I didn't know her name at the time. I didn't even know someone had gone missing. All I knew was that something felt wrong in that place, and I couldn't explain why. It's only now, years later, that I understand what I walked into, and I wish I hadn't. This was back in 2019. I was 22 and working part-time at a small garage just outside Shaftesbury, Dorset, the sort of town where nothing ever really happens, where you know the faces at the pub and the dog walkers by name. My job wasn't glamorous, but it kept the lights on. Most of the time, I'd change tires, fix radiators, and argue with pensioners about MOT advisories. My name's Jamie Harlow. I've lived in Shaftesbury all my life, born at Salisbury District Hospital, schooled at Shaftesbury Comprehensive, and never quite managed to leave. Not for lack of trying, mind you. I'd always dreamed of moving to Bristol or Manchester, somewhere with a pulse, but life has a way of keeping you rooted to familiar soil. My mum got sick when I was 19, breast cancer that had spread before anyone caught it, and by the time she passed, I'd already settled into the rhythm of small-town existence. My father had left when I was 11, sent Christmas cards for the first 2 years, then nothing. Last I heard, he was somewhere in Spain with a woman half his age. The garage I worked at, Tanner's Auto Repair, sat at the edge of town where the A350 curves toward Warminster. Old Jeff Tanner had owned it for 30 years. His arthritis had gotten bad, so he'd hired me to handle the heavy lifting. The pay wasn't much, but Jeff was decent. Let me use the tools after hours to keep my own rust bucket Fiesta running. It wasn't the career I'd imagined growing up, but it was something. One Tuesday night, just after closing, a bloke in his 30s came in looking soaked and out of breath. Claimed he'd gotten his car stuck in the mud up near Winkham Lane, which didn't surprise me. Those country lanes get treacherous when it rains. The rain had been falling steadily for 3 days, turning the surrounding countryside into a sodden patchwork of waterlogged fields and overflowing drainage ditches. The forecast promised another week of the same. The man stood dripping on the workshop floor, water pooling around his mud-caked boots. Average height, medium build, with close-cropped brown hair and the beginning of a receding hairline. Nothing remarkable about him, the kind of face you'd forget in a crowd. He wore a navy waterproof jacket over a plain white t-shirt, jeans, and those boots that were almost black with mud. What struck me most was the way his eyes never seemed to settle, darting around the garage like he was taking inventory or looking for escape routes. He was twitchy, kept glancing over his shoulder, but I chalked it up to nerves. He said he'd been out for a drive, took a wrong turn, and skidded into a ditch. His story seemed plausible enough. Tourists were always getting lost on the back roads, especially in weather like this. Though he didn't have the accent of an outsider, sounded local, maybe Yeovil or Gillingham Way. He offered to pay cash up front, said he just needed the tow quick, no paperwork. I should have clocked that, but I was tired, and cash was cash. The garage had been quiet all day, just 2 oil changes and a battery replacement. Jeff had left early for a doctor's appointment, leaving me to lock up. The extra money would help with the electricity bill that had been sitting on my kitchen table for the past week. So I locked up, grabbed the truck keys, and followed his directions. As we drove, he sat tensely in the passenger seat, barely speaking except to give directions. The heater blasted warm air that fogged the windows and carried the faint scent of his aftershave mixed with something sharper. Sweat, perhaps, or fear. I tried making conversation about the weather, the roads, normal things. He responded with nods or single words, his right leg bouncing nervously the whole time. We wound through narrow country lanes, headlights cutting through the darkness and rain. The wipers struggled to keep the windscreen clear as we passed ancient hedgerows and the occasional farmhouse, windows glowing warmly against the night. He directed me off the main road onto a dirt track I'd never noticed before, despite having lived in the area my whole life. It was pitch black by the time we got to the spot. I could barely make out his car, an old Vauxhall Astra, half sunken in the muddy verge beside what looked like an abandoned cottage. The headlights illuminated the scene in stark relief. The car tilted at an angle, front wheel buried to the axle in mud. The cottage beyond, a dark silhouette against the night sky. He asked me to back up and hook the winch, which I did while he stood off to the side, fidgeting with his phone like he couldn't wait to get away. The rain had eased to a light drizzle, but the ground was saturated, sucking at my boots as I worked. The tow truck's engine rumbled, vibrating through the damp air as I positioned it carefully, trying not to get stuck myself. The headlights cast long shadows across the scene, transforming ordinary shapes into something more sinister. I noticed the cottage more than anything. It was old, covered in ivy, windows boarded up, but not completely. Looked like no one had lived there for decades. The stone walls had weathered to a mottled grey, and half the slate roof had caved in on one side. A sagging wooden fence encircled what might once have been a garden, now overgrown with brambles and nettles. But the oddest thing was the faint glow from inside, like someone had lit a fire. I remember thinking, why would anyone be lighting a fire in a place like that? Then I saw it. A small twisted bit of fabric lying near the front steps. Looked like part of a blouse, torn at the seams. There were muddy footprints too, leading from the car to the door and back again. Rain had partially washed them away, but the pattern was clear. Someone had been going back and forth. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but something about the scene didn't feel right. I asked the bloke if he'd been in the cottage, just casual like. He said no, just got stuck and needed out. But his voice wavered. His eyes wouldn't meet mine, instead fixing on a point somewhere over my left shoulder. A muscle in his jaw twitched rhythmically. The silence between us stretched uncomfortably as I hooked up the tow cable to his car. The only sounds were the engine's idle, the light patter of rain, and the occasional distant hoot of an owl. No traffic noise reached us here. We could have been the only two people left in the world. When I started pulling his car out, I noticed the back seat was soaked and the passenger floor was caked in mud. And not just mud, it looked darker, like something else had stained the matting. I'm not saying it was blood. I didn't test it or anything, but I know what I saw. A rusty smear across the light grey carpet. I'd seen similar stains at the garage when people cut themselves on sharp metal and dripped before they realized. He kept rushing me, saying he had a newborn at home and needed to get back. This detail stuck with me later, the casual mention of a baby, like he was trying to humanize himself. I hooked the tow, pulled the car free, and watched as he jumped in and sped off without even waiting for a receipt. The taillights disappeared down the lane, leaving me alone in the darkness, with just that strange cottage for company. The rain picked up again as I packed away the equipment. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and for a moment, I thought I heard something else. A sound from the cottage, a creak or a sigh, like old timbers settling. I told myself it was nothing, just the wind or my imagination working overtime, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I drove back to the garage, locked up the tow truck, and headed home to my small flat above the old bakery on the high street. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that cottage, the torn fabric, the strange stain in the car. Something wasn't right, but I couldn't piece it together. Not yet. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling. The garage was busy with a Wednesday morning rush, commuters with flat tires and overheating engines. But my mind kept drifting back to Wincombe Lane. During my lunch break, I opened my laptop and searched for information about the cottage. There wasn't much, just a brief mention in a local history forum describing it as the old groundskeeper's residence for the Wincombe estate, abandoned since the 1980s when the main house was converted into luxury flats. I drove back to the cottage during daylight. The place looked even worse in the sun. Roof collapsing, fence falling in on itself. Wild roses and blackberry brambles had reclaimed the garden, creating an almost impenetrable barrier around parts of the building. An ancient oak tree loomed over the western wall, its branches scraping against the remaining roof tiles whenever the wind blew. The surrounding countryside rolled away in gentle hills, patchworked with fields and copses. In another context, it might have been picturesque, but something about the cottage jarred with the pastoral beauty. Like a rotten tooth in an otherwise perfect smile. I parked up and walked round the back, half expecting to see nothing, but the back door was slightly ajar. The wood had warped with age and damp, preventing it from closing properly. It creaked as I pushed it open, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet afternoon. Inside, the air was stale and cold, like it hadn't been breathed in years. But there were fresh boot prints on the dusty floor, and in the fireplace, burned clothing. Charred scraps of what looked like tights, a bra strap, and the edge of a denim skirt. Whoever had done this hadn't managed to destroy everything completely. Perhaps they'd been interrupted, or simply careless. The cottage interior was a single downstairs room with a narrow staircase leading to what I assumed was a bedroom above. The ceiling had partially collapsed, allowing daylight to stream through in dusty columns. An old wooden table stood in one corner, its surface covered in debris, fallen plaster, dead leaves, empty beer cans that looked several years old, not from last night. But someone had been here recently. Apart from the boot prints and the burned clothing, there were cigarette butts near the fireplace that hadn't had time to gather dust, and something else. A small silver hoop earring lying near the door, glinting in the daylight. The kind a teenage girl might wear. I left, fast. That night, I reported what I saw to the police, told them everything. The bloke's description, the location, even the weird stains in the car. The officer at the desk, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes, took notes with what seemed like practiced indifference. She asked if I could identify the man in the lineup, and I said I probably could. His face had been burned into my memory. They took a statement and said they'd look into it. I didn't hear anything for days. I kept checking the local news sites and papers, but there was nothing. Life at the garage continued as normal. Oil changes, tire rotations, MOT inspections. I didn't tell Jeff about what happened. Somehow putting it into words would have made it more real. Then it hit the news. A 17-year-old girl named Lucy Palmer had gone missing on her walk home from evening college classes. Last seen on the same night, not far from the area. The article included a photo. A pretty girl with long brown hair and a bright smile, wearing a navy blouse that looked like it might match the scrap of fabric I'd seen. The report said she'd been studying for her A-levels, hoping to read psychology at university next year. She'd texted her mother to say she was on her way home, then vanished. I recognized her immediately, not because I'd met her before, but because she had the same silver hoop earrings as the one I'd found in the cottage. The report listed what she'd been wearing when she disappeared: navy blouse, denim skirt, black tights. I called the police again, more urgently this time, mentioned the news article, the matching description. The officer who took my call sounded more interested now. He asked me to come in again to go over my statement. When they found her, it was because of the cottage. They searched it, found blood in the fireplace, some of her clothes buried under the floorboards, and eventually her body, dumped in a covered well just behind the property, bound, tortured, and killed. The well had been hidden by overgrown bushes, its wooden cover rotten but still intact enough to conceal what lay beneath. According to the forensic team, she'd been dead before being placed there. Small mercy, though that was. The investigation moved quickly after that. Police cordoned off the area. Forensic teams in white suits combed the cottage and surrounding grounds. News vans parked along Wincombe Lane. Reporters doing somber pieces to camera with the cottage visible in the background. Lucy's parents made a tearful appearance, begging for information. Turns out, the man I'd helped was her killer. They found his car at a car wash 2 days later, trying to get rid of the evidence. An attendant had become suspicious of how obsessively the man was cleaning the back seat and called the police. By then, my description had been circulated to local officers. When police matched the boot print in the cottage to the shoes in his flat, they brought him in. His name was David Rowley, 35, wife, 2 kids, no prior record. Worked as an IT technician at a secondary school in Warminster. Not the one Lucy attended, thankfully. Just a normal bloke on the surface. His wife was devastated, according to the papers. They'd been married for 10 years, had a 6-year-old daughter, and the newborn son he'd mentioned to me, just 8 weeks old. Neighbors described them as the perfect family. Quiet, friendly, always willing to lend a hand. No one had suspected a thing. During questioning, he cracked, admitted to everything, said he'd been having violent thoughts for years, claimed it all came to a head that night, that he lost control. He'd spotted Lucy walking alone as he drove home from work, offered her a lift because of the rain. She'd accepted, recognizing him vaguely as a school IT technician. But instead of taking her home, he'd driven to the cottage, a place he'd discovered while out walking months earlier, somewhere isolated, somewhere no one would hear her scream. I saw his mugshot on the news, same face, same nervous eyes, same man who handed me cash while a girl lay dead 20 feet away. In the harsh police station lighting, he looked simultaneously ordinary and monstrous. His eyes were vacant, as if whatever humanity had once existed inside him had been hollowed out. The details of what he did to Lucy emerged during the trial. Things I won't recount here, things that gave me nightmares for months afterward. The prosecution argued premeditation. He'd known about the cottage, had brought tools with him. The defense claimed temporary insanity, a psychotic break. But the jury wasn't convinced. How could they be, when he'd methodically cleaned his car, burned her clothes, hidden her body? He's in prison now, life without parole. They never found a clear motive, just some twisted, buried part of him that snapped. The closest thing to an explanation came from a prison psychologist who testified about violent fantasies that had festered for years, building pressure until reality and imagination blurred. I had to testify at the trial. Felt Lucy's parents' eyes on me the whole time, wondering if I could have saved their daughter, if I'd checked the cottage that night instead of the next day, if I'd detained the man somehow instead of helping him escape. Rational thoughts tell me there was nothing more I could have done. Lucy was already gone when I arrived at the scene. But rationality offers little comfort at 3 in the morning when sleep won't come. The media attention was overwhelming at first. Local reporters camped outside the garage, wanting the story of the man who'd unwittingly helped to kill her. National tabloids offered money for exclusive interviews. I refused them all. What could I say that wouldn't exploit Lucy's memory or her family's grief? Eventually, the news cycle moved on. A political scandal, a celebrity divorce, and suddenly Lucy Palmer was yesterday's tragedy. But Shaftesbury remembered. The town held a candlelight vigil in the market square. Hundreds came, standing silently as Lucy's favorite songs played through speakers. Her sixth form college established a scholarship in her name for students wanting to study psychology. Her parents, broken but dignified, thanked the community for their support. I went to the vigil but stayed at the back. Couldn't bring myself to approach Lucy's parents. What would I say? That I was sorry, that I wished things had been different. Empty words for an unbearable loss. In the months that followed, I found myself thinking about David Rowley almost as much as I thought about Lucy. What makes a man like that? He'd lived among us, shopping at the same supermarket, drinking in the same pubs, raising children. Had there been signs? Could someone have intervened earlier? Or are some people just born with something missing? Some essential piece of humanity absent from the start? I started having trouble sleeping. Nightmares plagued me. Visions of that cottage, of Lucy calling for help while I stood frozen outside. I'd wake drenched in sweat, heart hammering against my ribs. Jeff noticed the dark circles under my eyes, the way my hands sometimes shook. He suggested I talk to someone professional. I did, eventually. A therapist in Salisbury who specialized in trauma. Dr. Abigail Mercer, a soft-spoken woman with kind eyes and a gentle manner. She helped me understand that my feelings, the guilt, the anger, the fear, were normal responses to an abnormal situation. That I couldn't have known what was happening that night. That the responsibility lay with Rowley alone. But the sessions could only help so much. Some wounds don't heal cleanly. Sometimes I think back to that night. What if I hadn't gone? What if I'd pressed him harder? What if I'd opened the door to that cottage before he left? Questions without answers, playing on repeat in the quiet hours. I still work at the garage. Jeff retired last year and sold the business to me at a price I could almost afford, with a bank loan covering the rest. I've hired a young apprentice, teaching him the trade like Jeff taught me. Life continues its familiar patterns: oil changes, tire rotations, MOT inspections. The repetitive work has become a kind of therapy, focusing my mind on tangible problems with clear solutions. I still drive past Wincombe Lane sometimes, though I take the longer route when I can avoid it. The cottage is gone now, burned down by someone last year. Maybe angry locals. Maybe someone who just didn't want the place standing anymore. All that's left is a blackened shell and a few sections of stone wall, slowly being reclaimed by nature. The police investigation has long since concluded. The trial is over. Justice, such as it is, has been served. I get it. Some places should never hold memories like that. Some people, even less. And me, I just wish I hadn't been part of it at all. But I was. I am. My statement helped convict Rowley. My testimony ensured he'll never walk free again. Small consolation for what Lucy endured, for what her family continues to endure. But it's something. Lucy would have been 20 by now. Maybe in her second year at university, studying psychology like she'd planned. Perhaps making new friends, falling in love, discovering who she was meant to become. All those possibilities extinguished in a single night of inexplicable violence. I keep her photo, the one from the news article, pinned to my office wall at the garage. Not as a morbid reminder, but as a promise. To be more observant, to trust my instincts, to speak up when something feels wrong. I couldn't save Lucy Palmer, but maybe, just maybe, the lessons from that night might help someone else. Shaftesbury has moved on in its way. New people have moved to town. New stories occupy local gossip. But underneath the surface, things have changed. Parents are more cautious about letting their teenagers walk alone. People are more suspicious of strangers. The easy trust of small-town life has been fractured. As for me, I'm learning to live with what happened. Some days are easier than others. I've started dating again. A primary school teacher named Claire, who moved to town last year. She knows my story. Everyone in Shaftesbury does. But she doesn't treat me like a curiosity or a victim. With her, I can sometimes go hours without thinking about the cottage or David Rowley or Lucy Palmer. But I never forget completely. I don't think I'm meant to. In my darker moments, I wonder if Rowley was truly unique, or if there are others like him walking among us. Ordinary people harboring extraordinary capacity for evil. Fathers, neighbors, colleagues, with secret thoughts no one suspects. It's a terrifying possibility that keeps me awake some nights. More often, though, I choose to focus on the aftermath. Not just the horror, but the moments of humanity that followed. The police officers who worked tirelessly to build the case. The forensic team who ensured no evidence was overlooked. Lucy's friends who established an annual fun run in her memory. The community that rallied around her family in their darkest hour. Evil exists. I've seen it firsthand, but so does goodness. So does resilience. I didn't know her name that night. I didn't know someone had gone missing. All I knew was that something felt wrong in that place, and I couldn't explain why. Now I know, and I can never unknow it. The cottage on Wincolm Lane changed me forever. Not just what happened there, but the knowledge that ordinary lives can intersect with extraordinary evil in the most mundane circumstances. A broken down car, a rainy night, a simple tow job that connected me to a tragedy I never could have imagined. The cottage is gone. Lucy is gone. But the ripples from that night continue to spread, touching lives in ways both seen and unseen, including mine, especially mine. I never thought I'd be sharing this story with anyone, but I need to get it off my chest before I lose my mind. You know how some experiences are so disturbing that you start to doubt whether they actually happened? That's where I've been for the past 3 months since that night at the Penumbra Gallery. I keep telling myself it couldn't have been real, that I imagined it all. But then I'll catch a news item about another missing person or see an advertisement for an exclusive art show, and it all comes flooding back. I tried going to the police, but the investigation went nowhere. It's like the whole thing has been wiped clean, and I can't shake the feeling that people with serious money and influence want to keep it that way. I've spent the last decade as an arts journalist for various online publications, specializing in the more experimental corners of the contemporary art world. My particular focus has been the intersection of technology and art, AI-generated exhibitions, VR installations, blockchain-authenticated pieces, that sort of thing. This naturally led me to develop an understanding of the darker aspects of digital culture, including the infamous corners of the dark web, where contraband and controversial content circulates beyond mainstream scrutiny. The invitation to the Penumbra Gallery opening arrived via an encrypted email from a source I'd previously interviewed for a piece on controversial digital art markets. The exhibition was titled Visceral Truth and promised to transcend the boundaries between observer and subject through revolutionary live performance techniques. The gallery was a pop-up in an abandoned warehouse in East London, operating for just 3 nights. My source mentioned that several wealthy collectors and dark web art dealers would be present, making it a valuable networking opportunity. The exclusivity appealed to me. Invitation only, no photography permitted, no public social media coverage. I'd attended similar underground exhibitions before and written anonymous reviews that earned me credibility in certain circles. This didn't seem particularly different from other avant-garde showings where the location is revealed only hours before the event. The night of the exhibition was unseasonably cold for September. I arrived at the warehouse at precisely 9 p.m., as instructed. The building looked derelict from the outside. Broken windows patched with black plastic, graffiti covering the lower walls, no visible signage indicating an art event was occurring inside. Only the presence of a well-dressed doorman checking names against a tablet suggested anything legitimate was happening there. After verifying my identity and confiscating my mobile phone, standard practice for exclusive events seeking to prevent leaks, I was ushered through a series of black curtains into the main exhibition space. The transformation from decrepit exterior to polished gallery was impressive. The cavernous interior had been divided into various chambers using temporary walls, each space spotlessly white with professional lighting. Approximately 40 people milled about, drinking champagne from crystal flutes and speaking in hushed tones, a mixture of recognizable art world figures and individuals I suspected were the wealthy collectors my source had mentioned. The first few exhibition rooms featured relatively conventional shock art, photographs of extreme body modifications, video installations showing ritual scarification, sculptures made from what appeared to be preserved animal remains. Provocative, certainly, but nothing particularly groundbreaking for someone familiar with this corner of the art world. I remember thinking the exhibition was surprisingly tame, given the secretive nature of the invitation. It wasn't until I reached the central chamber that things began to feel genuinely unsettling. This room was larger than the others, with a raised circular platform in the center, surrounded by gallery-style seating. A sign indicated this would be the location of the evening's live performance, scheduled to begin at 11 p.m. What caught my attention, however, was the unusual technical setup. Multiple cameras on tripods positioned around the platform, connected to a sophisticated-looking control station where a man in black adjusted settings on several monitors. I overheard fragments of conversation that initially seemed like typical art world pretension, but took on more disturbing connotations in retrospect. Phrases like authentic reaction capture and unfiltered visceral response were exchanged alongside what sounded like technical terminology about stream quality and connection security. One particularly animated conversation near me included mention of premium access packages and cryptocurrency-only transactions. At 10:30 p.m., attendees were encouraged to view the final exhibition room before the performance began. This space contained what appeared to be documentation of previous performances. Photographs showing individuals in various states of distress, their bodies adorned with what I assumed were elaborate makeup effects simulating wounds, burns, and other injuries. The accompanying placards described these as consensual transformative experiences and the ultimate surrender of bodily autonomy in service of artistic truth. The technical proficiency was impressive. I remember commenting to another attendee about the realistic nature of the effects. He smiled in a way that made me deeply uncomfortable, remarking that the Penumbra Collective was known for its commitment to authenticity. As 11 p.m. approached, we were guided back to the central chamber. The lights had been dimmed except for those illuminating the platform, creating a theatrical atmosphere. A woman in a sleek black dress circulated with a tablet, collecting email addresses from attendees who wished to receive the full documentation package. I provided mine, assuming this referred to photographs of the performance, or perhaps a digital catalogue. The gallery director, a tall, angular woman with silver hair, stepped onto the platform to introduce the evening's performance. Her explanation was a nauseating mix of artistic jargon and philosophical posturing about confronting the reality of human fragility and democratizing the experience of suffering. She explained that the performance would be live-streamed to private collectors and patrons unable to attend in person, and that interaction between the physical and virtual audiences would form part of the experience. When the performer was led onto the platform, something felt immediately wrong. Unlike the confident, self-possessed individuals usually found in performance art, this man moved hesitantly, his eyes darting around the room with unmistakable fear. He was young, perhaps mid-20s, thin and pale with numerous tattoos. His wrists bore marks suggesting recent restraint, though these could have been makeup effects consistent with the exhibition's aesthetic. Two assistants positioned him in the center of the platform, securing his ankles to hidden anchor points on the floor. The gallery director explained this was for stability during the transformative process. But his increasing agitation suggested whatever was about to happen wasn't entirely consensual. The realization dawned on me with sickening clarity when the control station operator announced that the stream was live and bidding could commence. On the monitors, I could see what appeared to be a chat interface filled with usernames and cryptocurrency amounts. The gallery director began describing potential modifications while gesturing to different areas of the young man's body, each suggestion corresponding with flurries of activity in the chat. This wasn't performance art simulating harm. It was actual torture being live-streamed to paying viewers on the dark web, disguised as an avant-garde exhibition for a carefully selected in-person audience who were either complicit or, like me, had been duped into providing legitimacy to the event. I felt frozen in place as the first procedure began. A small but unmistakably real incision on the man's shoulder, performed with surgical precision by one of the assistants now wearing latex gloves. The victim's muffled scream cut through the appreciative murmurs of the audience. On the monitors, bids increased rapidly as viewers requested specific modifications. I should have left immediately, should have found help, but a paralyzing mixture of disbelief and fear kept me rooted to my seat. Surely this couldn't be real. Perhaps it was an elaborate hoax designed to provoke exactly the horror I was feeling. The attendance of respected art world figures seemed to support this hypothesis. I desperately clung to this explanation, even as the evidence before my eyes became increasingly difficult to rationalize away. The true turning point came when I made eye contact with the victim. There was no performance in his terror, no artistic statement in his suffering. In that moment of connection, I knew with absolute certainty that I was witnessing something genuinely monstrous. I rose to leave, trying to appear casual, claiming to need the toilet when questioned by one of the staff. Instead of directing me to facilities, however, he insisted on escorting me, his hand firmly gripping my elbow in a way that suggested leaving wasn't truly an option. In the hallway outside the main chamber, I encountered the gallery director engaged in conversation with two attendees. They were discussing private commissions and customized experiences in terms that made it clear the night's performance was merely an introduction to services offered through more discreet channels. When they noticed me, the conversation halted abruptly. The director approached, asking pointed questions about my publication and how I'd received my invitation. Her previously performative warmth had vanished, replaced by calculated assessment. When I mentioned my source, her expression shifted subtly, and she exchanged a glance with my escort that made my blood run cold. What followed was presented as a special tour of the artist's preparation area, but felt unmistakably like being taken into custody. I was led through a service door into the warehouse's back rooms, where the carefully constructed gallery aesthetic gave way to the building's industrial reality. In one room, computer equipment far more sophisticated than necessary for a simple art installation processed what appeared to be multiple live streams. In another, 3 frightened-looking individuals, similar in appearance to the performer on the platform, sat huddled under the watch of a security guard. The director explained in the same poised, articulate manner she'd used during the performance introduction that I had been granted access to privileged information and would need to sign extensive non-disclosure agreements. The alternative, implied rather than stated explicitly, involved joining those awaiting performance opportunities. I signed whatever was placed before me, my hand shaking so violently I barely recognized my own signature. The documents included clauses about artistic confidentiality and performance ethics that thinly disguised their true purpose: to silence witnesses to criminal activity. After what felt like hours but was probably only 45 minutes, I was returned to the main gallery space where the performance continued. The victim was still conscious, but clearly in shock, his body now bearing multiple modifications that would leave permanent scars at best. The audience watched with the detached appreciation of conventional gallery patrons, occasionally consulting their phones, presumably to follow the online auction determining what would happen next. I remained only long enough to avoid suspicion, then claimed illness and requested to leave. My phone was returned, but when I checked it later, I discovered all photos from that day had been deleted and the device had been reset to factory settings. In the following days, I attempted to report what I'd witnessed to the police. Their initial interest waned rapidly after they visited the warehouse, finding it empty with no evidence of the gallery's existence. The names I provided led nowhere. The Penumbra Collective had no official registration. The gallery director was untraceable, and the building's ownership was buried under layers of shell companies. A week later, I received an email containing only a link. Against my better judgment, I clicked it, finding myself on a password-protected site that appeared to be a catalogue of performances available for private commission. The thumbnail images were mercifully blurred, but recognizable enough that I could identify the young man from the exhibition among them. The final message arrived yesterday, a digital invitation to the next Penumbra event, scheduled for next month at an undisclosed location. The invitation included a personal note mentioning how my journalistic perspective had been particularly valuable and suggesting I might wish to participate more directly in future performances. I've deleted my email accounts, changed my phone number, and am staying with a friend while I arrange more permanent relocation. But I know these precautions are likely insufficient. The Penumbra Collective operates at the intersection of the art world and the dark web, with connections and resources beyond what conventional authorities can easily trace. Every gallery opening I see advertised now fills me with dread. Every art performance a potential front for unimaginable cruelty. The boundary between provocative creativity and genuine atrocity has been irrevocably blurred in my mind. And somewhere, I know the next exhibition is already being prepared, with new performers selected and wealthy patrons eagerly awaiting their invitations. You never really know your neighbors, do you? I mean, we all have this idea that suburbs are these safe little bubbles where everyone's just living their normal lives behind their normal doors. Mowing lawns on Sundays, having barbecues in summer, that whole picture-perfect thing. That's what I thought about Cherry Lane when I first moved there. Just your average street in a quiet suburb outside Manchester. Decent houses, nice gardens, the occasional kid's bike left on a front lawn. Nothing special, nothing that would make you look twice. I bought my house there about 4 years ago after getting a job at the local university's IT department. Nothing fancy, just network security and maintenance. The kind of job where people only notice you when something stops working. The house was a decent semi-detached. Previous owners had done it up nice enough that I didn't have to worry about major renovations. Perfect for a single guy who'd rather spend his weekends gaming than fixing leaky pipes. The neighbors seemed friendly enough at first. There was this older couple next door who'd bring in my bins when I forgot. A family with teenagers across the street. A few young professionals like me scattered around. Everyone smiled and waved, but kept to themselves for the most part. Perfect for me, since I've never been the block party type. I remember thinking it was weird how quiet the street was at night, even on weekends. Most suburbs have at least some noise. Teenagers hanging out, the occasional party, cars coming and going. But Cherry Lane was different. After about 9 p.m., it was like someone had hit a mute button. No cars driving through, no voices, sometimes not even the sound of a TV through an open window in summer. I just figured I'd gotten lucky. Found a street full of early-to-bed types who respected the peace and quiet. The first thing that struck me as odd, and honestly, I ignored it at the time, was the internet setup. Being an IT guy, I naturally checked out the network infrastructure when I moved in. The whole street had this insanely good fiber connection, way better than you'd expect for a suburb this far from the city center. I mean, we're talking enterprise-level speeds. When I asked the installation guy about it, he just shrugged and made a vague comment about the area being part of a special regional upgrade. I didn't question it, just felt lucky to have such good bandwidth for my gaming sessions. It was about 6 months in when I started noticing other strange things. Little inconsistencies that didn't quite add up, like how the houses all had these high-end security systems, not just alarms, but proper CCTV, motion sensors, the works. Strange for a neighborhood with practically zero crime. Or how almost everyone had blackout blinds or curtains that were always closed after dark. Or the way certain houses would have visitors only at specific times, never random drop-ins, always scheduled, always the same pattern. Being a bit of a nerd with too much time on my hands, I started keeping track of these patterns, just out of curiosity, you know. The family across the street, for instance, every Tuesday and Friday, they'd have visitors arrive precisely at 10 p.m. The visitors always parked around the corner, rather than directly outside. They'd stay for exactly 2 hours, then leave. Same routine, week after week. The house 3 doors down had a different schedule. Mondays and Thursdays, visitors between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. The older couple next door, Wednesdays, weekends off. It was like watching some bizarre shift rotation at a factory, except this was a residential street. I probably would have just written it off as some weird suburban swinger thing, or maybe a gambling circle if it hadn't been for what happened with my Wi-Fi. Being in network security, I regularly scan my home network for intrusions or unusual activity, just professional paranoia, I guess. One night, I noticed something strange. Massive data uploads happening at regular intervals, not from my devices, but somehow passing through a hidden node on my network. Someone had piggybacked onto my system, but in a way that was incredibly sophisticated. They weren't just stealing my Wi-Fi, they'd actually created a secondary network that was using my connection as one of multiple routes. It was brilliant, technically speaking, routing data through several houses to mask the origin point, the kind of setup that would take serious expertise and coordination. My professional curiosity got the better of me, and I did something I probably shouldn't have. I set up a packet sniffer to see what kind of data was being transmitted. I expected to find evidence of some boring corporate espionage, or maybe someone running an illegal file-sharing operation. It took me a few days to accept what I was seeing. The houses on Cherry Lane weren't just homes. They were broadcasting studios for the darkest corner of the internet. Red rooms, where people would pay to watch unspeakable things happen in real time. Each house had its own schedule, its own specialty, its own audience, and they were all connected through an elaborate network designed to hide the source of the broadcast from anyone investigating. I should have gone to the police immediately. That's what any normal person would have done. But two things held me back. First, I technically committed a crime by hacking into this network, and second, I had no actual proof of what was happening inside those houses. I'd seen the data, but not the content. For all I knew, I could have been misinterpreting everything. So I decided to gather more evidence. I set up a hidden camera, pointing out my front window, recording the comings and goings on the street. I kept logs of network activity, noted patterns of when broadcasts seemed to be happening. I even started taking evening walks around the neighborhood, trying to glimpse anything through windows or hear anything that might confirm my suspicions. That was my first mistake, showing interest. In a neighborhood built around secrecy, someone suddenly paying attention stands out like a spotlight in darkness. About 2 weeks into my amateur investigation, I noticed a shift in the atmosphere on Cherry Lane. The neighbors stopped waving or making small talk. Cars I didn't recognize would drive slowly past my house at odd hours. My bins would be searched before collection day, items moved around or taken. Small things that could be explained away but added up to a clear message. I was being watched. Then came the digital warnings. My personal account started showing login attempts from unknown locations. My home security system would report offline status despite being fully functional. Anonymous emails would arrive with no content, except my current location or a photo of me taken earlier that day without my knowledge. I was being hunted by people who knew exactly how to disappear others. The turning point came when I returned home one evening to find my front door unlocked. I knew for certain I'd locked it. I always triple-checked. Inside, nothing seemed obviously disturbed, but a network scan revealed a new device connected to my Wi-Fi. A small camera hidden in my living room smoke detector. They'd been inside my house, studying me, assessing the threat I posed. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark, back against the wall, laptop open in front of me as I frantically compiled all my evidence onto an encrypted drive. The plan was simple. Leave at dawn, drive straight to a police station in another city, hand everything over, and disappear. Whatever was happening on Cherry Lane was bigger than me, more organized than I'd initially thought. As I worked, a notification popped up on my network monitor. Unusual activity on the street's shared infrastructure. Data rates spiking across multiple houses simultaneously, outside their normal broadcasting schedules. This had never happened before. All the houses were active at once, like some coordinated event. A sinking feeling settled in my stomach as another notification appeared. Someone was accessing my home network, not from outside, but from one of my own devices. The camera in the smoke detector had been activated remotely. I was being watched right now as I prepared my escape. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It contained only a link, an onion address, accessible only through Tor browsers. Against every instinct screaming at me to ignore it, to grab my keys and run, I clicked the link. It opened to a streaming page with multiple camera views, all showing different angles of my house. My front door, back garden, the street outside, and most terrifyingly, my living room. Me sitting there with my laptop, watching myself on the screen. In the corner of the page was a countdown timer, 003000, ticking down second by second. Below it, a viewer count rapidly climbing into the hundreds, and a comment section filling with messages in multiple languages. The title of the stream, displayed across the top of the page, turned my blood to ice. It announced a Cherry Lane special event focused on eliminating a security threat, with viewer participation enabled. This wasn't just surveillance, it was entertainment. I had been marked not just for removal, but for broadcast. The quiet, ordinary houses of Cherry Lane had synchronized their operations for a special feature presentation, and I was to be the unwilling star. I slammed my laptop shut, grabbed my car keys and the encrypted drive, and made for the front door. As my hand touched the knob, every light in my house suddenly went out. Not just electric lights. My phone died simultaneously, my smartwatch, everything electronic. An EMP device, professional grade, taking out everything with a circuit in a 10-meter radius. In the perfect darkness, I heard multiple cars pulling up outside, car doors opening and closing with soft, deliberate clicks, footsteps on gravel, approaching from both directions. The sound of my back door lock being expertly picked. They were efficient, I'll give them that. They knew exactly how to control a situation, how to minimize noise and struggle. I fought anyway, managed to injure at least 2 of them, before something pricked my neck, and the world began to dissolve around me. I woke up in a room I didn't recognize, yet somehow knew intimately from its dimensions and design. One of the broadcasting rooms I'd never seen but had tracked through network data. The encrypted drive was gone. My clothes had been changed. Monitoring equipment had been attached to my chest and head. To capture vital signs for the viewers, I realized with detached horror. A high-end camera sat on a tripod in the corner, its red light glowing steadily. On the wall, a monitor displayed the same streaming page I'd seen earlier, now showing me in this room from multiple angles. The viewer count had reached thousands. The comment section scrolled too fast to read, but I caught disturbing suggestions about starting with fingers and saving the face for last among the less translatable comments. In that moment, I understood the true horror of Cherry Lane. It wasn't just that some neighbors were running red rooms. It was that the entire street was a coordinated operation. Everyone was involved, from the elderly couple who'd helped with my bins to the family with teenagers across the street. The quiet suburb wasn't a collection of independent households who happened to be engaged in similar activities. It was a purpose-built broadcasting facility disguised as a normal neighborhood. They'd created an entire fake community, with each house serving a specific role in both the operation and the maintenance of the facade. Some houses were broadcasting studios, others were for technical support, others for security and surveillance. They'd even planted fake normal residents, like the older couple, to make the street appear more authentic to outsiders and new targets. And I hadn't stumbled into this by accident. My background in IT security, my living alone, my clean record and minimal social connections. I'd been selected, researched, and maneuvered into buying that specific house. They'd wanted someone with technical skills to maintain their network infrastructure, someone who wouldn't be immediately missed if they disappeared. I wasn't their first victim. I was their newest employee, expected to work until I became content. The door opened, and 3 of my neighbors entered, people I'd waved to, made small talk with, believed were just ordinary people living ordinary lives. They wore surgical masks and gloves, and one carried a case that opened to reveal medical tools arranged with meticulous precision. The last thing I remember clearly was one of them adjusting the camera angle while explaining to the viewers that tonight's broadcast would demonstrate the consequences of curiosity, teaching a lesson about why some doors should remain closed and some networks left unexplored. I'm only able to tell this story because I escaped. Not that night, but months later, after I'd been broken, after I'd been forced to participate in what happened in those houses, after I'd learned every technical aspect of their operation. I got out during a power outage caused by a winter storm, the only time their redundant systems all failed simultaneously. I took nothing except knowledge of what happens on streets like Cherry Lane. I live differently now, in a small apartment in a crowded city center. I have no internet connection, no smart devices, nothing that connects to anything else. I change locations every few weeks, pay only in cash, use a different name each time. I write this on paper, transferring it by memory to a public computer that I will never use again. Because Cherry Lane wasn't unique, it was one of many. Their network data revealed connections to similar operations across the country, across Europe, a whole hidden infrastructure of ordinary-looking streets, where extraordinary horrors unfold behind drawn curtains. Streets designed to look normal from the outside, while hosting the most profitable form of entertainment for those with the darkest appetites and the deepest pockets. Sometimes, when I walk through residential areas, I find myself studying the houses, looking for the signs I now recognize all too well. The uniformity of security systems, the pattern of visitor arrivals, the quality of the internet infrastructure, the silence after dark. And sometimes I see a street that matches all the criteria, where every house has blackout blinds that close at sunset, where the residents move with the hyper-awareness of people who know they're always on camera, where normal neighborhood randomness has been replaced by choreographed ordinariness. When I find those streets, I keep walking and never look back. Because the most terrifying thing about places like Cherry Lane isn't what happens inside those houses. It's how ordinary they appear from the outside, how effectively they hide in plain sight, and how many of them exist in quiet suburbs just like yours. I can't watch YouTube anymore. Not even the most innocent cooking tutorials or guitar lessons. The moment a camera angle shifts unexpectedly, or someone laughs with a fraction too much enthusiasm, my mind immediately floods with images I've spent 2 years trying to forget. Blood pooling on polished hardwood floors, the reflection of ring lights in terrified eyes, the sound of a viewership counter ticking upward as unspeakable acts were performed for an invisible audience hidden in the darkest corners of the internet. Before that week in Brighton, I was just another aspiring content creator desperate for that elusive breakthrough moment. 23 years old with a moderately successful YouTube channel. 80,000 subscribers built over 3 grueling years of twice-weekly uploads, mostly commentary on gaming culture and tech reviews. Not exactly setting the algorithm on fire, but enough to occasionally receive sponsorship offers and free products. The grinding predictability of creating content while working part-time at a mobile phone shop had begun wearing me down. Each video feeling more formulaic than the last. Engagement metrics plateauing despite increasingly desperate attempts to capture attention in an oversaturated market. When the email arrived from Jules Harrison, content creator extraordinaire with 5 million subscribers and founder of the Spotlight Collective, I initially assumed it was spam or an elaborate prank. The Spotlight was legendary in UK YouTube circles, a collaboration house where Jules brought together up-and-coming creators for month-long residencies that typically resulted in massive subscriber growth for participants. Their videos, high-energy challenges, elaborate pranks, and carefully choreographed spontaneous moments dominated recommended feeds across multiple demographics. An invitation to their summer residency program was essentially a golden ticket, a shortcut past years of algorithm-chasing obscurity. The email contained the perfect blend of personalized appreciation and vague promises. Jules claimed to admire my authentic voice and untapped potential, suggesting that a month at the Brighton mansion they'd rented for the summer could elevate my content to its natural audience. I should have been suspicious of the flattery, should have questioned why someone with millions of followers would notice my modest channel. But validation is a powerful intoxicant when you've been shouting into the void for years, each upload meeting with increasingly diminished returns. Within days, I had rearranged my work schedule, packed my equipment, and boarded a train to the South Coast, nursing dreams of verification badges and sponsorship deals. The house itself was exactly what you'd expect from successful YouTubers. A sprawling Victorian mansion overlooking the sea, renovated with an aesthetic that balanced historical features with contemporary luxury and optimal filming conditions. Perfect natural lighting streamed through massive windows, every room equipped with professional-grade sound dampening and wall-mounted ring lights. The 6 other content creators selected for the residency represented diverse niches. Beauty tutorials, fitness challenges, comedy sketches, true crime commentary, urban exploration, and cooking videos, creating what Jules described as perfect cross-pollination potential for collaborative content. The first few days proceeded exactly as promised. We filmed introductory content establishing the residency concept, participated in getting to know you challenges designed to showcase our personalities, and planned collaborative videos that would introduce each creator's audience to the others. Jules and his core team, 3 long-term collaborators who handled technical aspects, editing, and social media management, maintained a relentlessly upbeat atmosphere while guiding us through their proven content formulas. The resulting videos performed exceptionally well, my subscriber count jumping by thousands within days as the Spotlight's massive audience discovered my channel through cleverly structured collaborations. The subtle shift began during the 2nd week as Jules introduced what he called escalation content, videos designed to capitalize on our growing comfort with each other by pushing boundaries for entertainment value. What started as mildly embarrassing challenges gradually evolved into elaborate pranks with increasingly uncomfortable elements. Sleep deprivation, minor physical discomfort, emotional manipulation designed to capture genuine distress that could be packaged as entertainment. Nothing technically harmful, but walking a line that made several of us privately uncomfortable, though none dared voice concerns for fear of appearing ungrateful or unsuited to the competitive reality of professional content creation. I remember the exact moment when my unease crystallized into something more concrete. During a late-night editing session, I noticed discrepancies in the footage from a particularly intense prank involving simulated intruders. The reactions Jules had captured seemed disproportionate to the scenario as I remembered it. Expressions of fear that exceeded what would be reasonable for something understood to be staged. Reviewing the raw footage more carefully, I noticed subtle cuts where reactions from different contexts had been spliced together, creating a narrative of escalating terror that hadn't actually occurred in the sequence shown. When I casually mentioned these observations to Mai, the beauty content creator who had become my closest ally in the house, she shared similar concerns about her own footage being manipulated to exaggerate emotional responses. More disturbing was her revelation that certain exclusive content was being filmed when some of us were sent on off-site activities, featuring the remaining residents in scenarios she described as significantly more intense than what appeared on the public channels. That night, unable to sleep and increasingly troubled by the pattern emerging, I made the fateful decision to investigate the technical setup in the basement media room, where all footage was processed and uploaded. The house was quiet, most residents exhausted from a particularly demanding day of filming. The media room door was locked, but the adjacent storage area connected through a partially concealed access point behind sound dampening panels, something I'd noticed earlier in the week while helping transport equipment. The computers were running, multiple monitors displaying editing interfaces with ongoing projects. What immediately caught my attention wasn't the familiar YouTube Studio interface, but several adjacent screens showing a completely different platform. Dark background, red accents, user interfaces displaying cryptocurrency values and viewer counts. One monitor showed what appeared to be a private chat, where users with anonymized handles discussed upcoming episodes and intensity progression, alongside cryptocurrency bids for what they called direction privileges. With growing horror, I realized I was looking at the back end of a dark web broadcasting operation, one that ran parallel to the legitimate YouTube content. As I navigated through the file structure, the truth revealed itself with nauseating clarity. The Spotlight Collective's public channel was merely the sanitized, algorithm-friendly version of their actual product, a subscription-based dark web stream where the pranks, challenges, and interpersonal conflicts were staged at progressively more extreme levels for paying audiences who could influence events through bidding systems. The folder labeled Previous Residents contained material that confirmed my worst fears. These weren't just recordings of pranks, but documented psychological breaking points, moments where genuine distress had been deliberately engineered and captured. Most disturbing were subfolders with participants' names followed by finale designations containing footage never intended for public platforms. Scenarios where simulation gave way to actual harm, where the line between content and cruelty had been deliberately, methodically erased. I was so absorbed in this discovery that I failed to notice the door opening behind me. Jules's voice, stripped of its YouTube enthusiasm and speaking with clinical detachment, observed that I'd accelerated the schedule by discovering their operation prematurely. His tone suggested this was not an unexpected development, but rather a contingency they had prepared perhaps even a scenario that had played out with previous residents whose disturbing finale folders I just discovered. What followed exists in my memory as fragmented impressions rather than coherent sequence, Jules explaining with disturbing calmness that I had unwittingly auditioned for and been selected for their dark web content stream, where authentic reactions to escalating scenarios commanded premium subscription rates from viewers tired of the artificial positivity of mainstream platforms. The real purpose of the Spotlight Residency program wasn't to elevate promising creators, but to identify those whose psychological profile suggested they would produce compelling content when subjected to genuine rather than simulated distress. My attempted escape was predictably unsuccessful. The house had been specifically selected for its isolation and security features. The other residents either complicit or themselves unaware of the true nature of their participation. The following 3 days became a nightmare of forced participation in what they called my breakdown arc, a carefully orchestrated series of scenarios designed to document my psychological deterioration for their dark web audience. Each segment was constructed to appear consensual if viewed selectively, with carefully captured moments of apparent agreement that could be edited together to create plausible deniability. The other residents' reactions revealed the spectrum of their involvement. My and 2 others displayed the genuine shock of fellow victims, while the remaining 3 showed the practiced detachment of those who had already completed their own arcs and graduated to becoming facilitators rather than subjects. The true horror wasn't just what was happening, but the realization that this system had been operating for years, processing waves of aspiring creators through its machinery. Some discarded after providing sufficient content, others absorbed into the operation as their moral boundaries were systematically dismantled. My salvation came not through my own efforts, but through Mai's desperate initiative. Having witnessed my content sessions and realizing she was likely scheduled for similar treatment, she had managed to smuggle a message out through a food delivery service, using a technique so simple it had evaded the elaborate security systems. A note written in eyeliner on a delivery instruction slip, containing just enough information to raise alarms when received by someone outside the house's controlled environment. The police response was initially skeptical, but escalated rapidly when Mai's family independently reported concerns after unusual changes in her communication patterns. The raid occurred during what was being prepared as my finale session, interrupting a scenario designed to document actual rather than simulated harm. The resulting investigation uncovered not just the dark web broadcasting operation, but a cryptocurrency trail linking the Spotlight Collective to similar operations across multiple countries, a network of content houses where the boundaries between entertainment and exploitation had been deliberately, profitably erased. The legal aftermath continues even now, complicated by jurisdictional issues and the technical challenges of prosecuting crimes conducted through encrypted channels. Jules and 2 core team members remain in custody awaiting trial, while others negotiate reduced sentences in exchange for testimony. The victims, dozens identified across 3 years of operations, grapple with psychological trauma and the knowledge that footage of their worst moments continues to circulate in unreachable corners of the internet. I haven't posted online since that day. My channel remains dormant, comment sections filled with conspiracy theories and demands for explanation that I cannot bring myself to address. Sometimes I receive messages from accounts I don't recognize, containing nothing but timestamp references that I understand with sickening clarity to be directions to specific moments in my content arc, still being viewed and shared on platforms beyond the reach of conventional moderation. The most disturbing legacy isn't the personal trauma, but the knowledge that the Spotlight Collective was merely one node in a larger network, a proof of concept showing how effectively mainstream content creation could be weaponized as both cover and recruitment for darker operations. How many other collaboration houses, creator residencies, and content collectives operate similar schemes beneath their algorithm-friendly surfaces? How many aspiring creators, desperate for visibility in an oversaturated market, are being evaluated not for their talent, but for their potential to generate compelling content when their consent is methodically, invisibly withdrawn? Each viral challenge, each increasingly extreme prank war, each collaboration house promoting authentic content and pushing boundaries now represents potential danger rather than opportunity. The possible visible surface of operations extending into depths where entertainment and atrocity become indistinguishable, where audiences transition from passive viewers to active directors of harm, where the desperate pursuit of visibility becomes vulnerability to those who see human breaking points as merely premium content for the darkest corners of the web. I'd been searching for part-time work to supplement my income from freelance graphic design, something to keep the creditors at bay while I built up my portfolio. The job listing was buried on page 4 of a local creative industries forum. Photography assistant needed for established studio. No experience necessary. Excellent pay, flexible hours. It seemed perfect, almost suspiciously so. But desperation has a way of silencing those little warning bells that might otherwise save your life. I still remember the chill that ran through me as I first approached Blackstone Studios, an old Victorian textile factory converted into creative spaces, with its red brick facade darkened by decades of industrial pollution and windows that reflected too much and revealed too little. The entrance was around the back, down an alley strewn with cigarette ends and discarded takeaway containers. A heavy steel door with peeling black paint and a small intercom that emitted a static hiss when pressed. Inside the space was cavernous, with high ceilings and exposed beams, the wooden floorboards creaking beneath my feet as I was led through to the main studio. Industrial lights hung from metal frames, casting harsh shadows across seamless white backdrops, and an array of equipment that looked far more sophisticated than what you'd expect in a relatively unknown local studio. Everything was meticulously organized. Lenses arranged by focal length, reflectors stacked according to size, filters in labeled drawers. The apparent professionalism eased my initial discomfort somewhat. The owner, Alex, was soft-spoken with a faint Eastern European accent I couldn't quite place. He moved with deliberate precision, hands always steady, eyes constantly assessing. Looking back, I realized he was studying me in the same clinical way he adjusted his equipment, measuring angles, calculating exposure, determining worth. He explained that the studio specialized in exclusive portraiture for select clients, and that my role would primarily involve administrative tasks, basic equipment maintenance, and occasionally assisting during shoots. The pay was twice what I'd expected, cash in hand, no questions asked. I should have asked questions. I should have walked away. My first week passed uneventfully. I organized bookings, cleaned lenses, learned the filing system for their digital archives. The shoots I assisted with seemed legitimate. Local musicians for album covers, products for e-commerce sites, a few corporate headshots. But I never saw the same client twice, and the studio operated on an unusual schedule, often opening late in the evening and continuing well into the early hours. Alex explained this was to accommodate international clients in different time zones, which seemed reasonable enough at the time. The change began subtly during my second week. New equipment arrived, specialized lighting rigs, medical-grade restraints disguised as posing aids, soundproofing panels installed along the inner walls. A separate room at the back of the studio was designated off-limits, the heavy door secured with an electronic keypad. When I inquired about it, Alex explained it housed expensive vintage equipment and delicate processing chemicals. I nodded, as if this made perfect sense, ignoring the fact that I'd never seen any evidence of film photography or darkroom work in the entirely digital operation. Then came the night that continues to haunt my dreams, to intrude on quiet moments when I let my guard down. Alex had asked me to stay late to help with an important client, someone who had requested absolute discretion and a specific aesthetic that would require additional hands on set. The subject arrived around midnight, a young woman who appeared slightly disoriented, her movements sluggish, as Alex guided her to a chair in the makeup area. Her pupils were dilated, her responses delayed. I remember thinking she might be intoxicated or perhaps just exhausted, rationalizing away the warning signs that now seem so glaringly obvious. As I helped set up the lighting, I noticed Alex preparing an unusual shot list on his tablet. Close-ups of the woman's hands, her neck, her eyes, detailed documentation of specific parts rather than cohesive portraits. He positioned her against a clinical white backdrop, adjusting her limbs with emotionless precision, occasionally glancing at his phone as if receiving instructions. The woman complied without resistance, her expression vacant, disconnected from what was happening to her body. During a moment when Alex stepped away to adjust the light, I caught a glimpse of his computer screen. It wasn't connected to the standard editing software the studio used, but instead displayed what appeared to be a private broadcasting platform with a chat sidebar filled with messages. I couldn't read them from where I stood, but I saw cryptocurrency amounts being listed alongside timestamps. A cold realization began to form in the pit of my stomach. My suspicions deepened when Alex asked me to help move the woman to the restricted room. The keypad code 2740 is seared into my memory, the soft electronic beep as the lock disengaged, marking the moment my understanding of human depravity expanded beyond what I'd thought possible. Inside, the room was divided into two sections. The first contained broadcasting equipment, multiple screens displaying different camera angles, a sophisticated audio setup. The second, separated by a glass partition, resembled a medical examination room, sterile, bright, with a central table equipped with restraints and surrounded by precision lighting designed to eliminate shadows. Alex instructed me to wait in the first section, while he positioned the woman in the second. As he secured her to the table, I noticed one of the screens displaying a website interface. Dark background, red accents, a title in Cyrillic letters I couldn't understand, and below it, in English, Live in 1500. A countdown timer ticked away beside it. Next to this was what appeared to be a bidding system, with users submitting amounts next to specific requests. I stood frozen, my mind racing to process what I was seeing, to deny the obvious conclusion. This wasn't a photography studio. It was a broadcasting station for dark web torture performances, with the photo shoots serving as documentation of the victims before their ordeal, creating promotional material for upcoming shows. The realization hit me with physical force, my legs nearly buckling beneath me. Alex returned to the control area and began checking the equipment, seemingly oblivious to my horror, or perhaps simply accustomed to it. He handed me a list of timestamps and instructed me to mark them during the broadcast for later editing. His casual tone, the businesslike manner in which he described what would happen next, it was the mundanity of his evil that struck me most deeply. The way he spoke about unspeakable acts as if discussing lighting setups or aperture settings. I mumbled something about needing the toilet and backed out of the room, my hand slipping into my pocket to grasp my phone. In the corridor, I frantically typed a message to the police, trying to describe the location and situation without fully understanding it myself. But as I moved toward the exit, Alex appeared in the doorway of the restricted room, his expression shifting as he registered the phone in my hand, the fear in my eyes, the betrayal of my knowledge. What followed was a nightmarish chase through the labyrinthine building. I fled down staircases and through abandoned floors of the old factory, hearing Alex's measured footsteps behind me, never hurried yet somehow always gaining. I remember the scratch of rough brick against my palms as I pressed myself into dark corners, the taste of blood from biting my lip to stay silent, the distant sound of traffic on the main road, so close yet impossibly far. I eventually found an emergency exit at the back of the ground floor, the push bar releasing with a crash that seemed to echo through the entire building. I ran blindly into the night, not stopping until I reached the main road where a night bus was pulling up. I boarded without checking its destination, collapsed into a seat, and watched the darkened buildings recede as we pulled away from the northern quarter. The police response was frustratingly inadequate. Without concrete evidence beyond my testimony, and with my panicked description lacking specifics about the website or the victim's identity, their investigation moved slowly. By the time they obtained a warrant 3 days later, Blackstone Studios had been cleared out, equipment gone, hard drives removed, walls repainted. The woman I had seen that night was never identified. In the months that followed, I obsessively researched dark web broadcasting, trying to find some trace of the operation, some way to identify the perpetrators or help their victims. Using borrowed laptops in public libraries and anonymous browsing tools, I discovered an underground network of similar studios across Europe and beyond, each operating under the guise of legitimate creative businesses. Photography studios, indie film productions, modeling agencies, all perfect covers for acquiring victims and equipment without raising suspicion. The most disturbing discovery came 6 months later, when I found a forum discussing a notorious broadcaster who had recently changed location. Attached was a production still, the clinical white backdrop I recognized from Blackstone, the same lighting setup, the same clinical framing. But the most chilling detail was barely visible in the corner of the image. A reflection in a metal surface, distorted but recognizable. My own face, captured during what I had thought was a legitimate photo shoot during my first week. I had been documented just like the victims, perhaps as insurance, perhaps as a potential subject. The thought that my image might still be circulating in those dark corners of the internet, that Alex might still be searching for the assistant who fled, keeps me looking over my shoulder even now. I've moved cities twice since then, changed my appearance, abandoned social media. I work exclusively from home, designing under a pseudonym, payments routed through multiple accounts. Some might call it paranoia. I call it survival. Sometimes I wonder what happened to that woman on the table, if she survived that night, if she even remembers what happened to her in that sterile room. I wonder how many others have taken her place since then, How many studios like Blackstone continue to operate behind unremarkable facades in cities around the world? Most of all, I wonder if anyone who views those broadcasts ever recognizes the true horror, not in the explicit violence being performed, but in the deliberate, methodical documentation that preceded it, the camera that first captured a human being and transformed them into content. Because that's what I understood in that moment behind the studio door. The camera doesn't just record dehumanization, it begins it. The lens that frames, that crops, that isolates parts from the whole is the first act of violence. And somewhere out there, someone is still adjusting the perfect exposure for the next victim, still waiting for the red light that signals they're live. This is not exactly something you bring up at dinner parties, but I need to get it out of my system somehow, so, well, here goes. Last summer, I was working as a freelance photographer in London, mostly corporate headshots and property listings for estate agents. Nothing glamorous, just steady work to pay the bills. I'd been doing this specialized architectural photography for high-end properties, and I guess my portfolio had started making the rounds in certain circles. So this email comes through on a Tuesday morning while I'm nursing a hangover and desperately trying to meet a deadline. The offer was, well, it was ridiculous really. $5,000 for a single evening's work, photographing a penthouse apartment in Knightsbridge before some exclusive private event. The catch was I couldn't share or publish the photos anywhere. They were strictly for the owner's personal collection. And I had to sign this extensive NDA before even getting the address. Looking back now, there were so many red flags. But when you're staring at your bank balance wondering how you're going to make rent, $5,000 might as well be a lifeline thrown from heaven. I convinced myself it was probably just some Russian oligarch or Saudi prince who wanted discretion. You hear about those types all the time in London property circles, people who pay obscene amounts for privacy. The NDA was intimidating, all dense legal language about confidentiality and severe consequences for breaches. I skimmed it, if I'm being honest. Another red flag I ignored. I was just focused on that payment, which they promised would be transferred immediately after the job. The address turned out to be this ultra-modern glass tower near the river. You know the type, those buildings that look like they're made entirely of mirrors reflecting the city back on itself. The penthouse took up the entire top floor. I remember the lift needed a special keycard, which the concierge provided after checking my name against some list. The moment I stepped into that penthouse, I felt, I don't know how to describe it exactly, like walking into a space that wasn't quite connected to the normal world. The place was immaculate, all white marble, glass walls, and these massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking London. But there was something clinical about it, unlived in, like a stage set rather than a home. My contact was this woman in her 40s, expensively dressed, but in that understated way that actually costs more than flashy. She walked me through what they needed, primarily shots of the main entertaining space before guests arrived for their private club event later that evening. She mentioned it was an exclusive members-only affair and that I needed to be finished and gone by 8 p.m. sharp. I got to work, setting up my equipment and taking test shots. The main room was enormous, with this circular arrangement of white leather sofas in the center facing inward. Weird layout for a living space, but I figured it was arranged that way for the event. There were these strange metal fixtures on the walls and ceiling that I assumed were for lighting or art installations. While I was working, staff kept coming in and out, setting up for the evening. They all wore these identical black outfits with no logos or identifying features. None of them spoke to me or even acknowledged my presence, just moved around me like I was furniture. About an hour in, I needed to use the toilet. The woman pointed me down a hallway, and I took a wrong turn, opening a door to what I thought was the bathroom. Instead, I found myself in some kind of control room. There were monitors showing different angles of the main room I'd been photographing, plus other rooms in the penthouse I hadn't seen yet. Before I could process what I was looking at, someone firmly grabbed my shoulder and steered me back into the hallway, pointing to the correct door without saying a word. I remember standing in that pristine bathroom, staring at my reflection, telling myself there was a perfectly reasonable explanation. Maybe it was a security setup for high-profile guests, or perhaps the owner was paranoid about staff stealing. I splashed water on my face and decided to finish the job as quickly as possible. The atmosphere was making me increasingly uncomfortable. When I returned to the main room, they were testing some lighting setups. The circular arrangement of sofas was now illuminated from above, creating this stage-like effect, with the center space brightly lit while the seating remained in shadow. It looked less like a social gathering setup and more like a viewing area. The woman came back to check on my progress and must have noticed me staring at the equipment, because she smoothly explained that they had a doctor on standby for all events, as many of their members were older. Made sense, I told myself. Just responsible hosting for wealthy clients. As I was packing up my gear, I realized I'd left a lens filter in one of the bedrooms I'd photographed earlier. I headed down a different hallway than before and opened what I thought was the right door. Instead, I found myself in a room that looked like a cross between a medical supply storage and a film studio. There were cameras on tripods, lights, more of that medical equipment, and these metal restraints attached to what looked like some kind of examination table. My stomach dropped. I suddenly felt ice cold despite the summer heat. Before I could back out, I noticed a laptop open on a desk, its screen showing what was unmistakably a dark web browser. Something I'd only ever read about but recognized from news articles. And on the screen was a payment page with astronomical figures next to usernames. I quietly closed the door and practically ran back to the main room, grabbing my stuff without checking if I had everything. I needed to get out of there. Now the woman seemed to materialize out of nowhere, asking if I'd gotten everything I needed. I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak properly. She handed me an envelope, saying the transfer would be processed as agreed, but this was a bonus for my discretion. As I waited for the lift, clutching my camera bag, I noticed more people arriving. Wealthy-looking individuals in expensive suits and evening wear being checked against a list before being allowed up. Not one of them looked at me or each other. There was no warmth, no social greeting you'd expect from club members. Just this focused anticipation that made my skin crawl. The lift finally arrived, and as the doors were closing, I locked eyes with a young woman being escorted by two men in those same black outfits. She looked vacant, like she wasn't fully present. The men gripped her elbows in a way that didn't look supportive but controlling. Just before the doors shut completely, I swear I saw a flicker of panic cross her face, a silent plea that haunts me still. I got home somehow, though I barely remember the journey. My hands were shaking so badly, I could hardly get my key in the door. When I finally managed to open the envelope, there was £5,000 in cash and a note thanking me for my service to the circle, with a website address, an onion link for the dark web. Curiosity battled with dread that night as I paced my flat, the envelope sitting on my table like a live grenade. Eventually, I did something I'm not proud of. I downloaded a Tor browser and entered the link. What I found was a countdown timer and a membership fee that was more money than I'd make in 3 years. The page described an exclusive viewing experience for those with refined tastes and displayed blurred preview images that made me physically sick when I realized what they were suggesting. I shut my laptop and vomited in my kitchen sink. Those people weren't arriving for a sex club. It was a viewing party, a live audience for something unspeakable happening to real people. And I had helped them, photographed their space, made it look perfect for their marketing materials or membership site or whatever hellish purpose those images would serve. I spent the night alternating between panic and rationalization. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions. Maybe it was just some extreme but consensual thing for the super rich. But I kept seeing that young woman's face in the lift, the vacant look, the flash of fear. By morning, I'd convinced myself I needed to report what I'd seen. But report what exactly? I had no concrete evidence of anything illegal, just suspicions and glimpses of things that disturbed me. And that NDA I'd signed, the penalties suddenly seemed much more ominous than simple financial damages. I tried calling the building management company to ask about the penthouse, only to be told no such unit existed at that address. When I insisted, describing the woman who'd hired me, they said they had no record of such a person and suggested I might have the wrong building. 3 days later, my entire portfolio website disappeared. Every cloud backup I had was wiped. My professional social media accounts vanished. It was as if my career had been erased overnight. When I called my web host in a panic, they told me the takedown had been executed with a legal order they couldn't discuss. A week after that, I was evicted from my flat. The landlord claimed to have received complaints about illegal activity, though he wouldn't specify what kind. My bank account was frozen pending an investigation into unspecified financial irregularities. The message was clear. I'd seen something I shouldn't have, and these people had the power to dismantle my life without leaving fingerprints. I left London that night, staying with a cousin in Manchester, while trying to figure out what to do. I've moved twice more since then, changed my name, abandoned photography completely. I work in a warehouse now, cash in hand. I don't have social media, a credit card, or a permanent address. I look over my shoulder constantly, flinching whenever I see anyone in a black outfit or a luxury car slowing down near me. Sometimes I wonder if I overreacted, if I imagined the connections between what I saw. But then I remember the equipment, the setup of that room, the woman in the lift, and I know I didn't. I've read enough since then to understand what a red room is, a place where people pay to watch torture and worse in real time on the dark web. Most of them are considered urban legends, but I saw one being prepared. I know they exist. The worst part? I still have those photographs on a memory card I can't bring myself to destroy. It's the only evidence I have that I didn't imagine the whole thing. But it's also the thing that could get me killed if they ever found out I kept it. So I keep moving, keep looking over my shoulder, keep wondering how many other penthouses there are in how many other glass towers, where the wealthy gather behind closed doors to watch unspeakable things happen to people who disappear without anyone looking in the right places. Because who would know where to look? And who would believe it even if they saw it? What haunts me most isn't what I might have seen if I'd stayed. It's knowing that while I'm talking to you right now, somewhere in some gleaming penthouse with a view, those sofas are arranged in a circle, those lights are focused on someone's pain, and people are paying to watch, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. Imagine discovering that your teenage daughter knows more about the darkest corners of the internet than you could ever comprehend, and that her knowledge isn't theoretical. I teach journalism at Leeds University, specializing in digital media ethics. It's the sort of academic position that sounds more exciting than it actually is. Mostly grading essays about social media responsibility and explaining libel law to students who think Twitter is a primary source. My expertise extends to understanding how information spreads online, but I'd never ventured beyond the surface web until my daughter forced my hand. Emma came home from sixth form last autumn with what she called a special project. She'd convinced her media studies teacher to let her write about online anonymity and digital crime for her A-level coursework. The teacher had approved it, thinking she'd write about cyberbullying or identity theft, the usual teenage internet horror stories. Emma had something much more ambitious in mind. She asked me to help her access what she called the hidden internet. She knew I'd written academic papers about digital journalism and assumed I'd have the technical knowledge to guide her research. The truth was, I understood the theory, but had never actually explored these networks myself. Still, she was my daughter, and this was legitimate academic work. How dangerous could supervised research really be? We spent an evening setting up the necessary software on her laptop. Emma was surprisingly well informed about the process, mentioning specific browsers and security protocols that I had to look up as we went along. She claimed to have learned everything from YouTube tutorials and online forums, but her knowledge seemed more comprehensive than casual research would explain. Her project proposal was methodical and well structured. She wanted to document how illegal marketplaces operated, how anonymity was maintained, and how law enforcement attempted to monitor these activities. She planned to observe and document, not participate. It seemed like exactly the sort of investigative work that would impress university admissions committees. The first few weeks went smoothly. Emma would spend a couple of hours each evening browsing various sites, taking screenshots, and making notes about what she observed. She showed me drug marketplaces, weapon sales, and document forgery services. Everything was exactly what I'd expected. Seedy, obviously illegal, but ultimately just digital storefronts for familiar crimes. She was particularly interested in how these sites built trust between anonymous users. She documented reputation systems, escrow services, and community guidelines that governed illegal transactions. Her analysis was sophisticated, noting how these platforms replicated legitimate e-commerce features while operating completely outside legal frameworks. Then she discovered the entertainment sections. Emma mentioned them casually during one of our research sessions, describing live streaming services that offered what she called extreme content. She was vague about specifics, focusing instead on the technical aspects: how payments were processed, how viewers were verified, how streams were protected from outside monitoring. I should have been more curious about her evasiveness. Emma had been remarkably detailed about everything else she'd encountered, but when discussing these streaming services, she became almost professionally distant. She spoke about them like a researcher cataloguing specimens, not a teenager encountering disturbing material for the first time. Her coursework notes from this period show a troubling shift in focus. Instead of broadly documenting illegal activities, she began concentrating specifically on what she termed interactive entertainment platforms. Her research became more targeted, more technical, and considerably more secretive. She stopped showing me her daily findings, claiming she needed to organize her material before sharing it. When I asked direct questions about what she was discovering, she'd deflect by discussing technical challenges or asking about legal frameworks surrounding digital evidence collection. Around Christmas, Emma's behavior started changing in subtle ways. She became more withdrawn, spending longer periods alone in her room. She'd always been somewhat solitary, but now she seemed actively to avoid family interaction. When she did engage in conversation, she seemed distracted, as though part of her attention was always elsewhere. Her sleep patterns shifted dramatically. I'd hear her moving around the house at 2 or 3 in the morning, using the kitchen or bathroom with the careful quietness of someone trying not to wake others. When I mentioned this, she claimed to be working on her project during late-night hours when internet connections were more stable. In January, she asked me about legal protections for journalists and researchers. Specifically, she wanted to know about circumstances where witnessing illegal activity might require reporting to authorities, and what protections existed for academic research that involved observing criminal behavior. I explained the general principles. Journalists had some protections for source confidentiality, but no absolute immunity from reporting serious crimes. Researchers were expected to maintain ethical boundaries and weren't protected from prosecution if they participated in illegal activities rather than simply observing them. Emma listened carefully and asked several follow-up questions about where exactly the line existed between observation and participation. She seemed particularly interested in scenarios where researchers might influence events they were supposedly just documenting. Her questions made me uncomfortable, but I assumed they were theoretical concerns for her coursework. I encouraged her to discuss any ethical dilemmas with her teacher or the University Ethics Board if she was considering more advanced research. February brought the first real warning sign that something was seriously wrong. Emma received a package addressed to her personally, delivered by private courier rather than regular post. When I asked about it, she claimed it was research materials she'd ordered online. The package was small, roughly the size of a smartphone box, but she handled it with unusual care and took it directly to her room. Later that day, I noticed she'd rearranged her bedroom setup. Her laptop was now positioned differently, with what looked like additional equipment connected to it. When I asked about the new hardware, she explained that she needed better audio recording capabilities for her project. The equipment didn't look like standard recording gear. There were small cameras, additional monitors, and what appeared to be professional-grade lighting equipment. For a project that was supposed to involve observing existing content, she seemed to be setting up for content creation. Around the same time, Emma began receiving phone calls from unknown numbers. She'd always answer them privately, usually taking the calls outside or in her room with the door closed. The conversations were brief, and she never volunteered information about who was calling or why. When I asked directly, she claimed they were interviews with academic contacts she'd found. Through her research, she said she was speaking with digital rights activists and cybersecurity researchers who preferred telephone communication for security reasons. The explanation was plausible enough, but something about her demeanor during these calls troubled me. She seemed nervous rather than excited, as though the conversations were stressful rather than informative. In March, Emma asked for help accessing university library databases that required staff credentials. She needed academic papers about legal precedents for digital evidence and international jurisdiction issues surrounding online crimes. The research she was requesting seemed far beyond A-level requirements. She was looking for case studies involving cross-border prosecution of internet crimes, specific technical details about how digital evidence was collected and verified, and legal analysis of situations where criminal activity was documented by civilians. I helped her access the databases, but I began reviewing the papers she was downloading. The material was genuinely academic, but it painted a disturbing picture of her research interests. She was clearly preparing for scenarios that went far beyond passive observation of illegal activities. One evening in early April, while Emma was out, I decided to examine her laptop more closely. I know this violated her privacy, but her behavior had become concerning enough that I felt parental supervision was warranted. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. Her browser history showed dozens of visits to sites I'd never heard of, with names that suggested extremely disturbing content. But more troubling were the accounts she'd created on various platforms, accounts with usernames and profile information that suggested she wasn't just observing these communities. She'd been actively participating in discussions about what appeared to be live-streamed violence. Her posts showed detailed knowledge of how these streams operated, who organized them, and how viewers could influence what happened during broadcasts. Most disturbing were her private messages with other users. The conversations suggested she'd moved beyond research and begun actively engaging with people who organized and participated in these activities. Some messages included references to meeting in person and participating in what they called production activities. The timeline of these communications showed a clear progression from curious observer to active participant over the course of several months. By the most recent messages, Emma was discussing specific dates, locations, and her potential role in upcoming events. I sat in her room for nearly an hour, reading through months of communications that revealed my daughter had become involved in something far more serious than academic research. The technical equipment in her room wasn't for recording observations, it was for broadcasting content. When Emma returned home that evening, I was waiting in the kitchen with printouts of her most concerning communications. I decided that direct confrontation was the only option remaining. Her reaction was not what I'd expected. Instead of denial or defensiveness, Emma seemed almost relieved that I'd discovered her activities. She sat down across from me and calmly began explaining what she'd been doing for the past several months. She confirmed that her project had begun as legitimate research, but she'd been recruited by people who recognized her intelligence and academic approach to understanding their operations. They'd offered her opportunities to move from observer to participant, initially in minor technical roles. Emma described how she'd been gradually introduced to more serious activities, always with the assurance that her involvement was minimal and primarily technical. She'd been told that her academic background made her valuable for documentation and analysis, rather than direct participation in what she carefully termed the entertainment aspects. She explained that the equipment in her room was for quality control and technical support, rather than primary content creation. Her role was to monitor streams, manage viewer interactions, and ensure technical problems were resolved quickly. Emma spoke about all of this with disturbing matter-of-factness, as though she were describing a part-time job, rather than participation in serious criminal activity. She seemed to view her involvement as a natural progression from research to practical application of her knowledge. What made her explanation most chilling was her obvious intelligence and careful consideration of legal and ethical implications. This wasn't a naive teenager being manipulated by criminals. This was someone who understood exactly what she was involved in and had made calculated decisions about her level of participation. She'd researched legal precedents, understood jurisdiction issues, and carefully structured her involvement to minimize personal risk while maintaining plausible deniability. Her academic approach to criminal activity was more disturbing than simple recklessness would have been. Emma finished her explanation by noting that she'd been expecting this conversation for several weeks. She'd known her activities would eventually be discovered and had prepared responses to the questions she anticipated I'd ask. She had plans for managing the situation, including strategies for ending her involvement if necessary, and methods for ensuring that any evidence of her participation would be difficult to verify or prosecute. We sat in the kitchen until nearly 3 in the morning, discussing her involvement in activities I could barely comprehend. Emma answered my questions with clinical precision, explaining technical details and legal considerations with the expertise of someone who'd spent months studying every aspect of what she was doing. By the end of our conversation, I understood that my daughter had become someone I didn't recognize. The intelligent, methodical approach that had always made me proud of her had been applied to activities that horrified me. Emma went to bed that night with the promise that we'd continue our discussion the following evening. She seemed confident that she could convince me her involvement was manageable and that the risks were acceptable given the financial and educational benefits she was receiving. I stayed awake until dawn, trying to decide what options were available to me. Calling the police would certainly end Emma's involvement, but it would also destroy her future and potentially put her in physical danger from people who trusted her with sensitive information. Attempting to force her to stop might simply drive her activities underground, making them more dangerous and removing any possibility of monitoring or influencing her choices. The most disturbing realization was that Emma was probably right about the legal risks. Her involvement had been carefully structured to avoid direct participation in the most serious crimes, and her academic credentials provided plausible explanations for much of her knowledge and activity. 3 days later, Emma left for what she claimed was a university visit in Birmingham. She took the train on Friday morning, planning to return Sunday evening after attending information sessions and campus tours. She never came back. Her phone goes straight to voicemail. Her social media accounts were deactivated the day she left. The university she claimed to be visiting has no record of her registration for any information sessions. The equipment in her room is gone, along with her laptop and most of her personal belongings. She left behind only her school textbooks and a note saying she'd contact me when it was safe to do so. It's been 8 months since Emma disappeared. I've reported her missing, but without evidence of foul play. The police investigation has been minimal. A 17-year-old who left voluntarily with her own belongings and documentation isn't considered high priority. I've tried to trace her digital activities, but the accounts and platforms I discovered have either been deleted or require technical access I don't possess. The academic research that started everything is still on our home computer, but it reveals nothing about where she might have gone or who she might be with. Sometimes I receive text messages from unknown numbers with just a few words confirming that she's safe. The messages come from different locations around the country, never the same number twice, always brief enough to avoid meaningful conversation. I know Emma is alive and apparently unharmed, but I don't know what she's become or whether I'll ever see her again. The intelligent, methodical daughter I raised has disappeared into a world I helped her access, using skills I encouraged her to develop. The worst part is knowing that everything she did was logical and well planned. Emma didn't stumble into danger through poor judgment or teenage impulsivity. She made careful, calculated decisions that led her away from everything I thought we'd built together. Her A-level coursework is still in her room. 90 pages of detailed analysis about digital crime and online anonymity. It's brilliant work, demonstrating exactly the sort of critical thinking and research capability that should have led to university admission and a successful academic career. Instead, it reads like a manual for everything that happened afterward. Have you ever wondered what it's like to watch someone being murdered and not realize it until months later? 3 months ago, I was just a night security guard at a business park in Reading, spending my shifts reading books and doing crosswords. Now, I'm in protective custody somewhere in Wales, and my testimony about what I saw through CCTV cameras could expose a Red Room operation that's been broadcasting murders to thousands of viewers, while I unknowingly watched it all happen in real time. I've worked security for Morrison Security Services for about 2 years. It's easy work most of the time. Monitor CCTV feeds, do periodic building checks, log any incidents in the security report. The business park I cover has about 20 units, mostly small manufacturing companies and storage facilities that operate during normal business hours. My job is to make sure nothing gets broken into overnight. The unit that changed everything was Industrial Solutions Loyalty, a company that rented one of the larger warehouse spaces about 4 months ago. According to their lease application, they were in import-export, dealing with specialized equipment for various industries. They kept normal business hours initially, with delivery trucks arriving during the day and staff leaving by early evening. Industrial Solutions was run by a man called David Chen, who seemed professional and legitimate when he signed the lease. He explained that his company required enhanced security and privacy due to the sensitive nature of their work with international clients. This meant upgrading the CCTV coverage in their section of the business park and installing additional monitoring equipment. The upgraded surveillance system was impressive. High-definition cameras with night vision capabilities, audio recording equipment, and monitoring software that could track movement patterns and identify unusual activity. David explained that his clients required this level of security documentation for insurance and compliance purposes. As the security guard responsible for monitoring these feeds, I was trained to use the new equipment and given specific instructions about documenting any activity around Industrial Solutions. This included logging delivery times, recording visitor details, and maintaining detailed reports about anyone who accessed their facility outside normal business hours. Initially, everything seemed routine. Delivery trucks during the day, occasional evening meetings with what appeared to be international clients, and standard warehouse activities. The enhanced CCTV coverage meant I could monitor their operations more thoroughly than other units, but nothing seemed suspicious or concerning. About 6 weeks after Industrial Solutions moved in, their activity patterns began to change. Instead of finishing by early evening, staff would often remain until very late at night. The types of deliveries also shifted. Fewer commercial trucks and more unmarked vans arriving at unusual hours, often staying for extended periods. David explained these changes when I mentioned them in my security reports. He said the company was expanding into time-sensitive international markets that required round-the-clock operations. The unusual delivery schedule was necessary to coordinate with clients in different time zones who needed immediate access to specialized equipment. The nighttime activities gradually became more frequent and elaborate. I'd watch through the CCTV feeds as people moved equipment around the warehouse, set up what appeared to be temporary work areas, and conducted meetings that sometimes lasted until dawn. The enhanced surveillance system captured everything in remarkable detail. Around this time, David asked me to expand my monitoring responsibilities. Beyond standard security surveillance, he needed detailed documentation of all activities around their facility for what he called operational compliance purposes. This meant reviewing recorded footage, creating timestamped logs of events, and maintaining archives of particularly important activities. The compliance documentation work paid substantially better than standard security duties, and David assured me it was just administrative record keeping required by his international clients. I welcomed the additional income and found the work straightforward enough, essentially creating detailed reports about what I was already observing through the CCTV system. As weeks passed, the activities I was documenting became increasingly unusual. The warehouse would be reconfigured regularly, with temporary structures assembled and dismantled between sessions. Professional lighting equipment would be set up around specific areas, along with what appeared to be sophisticated recording devices. When I asked David about these activities, he explained that Industrial Solutions had expanded into creating training materials and documentation for their international clients. The temporary setups were necessary for filming instructional videos about equipment operation and safety procedures. The training sessions always followed similar patterns: extensive preparation involving equipment setup and lighting configuration, followed by what appeared to be filming activities, then thorough cleanup and equipment removal. My role was to document the timing and participants involved in these sessions for compliance purposes. The people involved in these training sessions seemed to change regularly, with new participants arriving for each filming event. David explained that this was because they were creating materials for different types of equipment and needed specialists with relevant expertise for each training video. What struck me as odd was how the participants behaved during these sessions. Unlike normal training or instructional filming, the people involved seemed distressed or reluctant. When I mentioned this in my reports, David assured me that realistic safety training required participants to demonstrate genuine concern about potential hazards. About 2 months ago, I started noticing technical equipment around the Industrial Solutions facility that seemed more sophisticated than necessary for creating training videos. Multiple camera angles, professional audio systems, and computer equipment that appeared designed for live broadcasting rather than simple recording. David explained that their clients required real-time access to training materials, necessitating live streaming capabilities. The enhanced technical setup allowed them to broadcast training sessions to international audiences who couldn't attend in person. This explained the sophisticated equipment and the emphasis on precise timing for their filming sessions. My documentation responsibilities expanded to include monitoring the technical aspects of these broadcasts, verifying that streaming equipment was functioning correctly, logging connection quality issues, and maintaining records of broadcast durations and viewer access logs that David's system automatically generated. The viewer logs were remarkable in their scope. Thousands of people from around the world were accessing these training broadcasts, with detailed analytics showing viewing patterns, geographic distribution, and engagement metrics. David's operation was clearly successful in reaching international audiences. 1 month ago, everything changed when I discovered what these broadcasts actually were. While reviewing archived footage for compliance documentation, I noticed that one of the computer monitors visible in the CCTV feed was displaying a dark web interface rather than the normal streaming platform David had described. The interface showed the same warehouse space I'd been monitoring, but it was labeled as a red room with viewer count displays and what appeared to be payment processing systems. The training sessions I'd been documenting weren't educational content. They were live torture and murder broadcasts being streamed to paying audiences on the dark web. The participants I'd watched weren't willing trainers demonstrating safety procedures. They were victims being murdered while thousands of people paid to watch. My detailed compliance documentation had been creating evidence of systematic killing for entertainment, and I'd been unknowingly facilitating the operation by providing security oversight. I realized that Industrial Solutions had never been an import-export company. The entire operation was designed to create a legitimate front for dark web red room broadcasting, using my security monitoring to ensure their activities remained undetected, while documenting everything for their own operational purposes. David's emphasis on enhanced security wasn't about protecting valuable equipment, it was about maintaining operational security for systematic murder. The professional CCTV coverage I'd been trained to monitor was partly for his own security, but also to create detailed archives of their broadcasts for premium subscribers. My compliance documentation hadn't been administrative record keeping. It had been creating detailed logs of murder events, participant information, and broadcast analytics that helped David's operation optimize their content for dark web audiences. I'd been an unwitting administrator for a systematic killing operation. When I confronted David about what I'd discovered, he calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved to simply walk away. Months of detailed documentation had created evidence trails that would suggest I was a willing participant, rather than an unknowing observer. My security reports contained information that could only have been gathered through knowing cooperation. David also revealed that my own activities had been under surveillance during this entire period. Security cameras monitoring the security office meant that my reactions to various broadcasts had been documented, showing my gradual normalization of increasingly disturbing content. This footage could be edited to suggest willing participation, rather than unknowing observation. I managed to escape and contact the police, but the investigation has revealed the complexity of prosecuting dark web crimes. The broadcasts were accessed through encrypted networks that make traditional evidence gathering extremely difficult. Most of the direct evidence exists in digital formats that require specialized technical knowledge to authenticate. More problematically, my own involvement creates complications for the prosecution. Months of detailed documentation and security monitoring could be characterized by defense lawyers as evidence of willing participation. My gradual acceptance of increasingly unusual activities could be presented as knowing cooperation rather than professional obligation. The police have moved me to protective custody while they investigate, but they've explained that dark web red room cases are notoriously difficult to prosecute successfully. The technology provides multiple layers of anonymity for operators and viewers, while the evidence often relies on witnesses whose own involvement can be questioned. David's operation has apparently shut down and relocated since my escape, but the police believe it's part of a larger network that operates multiple facilities across the country. Industrial Solutions was just one node in a system that uses legitimate business fronts to hide systematic murder broadcasting. The most disturbing aspect is learning how many people were involved in David's network without understanding what they were facilitating. Delivery drivers, equipment suppliers, cleaning services, and utility workers, all unknowingly supporting an operation that broadcast murder to international audiences. My case has become a test for how effectively law enforcement can prosecute dark web crimes using traditional legal frameworks. The police are trying to build a case that doesn't rely too heavily on my testimony, given the complications created by my unwitting involvement in documenting the operation. I've spent weeks in debriefing sessions, helping investigators understand how David's operation functioned and identifying other potential facilities that might be using similar business models. The scale of the network they've uncovered is far larger than anyone initially suspected. The investigation has revealed that Industrial Solutions was generating substantial revenue through their dark web broadcasts, with thousands of subscribers paying premium rates for access to live murder content. The professional quality and systematic operation made their broadcast particularly valuable to audiences seeking authentic material. I keep thinking about all the victims I watched die through those CCTV feeds. not understanding what I was really observing. People who were murdered while I documented their final moments for compliance reports that helped optimize their killer's broadcasting operation. The police have assured me that my cooperation is essential for prosecuting David's network, but they've also explained that the legal process could take years and that successful convictions are far from guaranteed. Dark web crimes exist in legal grey areas that traditional prosecution methods struggle to address effectively. I'm writing this from a safe house somewhere in Wales, where I'll remain until the investigation concludes and the trial process begins. The police believe David's network is still active and that my testimony poses a significant threat to their continued operations. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to meet with prosecutors who will determine whether my evidence is sufficient to build a case against David's network. But they've warned me that the legal challenges are substantial and that my own involvement creates complications that defense lawyers will certainly exploit. The most terrifying realization is that David's operation was just one of many similar networks operating across the country. The business park model provides perfect cover for dark web red rooms, using legitimate commercial spaces to hide systematic murder broadcasting, while unknowing security guards document everything. How many other security guards might be unknowingly monitoring murder broadcasts? How many business parks might house similar operations? How many people might be facilitating systematic killing without understanding what they're really observing? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, hidden behind legitimate business fronts, broadcasting authentic murder to paying audiences while ordinary people unknowingly facilitate their activities. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume murder as entertainment. I never thought security work could lead to becoming a witness to systematic murder. I thought the biggest risks were dealing with break-ins or equipment failures. I never imagined that monitoring CCTV feeds could make me complicit in facilitating dark web red room operations. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so horrifying. I spent months watching people die while thinking I was just doing my job, creating detailed documentation that helped optimize their murders for entertainment value. Tomorrow's meeting will determine whether my testimony can help prosecute David's network or whether the legal complications make a successful case impossible. Either way, I know I'll never be able to work security again. The guard becomes the witness to systematic murder, and there's no way to unsee what I've documented. And somewhere out there, David's network is probably setting up new operations, recruiting new security guards who don't know they're about to become unwitting administrators for the next generation of dark web entertainment. I still remember the exact moment I realized it wasn't a prank. There was something about the bruises on his face that looked too real, too painful. And his eyes, God, his eyes as he stared directly into that camera. I've never seen genuine fear like that before. Not from Jay. It started innocently enough. Just another weird link my friend Jay had found on some obscure forum. He was always sending us these things, supposed red rooms or whatever from the dark web. You know how it goes. Always with a bunch of laughing emojis like it was all just a big joke. And it always was. Until it wasn't. Jay was the kind of person who exhausted you just by existing. Actually, that sounds harsh. Let me rephrase that. He had this constant need for attention that could be draining. He was always staging these elaborate pranks, fake ghost encounters on video calls, prank calls to forum moderators that he'd record. And once, he even created this whole fictional stalker just to get karma on Reddit. The guy lived for reactions. Any reaction. I usually just went along with it. Never fully believed his stunts, but I'd play along because, well, he was my friend. Sometimes his pranks crossed lines. Occasionally they were genuinely funny, but mostly they were just a lot too much. So when that Red Room link appeared in our group chat, I didn't even bother clicking. Just another one of Jay's attempts to get us all worked up, I thought. But something felt off that week. Jay wasn't his usual self. He wasn't bombarding the chat with his typical nonsense. He wasn't trying to one-up everyone's stories. He was just quiet. I remember thinking maybe he'd finally grown bored of his own antics, or perhaps he'd been banned from some platform again. But I kept coming back to the last thing he sent us. Something about this link being legitimate, about using headphones, about being warned. Then he disappeared. At first, I didn't think much of it. Jay had a habit of vanishing for days at a time, usually chasing after some girl he'd met online. He'd resurface eventually with wildly exaggerated stories that none of us believed. But this time felt different. It stretched on too long. On the third day, his mother called me. I still get chills thinking about that call. Her voice had this tremor to it that I'd never heard before. She explained that Jay hadn't been home, that his phone was completely off. I tried to reassure her, told her it was probably just another one of his elaborate pranks. But there was this moment, this awful, gut-wrenching moment, when her voice broke while telling me he'd left without his camera. Jay never went anywhere without that camera, ever. It was like an extension of himself. That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. I promised I'd come over to check his room, maybe look through his computer for any clues. I wish I could go back to that moment. I wish I'd just stayed home. His room was exactly as he'd left it, messy, full of half-finished projects. I checked his laptop first, nothing unusual. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed his desk drawer was slightly open. I probably wouldn't have looked inside if it had been closed completely. Funny how such small decisions change everything. There it was, a flash drive hidden behind a stack of old Polaroids, labeled with red marker, if gone. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to just hand it over to his mother, or maybe to the police. But curiosity, or maybe a misplaced sense of responsibility, got the better of me. I took it home and plugged it into my computer. What happened next still haunts me. The drive auto-launched a single file. No name, no extension. Just static at first, and then there was Jay, tied to a metal chair. The lighting was dim, like there was a single bulb hanging somewhere just out of frame. He was gagged. He was crying, trying desperately to communicate something. He looked genuinely terrified. Not the fake scared he'd do for his videos, not acting. This was raw fear. I had to pause it. I physically couldn't continue watching. I remember standing up so fast my chair tipped over. I paced around my room, trying to convince myself this was just another one of his elaborate stunts. Maybe for a film project. Maybe for some weird internet challenge. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. When I finally worked up the courage to look at the drive again, something impossible had happened. There were now 3 videos. I swear on everything I believe in, I hadn't downloaded anything else. I hadn't clicked anything. They just appeared. The second video was worse, much worse. Jay was still in that same chair, but his face was now swollen and bruised. His lip was split open, and his pinky finger, I still have nightmares about this. It was just gone. The stub was wrapped in dirty-looking duct tape and gauze, but it was clearly missing. And the way he looked at the camera, it was like he was looking directly at me, silently pleading, that same light swinging somewhere above him, creating these shifting shadows across his face. You know when something is so horrific your brain refuses to process it? When you keep telling yourself it must be fake, even though every instinct is screaming that it's real. That's where I was, staring at my screen, hands shaking so badly I could barely move the mouse, telling myself it had to be special effects or some digital manipulation. But it wasn't. It was real. It was happening. Then the screen glitched. For just a second, everything went black. When the image returned, there was text on the screen. Just one word. Vote. I scrolled down without thinking, and that's when I saw them. 3 buttons below the video: remove left hand, pull tooth no water for 24 hours. I froze. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. Was this some kind of sick interactive video? A game? I didn't mean to interact with it at all, but I hovered my cursor over the no water option, just to see if it was actually clickable. The screen blinked. A message appeared. Your vote has been counted. I panicked. I ripped the flash drive out of my computer so violently I'm surprised it didn't break. I ran to the bathroom and threw up. I couldn't stop shaking. I was convinced I'd done something terrible, that I'd somehow participated in whatever nightmare Jay was trapped in, that I'd made things worse. Later that night, after hours of pacing and panicking, I checked the drive again. There was a 4th file. Same setup, same chair, same swinging light. But now Jay was blindfolded, still gagged. There were these horrible marks on his arms, like wires had been wrapped around them and pulled tight. I could barely bring myself to watch, but I forced myself to. I needed to understand what was happening. At the very end of the clip, just before it cut to black, Jay moved his lips. There was no sound, but I could read what he was trying to say. One word: run. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept seeing his face when I closed my eyes. The following morning, I took everything to the police. The drive, the videos, the voting page. I showed them all of it. I was desperate for them to tell me it was all an elaborate hoax, that Jay was fine, that this was just some dark corner of the internet playing tricks on me. But they couldn't say that. Instead, they told me there was no way to trace where the files had come from. The metadata had been wiped clean. The source was encrypted. Whoever was behind this knew exactly what they were doing. They took the drive as evidence and told me not to share anything about this online. Then they sent me home. That was 3 weeks ago. Jay is still missing. His room remains untouched. His camera still sits on his desk where he left it. His mother calls me every day, asking if I've heard anything new. I never know what to tell her. I've deleted our group chat, blocked everyone else who was in it. I don't even open my browser without a VPN now. I've become paranoid about everything digital, every link, every file, every innocent-looking attachment. Sometimes I dream about that swinging light bulb, that dull, rhythmic sway casting moving shadows. I can hear it even when I'm awake, that faint creaking sound. The last thing Jay told us before he disappeared was that clicking the link could get us killed. I laughed it off then. I'm not laughing anymore. I moved to Seoul 3 years ago to teach English at a private academy. The transition from my small Midwestern hometown to one of the most technologically advanced cities in the world was jarring in ways I hadn't anticipated. The crowded subway stations, the constant digital advertisements on every surface, the blinding speed of the internet, all of it overwhelmed me initially. But humans adapt. After 6 months, I barely noticed these things anymore. What I did notice was my growing sense of isolation. Despite being surrounded by millions of people, my limited Korean and cultural differences created invisible barriers. Most of my social interactions were with other foreign teachers who came and went as their contracts ended. The few Korean friends I made were busy with demanding jobs and family obligations. Gradually, my world narrowed to my small apartment, the academy where I taught, and the convenience store on the corner. I'm telling you this to explain why I spend so much time online. In a city where I often felt invisible, the internet offered connection. I joined forums for expatriates, video chatted with family back home, and participated in online gaming communities. My laptop became my primary window to human interaction beyond the superficial conversations at work. My apartment came with the fastest internet connection I'd ever experienced, a common feature in Seoul, where digital infrastructure is prioritized. Downloads that would have taken hours back home completed in seconds. Video calls never lagged. Streaming was instantaneous. This remarkable connectivity became something I took for granted until the night it inexplicably faltered. It started with minor disruptions, buffering videos, delayed messages, dropped calls. Frustrating but not unusual, even in Seoul. I ran speed tests showing significantly reduced bandwidth. Thinking it might be a building-wide issue, I messaged my neighbor, another English teacher, who often helped me navigate these small annoyances of expatriate life. He reported no problems with his connection. I contacted my internet provider, navigating their automated customer service system with my limited Korean. After several redirections, I received a message that a technician would check the external connections to my building the following day. Until then, I would have to manage with the degraded service. That night, trying to video chat with my sister, the connection became so poor that her image froze repeatedly, her voice cutting in and out until we gave up. After ending the failed call, I noticed something odd. Despite the video call being disconnected, my laptop's network activity indicator showed continuous data transfer, uploading and downloading at significant rates. I opened my network monitoring application, something I rarely used but had installed months earlier when troubleshooting a different issue. The interface displayed active connections between my device and multiple unfamiliar IP addresses. Data was flowing through ports I hadn't authorized. My first thought was malware. Perhaps I'd clicked something I shouldn't have, and now my computer was part of some botnet. I initiated security scans, closed all applications, and even physically disconnected from the internet by unplugging my router. The network activity indicator went dark, as expected. I reconnected and immediately observed the unauthorized data transfer resuming. The security scans found nothing suspicious. The next day, the internet technician arrived while I was at work. When I returned home that evening, I found a note in broken English explaining that no issues had been detected with the external connection. The technician had reset my router and suggested the problem might be with my laptop. The note included standard recommendations: restart the device, clear the cache, check for system updates. I followed these instructions, even performing a system restore to a point weeks earlier. The unauthorized network activity continued. What changed was my internet speed, no longer degraded, but functioning at its usual remarkable pace, despite the mysterious data transfers happening in the background. That night, I received a message from a username I didn't recognize on a messaging platform I rarely used. The message contained only a link, no text. Normally, I would never click such a thing, but exhaustion and frustration had worn down my usual caution. The link led to what appeared to be a troubleshooting forum in Korean. Using a browser translation tool, I could make out technical discussions about network routing, VPN configurations, and bandwidth allocation. One thread caught my attention, a conversation about something called passive nodes in residential networks. The translation was imperfect, but I gathered that certain high-speed connections in densely populated areas could be utilized as relay points for data transmission without the user's knowledge. The thread described this as a common practice among certain online communities requiring anonymized traffic. As I scrolled through the discussion, a private message appeared from a forum user with the name Node Manager. Translated, the message asked if I was experiencing connectivity issues and offered assistance. I hesitantly explained my situation, the unexplained data transfers, the initial speed degradation, the failed troubleshooting attempts. The response came quickly, explaining that my internet connection had likely been incorporated into a private routing network without my authorization. The initial slowdown occurred during the integration process, but now that my connection was fully configured as a node, the system was allocating resources more efficiently, allowing both normal usage and background data relay. I asked what kind of data was being transmitted through my connection. The response was vague. Secure communications requiring privacy protection, nothing illegal, nothing that would be traced back to me. When I expressed concern about having my network used without consent, Node Manager offered to remove my connection from their system for a fee in cryptocurrency. This had all the hallmarks of a scam, but the technical details matched exactly what I was experiencing. I declined the payment option and stated my intention to report this to my internet provider and local authorities. The final message I received contained just 2 words in English: "Watch first." A moment later, a link appeared. Against every instinct of self-preservation, I clicked it. The page that loaded had a minimal interface, a black background, a video player in the center, a timestamp, and a view account showing 17. The video showed an empty room with white walls. The timestamp indicated the feed was live. For several minutes, nothing happened. I was about to close the browser when a person entered the frame. Their face was obscured by digital pixelation, but their body language suggested nervousness. They sat in a chair facing the camera and held up a piece of paper with writing I couldn't read from the angle shown. The viewer count increased to 23. A small text field appeared below the video, showing messages in various languages. Using translation tools, I could see viewers asking for the subject to perform specific actions. Most requests were simple: raise a hand, stand up, turn around. The person complied with each instruction, movements becoming increasingly reluctant as the request continued. I closed the browser, deeply disturbed by whatever I had witnessed. Within seconds, my messenger pinged with another message from Node Manager. An image of my face, captured moments earlier through my laptop's webcam, which I had never activated. Below the image was text explaining that my network node was being used to route encrypted streams for a private viewing community. Attempting to interfere would result in my transition from relay point to content subject. I shut down my laptop immediately, unplugged all devices, and spent a sleepless night contemplating my options. The next morning, I purchased a new laptop and a mobile hotspot from a provider different from my home internet service. Using this completely separate connection, I researched what I had stumbled into. Information was sparse and contradictory. Some sources dismissed red rooms as urban legends, technically impossible due to bandwidth limitations of anonymized networks. Others suggested they existed, but were elaborate scams. Staged performances marketed as authentic to separate cryptocurrency from gullible viewers. A few troubling accounts describe them as genuine operations run by technically sophisticated criminal networks exploiting high-speed infrastructure in countries with advanced digital ecosystems. South Korea, with its extraordinary connectivity and dense urban population, appeared repeatedly in these discussions. The country's internet speeds, among the fastest globally, made it ideal for services requiring substantial bandwidth. Its urban density meant residential connections could be compromised without drawing attention, lost in the digital noise of millions of concurrent users. I considered reporting my experience to authorities but hesitated. My visa status made me reluctant to draw official attention. My limited Korean would make explaining the technical nuances difficult. Most importantly, I had no evidence beyond the messages on my compromised laptop, which I was now afraid to access again. Instead, I contacted a cybersecurity consultant recommended in an expatriate forum. We met in a busy cafe where I explained the situation. His expression remained neutral throughout my account, but his questions became increasingly specific about the interface I had seen, the routing methods described, and the patterns of data transfer. After I finished, he explained that what I had encountered was unfortunately real. Certain buildings in Seoul, particularly those with direct connections to the city's advanced fiber infrastructure, were specifically targeted for integration into these networks. Foreign residents were preferred targets, less likely to report issues, more likely to attribute problems to cultural or language misunderstandings, often living alone with fewer people to notice strange digital occurrences. The consultant offered to secure my new devices and investigate my home network for a substantial fee. Desperate for help, I agreed. 2 days later, he came to my apartment, bringing specialized equipment to analyze the connection without directly engaging with it. His examination confirmed what Node Manager had claimed. My internet service had been configured as a relay node for encrypted streams, with a secondary function allowing remote access to connected devices. The modification was sophisticated, operating at the router firmware level. Simply replacing the router wouldn't solve the problem, as the access point in the building's telecommunications closet had also been compromised. Moving to a different provider wouldn't help either, as most used the same physical infrastructure in this area. The consultant implemented temporary security measures, a hardware firewall, encrypted DNS services, VPN protocols, while acknowledging these were bandages on a more fundamental problem. His recommendation was blunt: move to a different building as soon as possible. Until then, assume all connected devices were potentially compromised. I began searching for a new apartment immediately, but lease terms in Seoul are complicated, typically requiring substantial deposits and minimum stay periods. Breaking my current contract would mean losing thousands of dollars I couldn't afford to forfeit. A week after implementing the security measures, I received a paper letter in my mailbox, unusual in itself, as most communications in Seoul are digital. The letter contained a printed screenshot of my new laptop's desktop, taken the previous day, along with a list of websites I had visited while researching new apartments. The message was clear: the security measures had failed or been circumvented. That night, my apartment lost power briefly, just a few seconds, but long enough to reset all electronic devices. When service resumed, the hardware firewall the consultant had installed showed its configuration had been reset to default settings. The VPN connection had disconnected. The specialized DNS settings had reverted. I contacted the consultant again, who seemed genuinely disturbed by this development. The level of access required to coordinate a targeted power interruption with immediate reconfiguration of security devices suggested resources beyond typical hackers. He advised me to leave the apartment immediately, even if it meant financial loss. I spent that night in a hotel, using only my mobile phone with a new SIM card purchased with cash. In the morning, I returned to my apartment to pack essential items, planning to stay with a colleague until finding new housing. As I entered, my phone received a notification despite being disconnected from Wi-Fi and using the new SIM. The message contained my current location coordinates and the simple text, "Node status remains active." I packed quickly, taking only what would fit in a backpack. As I was leaving, my neighbor, the one who had reported no internet issues, was entering his apartment. He nodded in greeting, then paused, looking at my backpack. He asked in perfect English if I was going somewhere. When I vaguely mentioned visiting a friend, he smiled and said perhaps my internet issues would be resolved when I returned. Something in his expression made me deeply uncomfortable. I mumbled a response and hurried away, but not before noticing a small pin on his lapel, a design I recognized from the forum, where I had first encountered discussions of passive nodes. The icon resembled a stylized eye with a digital motif. I never returned to that apartment. I forfeited my deposit, left most of my possessions, and moved to a different district of Seoul. I changed jobs, altered my online presence, and replaced all electronic devices. For several months, I detected no unusual network activities or unexplained communications. Then yesterday, while using a public Wi-Fi connection at a cafe I'd never previously visited, I received an email to an address I had created only weeks earlier and shared with no one. The message contained a single image, a screenshot of the coffee shop's security camera feed showing me sitting at my current table, captured moments earlier. Below was a viewer count, 31. I don't know if I'll ever escape this network. It exists in the infrastructure itself, in the invisible digital pathways we've woven through our modern world. Sometimes I wonder how many others are unknowingly serving as nodes, their connections becoming conduits for streams they'll never see, their cameras capturing moments they don't know are being shared. The internet has no memory limitations, no capacity for mercy, no mechanism for true deletion. Somewhere in that vast digital architecture, everything is preserved, including, I suspect, whatever they recorded through my devices during those weeks. I've become content in a library I can't access, viewed by people I'll never identify. What terrifies me most isn't that I'm still being watched. It's the possibility that I always was, that the entire digital ecosystem we've built is fundamentally, architecturally designed for observation, not by governments or corporations, but by whoever has the technical skill to access its deeper functions. And in that shadow network, latency isn't just a measure of connection speed. It's the delay between becoming a node and realizing you've always been a subject. I started working from home last January. The transition wasn't difficult. My job as a data analyst for a health insurance company translated well to remote work. Just me, my laptop, and endless spreadsheets tracking claim patterns and cost projections. The company sent us home with monitors, docking stations, and even ergonomic chairs. They wanted to make sure our productivity wouldn't suffer during the isolation. My apartment wasn't ideal for a home office. One bedroom, thin walls, and neighbors who seemed determined to renovate during business hours. I converted half my living room into a workspace, setting up near the window for natural light. The arrangement worked well enough for the first few months. My internet connection was reliable. my work routine established, my performance reviews positive. In April, I started having connection issues. Video calls would freeze, downloads would stall. Websites that had loaded instantly now took ages to appear. At first, I blamed my service provider. They were notorious for throttling speeds during peak hours. But after several technician visits and modem replacements, the problems persisted. Strangely, the issues seemed most pronounced between midnight and 4 a.m., when I wasn't even using the internet. I started monitoring my network traffic using software recommended by our IT department. The data showed massive bandwidth consumption during those early morning hours, despite all my devices supposedly being in sleep mode. Something was using my connection and using it heavily. My first thought was a neighbor had somehow accessed my network. I changed my Wi-Fi password, enabled additional security features, and installed a VPN. The mysterious usage continued. Next, I suspected malware. Perhaps my laptop had been compromised and was part of some botnet. I ran every scanning tool available, finding nothing unusual. The IT team remotely inspected my work laptop and pronounced it clean. The mystery bothered me enough that I began staying up late, watching the network monitor in real time, trying to identify which device was responsible. My sleep suffered. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My work performance began to decline. Colleagues commented on my appearance during video calls. I started keeping the camera off. One night in May, around 1 a.m., I caught it happening. The network monitor showed active data transfer, nearly maxing out my bandwidth. The source was a device listed only as media server, something I didn't recognize and certainly hadn't set up. I immediately logged into my router's admin panel to block the device, but when I refreshed the connected devices list, media server had disappeared. The next day, I contacted my building's management company about the internet issues. The maintenance supervisor suggested I might be picking up interference from other apartments and recommended positioning my router away from shared walls. When I mentioned the mysterious device, he seemed uninterested, attributing it to a neighbor's smart TV or gaming system, briefly connecting to the wrong network. That explanation didn't satisfy me. I ordered a new router with advanced security features, setting it up to log all connection attempts and data usage by device. That night, I stayed up again, watching the logs in real time. At precisely 1:17 a.m., media server appeared again, beginning its huge data transfers. This time, I managed to capture its MAC address before it disappeared, a unique identifier that should help track down the physical device. The next morning, I contacted a friend who works in cybersecurity. He couldn't identify the manufacturer from the MAC address. It seemed to be using a randomized identifier that changed with each connection. This was sophisticated behavior, not typical of consumer electronics accidentally connecting to the wrong network. When I shared the timing pattern and bandwidth usage, he grew concerned. The behavior matched what he called data mules, compromised networks used to transmit large encrypted files during low traffic hours. My friend warned me that my network might be being used for transferring illegal content, anything from stolen financial data to more disturbing materials. He recommended I contact my internet service provider and possibly law enforcement. The thought that my connection might be facilitating something illegal made me deeply uncomfortable. Before taking that step, I decided to gather more information. I set up additional monitoring software that could track not just the amount of data, but also attempt to identify the type of traffic and its destination. The results were puzzling. The data wasn't being sent to multiple destinations as would be expected with botnet activity. Instead, it was a sustained connection to a single endpoint. using encrypted protocols that masked the content. The destination IP address changed nightly, but always pointed to servers using Tor exit nodes, the infrastructure of the so-called dark web. My friend confirmed this was consistent with someone using my network as a relay for accessing hidden services, potentially to mask their own identity. The question remained, who was doing this and how had they gained access? I became obsessed with finding answers. I started logging every electronic device in my apartment, not just computers and phones, but the smart TV, digital thermostat, even the refrigerator with its internet connectivity feature. None matched the mysterious media server MAC address. I checked for hidden devices, looking behind furniture, inside vents, examining the electrical outlets for suspicious adapters. Nothing. In June, after 6 weeks of disrupted sleep and growing anxiety, I made a breakthrough. The mystery device only connected when I was home. On nights I stayed at a friend's place or worked late at a coffee shop. My network logs showed no unusual activity. The implication was unsettling. Whatever was happening was somehow tied to my presence. That night, I conducted an experiment. I left all my devices powered on as usual, but shut off the bedroom and bathroom lights, creating the impression I had gone to sleep. Then I sat in darkness near my router, a network analyzer running silently on my laptop. At 1:14 a.m., I heard a soft electronic tone from somewhere in my apartment, almost imperceptible, like the sound a device makes when powering on. 3 minutes later, media server appeared on my network. I tracked the signal strength, moving my laptop around the apartment to find where it was strongest. The source appeared to be my bedroom. I searched methodically, under the bed, in the closet, behind the dresser. Nothing. Then I noticed my work laptop, closed and apparently asleep on the nightstand. According to my monitoring software, it wasn't the source. But when I opened it, the screen remained dark while the power indicator showed it was running. I forced a shutdown and restarted it. Everything seemed normal. The company's security software showed no unauthorized access, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with the machine. I decided to work exclusively on my personal laptop for a few days, leaving the work device powered off and stored in a drawer. The mysterious bandwidth usage stopped immediately. 3 nights with no media server appearing on my network. On the 4th day, I received an email from IT asking why my work laptop hadn't connected to the company servers for scheduled updates. I explained I was having technical issues and was using my personal device temporarily. They insisted I reconnect the work laptop as soon as possible for security compliance. Reluctantly, I took the laptop from the drawer and powered it on. Everything appeared normal. Same login screen, same desktop configuration, same applications. But that night, media server reappeared on my network at exactly 1:17 a.m. I was now convinced the work laptop contained something it shouldn't. I contacted IT again, more explicitly describing my concerns. They seemed dismissive, suggesting I was misinterpreting normal corporate security measures that run in the background. When I pressed further, mentioning the dark web connections, their tone changed. They said they would send a replacement laptop immediately and asked me to return my current one directly to their security team, rather than through the normal equipment channels. The replacement arrived the next day via courier. The security team requested I not power on the old laptop again and pack it in the provided shielded bag. Their sudden urgency only heightened my suspicion. That night, with the old laptop unplugged and sealed in the shielded bag, my network remained quiet. No unusual connections, no bandwidth spikes. In July, a month after returning the laptop, I received a call from someone identifying themselves as part of the company's external security audit team. They asked detailed questions about my work habits, when I typically logged in, how often I used the company VPN, whether I ever observed unusual behavior from the laptop. They seemed particularly interested in whether I used the machine during off hours or if it remained powered on overnight. I answered honestly, then asked why they were investigating. The auditor explained they were conducting routine security checks on all remote workers. The explanation seemed reasonable, but something in their tone felt rehearsed. A week later, I was called into a virtual meeting with HR and my department head. They explained that due to restructuring, my position was being eliminated. They offered a generous severance package in exchange for signing a confidentiality agreement covering not just company data, but also any observations about company equipment or security practices. The implication was clear. Take the money, stay quiet, move on. I signed the agreement. The severance would cover my expenses while I looked for new work. But I couldn't stop thinking about what had been happening. What had been on that laptop? What kind of data was being transmitted through my network in those early morning hours? My cybersecurity friend suggested a theory. The laptop had been compromised, not by an outside threat, but by someone inside the company. Perhaps someone in IT or security was using employee devices as relays for accessing dark web services, counting on the company's VPN and security software to mask their activities. The fact that the usage occurred only when I was home suggested the laptop might have been monitoring my presence, perhaps through the microphone detecting ambient noise or the webcam sensing light changes, to determine when it was safe to activate. In August, I found a new job with a different company. Remote work again, but this time I established strict boundaries. No equipment stays powered on after hours. Nothing connects to my home network without thorough vetting. I invested in a network firewall that logs and blocks suspicious activities. I should have felt secure again. I didn't. Last week, I received an anonymous email. The subject line contained only a timestamp, 1:17 a.m. The body was empty. I deleted it immediately and ran security scans on all my devices. Nothing unusual was detected. 3 days ago, while reviewing my new home security system footage, I noticed something strange. At exactly 1:17 a.m., the camera in my home office briefly lost connection, just for a few seconds, but long enough to create a gap in the recording. The system logs showed no errors, no power fluctuations, no explanation for the interruption. Yesterday, I received a package. No return address, no shipping label, no indication of how it had arrived at my door. Inside was a laptop, not a brand I recognized, with no manufacturer markings of any kind. Just a plain black case with a power button that emitted a soft blue glow. I haven't opened it, haven't connected it to power. It sits in my closet now, inside 3 layers of signal blocking material. I haven't told anyone about the package, haven't reported it to the police. Something tells me it wouldn't make a difference. Something tells me this isn't about me specifically. I'm just a node in a network, a convenient relay point for information traveling between unseen parties. Sometimes at night, I wake suddenly at 1:16 a.m., 1 minute before whatever this is activates. I lie in bed, listening to the silence of my apartment, waiting for that soft electronic tone I heard months ago. Sometimes I think I hear it, just at the edge of perception. Sometimes I convince myself it's just imagination. But the other night, I checked my network logs out of habit. At exactly 1:17 a.m. for precisely 3 minutes, an unknown device had connected to my network. The identifier was different this time. Not media server, but observer client. The data transfer was minimal, just a few kilobytes, just enough to send a message. I'm still here. I'm still watching. I'm writing this now as a warning, though I'm not entirely sure what I'm warning against. Corporate espionage, government surveillance, organized criminal networks. The boundary between these possibilities seems increasingly blurred. All I know with certainty is that our digital lives are not as private as we imagine, our networks not as secure as we're led to believe. Something moves through the infrastructure we've built, using our connections, our devices, our homes as waypoints in a journey we can't see or understand. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, it pauses briefly at your address before continuing on its way. It started with boredom, really. That's the thing about night shifts. They stretch on endlessly, especially when you're the only one there. 4 years working as a network security specialist for a mid-sized tech firm in London, and I still hadn't adjusted to the isolation. The office building near empty, just me and the occasional security guard making their rounds. The job itself wasn't difficult. Monitor systems, patch vulnerabilities, document any unusual traffic. By 2 a.m., I typically finished the actual work, leaving hours to fill before my shift ended. Most nights I'd read tech blogs or work on side projects. Sometimes I'd watch Netflix with the volume low, one eye on the security monitors. It was during one of these mind-numbing shifts that my life changed completely. Even now, I can't sleep properly. The doctor says it's stress-related insomnia, prescribes Zopiclone that does nothing but leave a metallic taste in my mouth. How could I tell him the real reason? That every time I close my eyes, I see what I saw that night, that I'm afraid of who I'm becoming. My colleague Jamie first mentioned the dark web to me during a shift change. He wasn't suggesting anything illegal, just talking about how fascinating it was from a technical perspective, the way people had created this entire shadow internet. Being in network security, I understood the mechanisms better than most, but I'd never actually explored it myself. Jamie described forums where people discussed everything from political dissidents to black market pharmaceuticals. He made it sound like an anthropological study, observing human behavior when anonymity was guaranteed. That night, I downloaded Tor, just to see what the fuss was about. The first few weeks, I just browsed, mostly mundane stuff, forums for people discussing drugs, some marketplaces selling counterfeit goods, political message boards. Nothing you couldn't find on the regular internet, really, just with more paranoia and worse user interfaces. I was almost disappointed. Where was this digital underworld I'd heard about? Then I found a forum called Viewing Gallery. The description claimed it was for discussing real footage that the mainstream won't show you. I figured it was probably just conspiracy theorists sharing grainy UFO videos or something equally benign. I was wrong. The forum was divided into categories, each more disturbing than the last. War footage, industrial accidents, medical procedures gone wrong. Things I wished I could unsee, but found myself morbidly unable to look away from. One category was simply labeled rooms. I clicked it and found dozens of threads with cryptic titles like December Session Number 4 or Jakarta Special Viewing. The discussions beneath were vague but enthusiastic, with users thanking the hosts and requesting specific scenarios for future events. I didn't understand at first. Then I saw a comment. When's the next live show? Last one was cut short when subject expired too quickly. That's when I realized what I was looking at. Red rooms, supposedly live streams of torture or murder that viewers could watch or even direct. I'd always assumed they were an urban legend, something that conspiracy theorists and paranoid parents warned about, but that didn't actually exist. The technical challenges alone seemed insurmountable. How could you stream something like that securely without getting caught? I should have closed the browser. I should have walked away. Instead, I clicked on a pinned thread labeled verification process. The post explained that new viewers needed to be vetted before gaining access to live streams. There was a complicated process involving cryptocurrency payments and identity verification. Not your real identity, of course, but proof that you were a consistent persona and not law enforcement. I told myself I was just curious about the technical aspects. How were they maintaining security? What kind of streaming setup could handle this without being traceable? Professional curiosity. That's what I called it, as I created a dedicated persona and began the verification process. It took 3 weeks. Bitcoin transfers to anonymous wallets. Answers to increasingly disturbing hypothetical questions. References from existing members. I found someone willing to vouch for me in exchange for helping them with some network security issues. Each step giving me plenty of opportunities to back out, to realize what I was doing. But by then, I was too invested. I kept telling myself I would just look once, to confirm whether these rooms were real, and then I'd report everything to the National Crime Agency. The first live stream I gained access to was scheduled for 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. I requested the night shift at work, knowing I'd be alone with secure internet access. As the designated time approached, a private message appeared with a one-time link. The message included instructions. No recording software, no screenshots, viewing limited to 45 minutes. I clicked the link. The video quality wasn't great. Deliberately degraded, I assumed, to hide identifying details. The room was sparse. Concrete floor, white walls, a drain in the center, bright, clinical lighting, a metal table with restraints. It looked almost like a film set, too clean and deliberate to be real. A figure entered the frame wearing a plain mask that covered their entire head. They moved with casual confidence, adjusting the camera slightly before stepping away. Text appeared in a chat window beside the video. Welcome to tonight's viewing. 14 participants confirmed. Subject will arrive momentarily. Standard rules apply. My heart was pounding. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, some kind of extreme performance art or a very convincing simulation. Then the subject was brought in. I won't describe that person in detail. I can't. Even now, months later, I can barely bring myself to acknowledge what I saw, what I watched, what I didn't stop. The host addressed the camera occasionally, responding to requests in the chat. I didn't type anything. I couldn't move. I just stared, telling myself this elaborate hoax would reveal itself any moment. It never did. 27 minutes in, I closed the browser and vomited into my bin. I deleted Tor, ran security scrubs on my computer, and spent the rest of my shift shaking in my chair. I told myself I would report it in the morning. I would find a way to anonymously tip off the NCA or Interpol, someone who could trace the stream and stop these people. I didn't, because I wasn't sure I could report it without implicating myself, because a small, terrible part of me wasn't completely convinced it was real, because most shamefully, I was afraid. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account, the one not connected to my dark web activities. It contained a single line. Did you enjoy the show? Your attendance was noted. I changed my email, my mobile number, eventually my flat. I found a new job across the country. I tell myself they were just trying to scare me, that they can't really track me to my real identity. But sometimes my new laptop camera light turns on by itself, just for a few seconds before going dark again. My IT knowledge tells me it's probably just a software glitch. My nightmares tell me something else. I know they're watching me now. I've become the subject in a different kind of room. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear breathing on the other end of my phone line. Or I'll catch a glimpse of someone with a familiar way of moving, standing too still at the edge of a crowd. I've installed security cameras, extra locks, a VPN. I sleep with a cricket bat beside my bed. None of it helps, because I know what I did. I know what I saw and didn't stop. I know what's out there now, hiding in plain sight behind proxy servers and encrypted connections. Here's the thing about the dark web that no one tells you. Once you've really seen it, it never stops seeing you. I've written this as a warning, though I doubt it will make a difference. Curiosity is too powerful. That's why those rooms exist in the first place, because there will always be people who want to see, who need to witness the worst things humans can do to each other. I understand now that the viewers are as much a part of those rooms as the people wearing masks. Last week, I received a small package at my new address, the one no one is supposed to know. Inside was a plain white mask and a note with an IP address, an invitation. They're offering me a different seat this time, a promotion of sorts. I threw the mask away, burned the note, but I know the choice isn't really gone. It sits with me in my flat each night as I check and recheck the locks. It follows me to work, to Tesco, everywhere I go. The worst part isn't the fear. It's the tiny voice in the back of my mind, the one that wonders what it would be like on the other side of the camera. The voice that's been there all along, perhaps, just waiting for permission to speak. I've started locking my kitchen knives in a safe. I catch myself researching remote locations, properties with cellars, soundproofing materials. I close the browser each time, horrified at myself, but the searches become more frequent, more detailed. When my neighbor played his music too loudly last week, I found myself thinking not about asking him to turn it down, but about how no one would hear anything from his flat if the music was always that loud. I stood outside his door for 30 minutes before walking away, trembling and sick with myself. I don't know if what I saw that night changed me, or revealed something that was always there. I don't know if I'm being hunted, or recruited, or both. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know, to understand what these places do to a person. The forums call it the viewer effect. The theory is that watching changes your brain chemistry permanently. I think it's simpler than that. I think watching makes you complicit. It makes you one of them. And once you're one of them, there's no going back to who you were before. Yesterday, I found myself in Curry's, examining camera equipment, high-definition models with excellent low-light performance. The shop assistant asked what I was planning to film. I didn't have an answer. I left without buying anything, but I know I'll go back, or find another shop, or order online using one of the anonymous payment methods I learned about. The mask I threw away. Sometimes I think I see it out of the corner of my eye, sitting on my bedside table or kitchen worktop. When I look directly, it's gone, but I know it's here, waiting. Just like I know that someday, maybe soon, I'll try it on. I keep telling myself I can resist this pull towards something monstrous, that I am still essentially good, essentially human. But late at night, when my laptop screen glows in the darkness of my bedroom, I'm less certain. If you're reading this, perhaps you felt that same curiosity. Perhaps you're considering taking that first step, downloading Tor, finding those forums just to see, just to know. don't. Or if you do, know that you're not just looking into an abyss. You're opening a door that swings both ways, and what comes through might be wearing your face. My mobile is buzzing now with a text from a number I don't recognize. It's an address, somewhere local, and a time. Tonight, I won't go. I can't go. But I haven't deleted the message, and I know exactly how long it would take me to get there on the tube. The thing about working night shifts at McDonald's is that you become invisible. People look through you, not at you. They see the uniform, not the person. For 3 years, I was grateful for that invisibility. Now I'd give anything to truly disappear as tens of thousands of strangers count down the hours until they watch me die. It all began with a customer who kept coming in during my 3 a.m. shifts at the Tottenham Court Road branch. Always ordered the same thing, a black coffee and small fries. Always sat in the corner with his laptop. Always left exactly 1 hour later. Most night workers follow patterns, so I didn't think much of it until the night he forgot his USB drive on the table. I should have turned it in to lost property. Should have left it at the register for him to collect next time. But curiosity has always been my downfall. 6 months ago, I was just a McDonald's worker pulling night shifts in central London. Nothing special about me. Just another face on the night tube. Another overpriced flat shared with 3 others in Hackney. Another Sunday morning sleeping until 2 p.m. The kind of forgettable existence that feels safe precisely because no one's paying attention. I've always been interested in computers, not in any professional way, but as an escape from the monotony of fast food work. I'd spend my days off exploring the internet, learning basic coding, playing with old laptops I'd fix up from charity shops. I ran a small Instagram account reviewing budget tech for working class people. A few hundred followers, nothing special. That night, after my shift ended, I took the USB drive home. It looked ordinary, black plastic, no brand name. I told myself I was just checking for contact information so I could return it. The drive contained several folders with mundane labels like work projects and personal. But there was one oddly named folder, just a string of numbers and letters. Inside was a single video file. When I played it, the screen remained black for several seconds before showing what appeared to be a dimly lit room. Concrete walls, a drain in the floor, a metal table with restraints. The video showed no people, just the empty room from a fixed camera angle. In the corner of the frame was a counter displaying a 4-digit number. As I watched, it increased by 1. The video ended after exactly 3 minutes. I should have deleted it immediately, should have thrown the drive away. Instead, I kept watching it, trying to understand what I was seeing. There was something unsettling about that empty room, about the steadily increasing counter. I couldn't explain why, but it filled me with a sense of dread that lingered long after I'd shut down my computer. A week passed. The regular customer didn't return to McDonald's, and I nearly forgot about the USB drive and its strange contents. Then one night, as I was walking home after my shift, I noticed someone following me. A man in a dark coat, keeping a consistent distance behind me. When I turned corners, he turned too. When I quickened my pace, he matched it. I ducked into a 24-hour Tesco to lose him, waiting among the cereal aisles for 20 minutes before continuing home by a different route. When I arrived at my flat, I found my door unlocked. My roommates were all away that weekend, so I knew it should have been secure. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my bed. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was a website with a black background, a counter showing thousands of viewers, and the button labeled Verify. Below it was text stating my full name and address, along with the words Identity Confirmed. I barely slept that night, kept the lights on, kept checking the door. In the morning, I went to work as usual, trying to convince myself that this was some elaborate prank. Perhaps a hacker from my YouTube audience showing off. Perhaps a case of mistaken identity. When I returned home that evening, I found my front door unlocked. The new locks had been changed again. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my desk. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was the same website from the night before, but now the counter showed 12,307, and beneath it, my full name and address were displayed, along with the words Identity Confirmed. I packed a bag and left immediately, went to a hotel in a different part of London, paid cash, used a false name, called in sick to work the next day, spent hours researching what might be happening to me. That's when I first learned about red rooms, supposedly live-stream torture or murder on the dark web, where viewers could pay to watch or even influence what happened to the victims. Most articles insisted they were urban legends. Technical experts claimed the dark web wasn't capable of supporting the bandwidth needed for live video streaming to large audiences. Law enforcement officials stated there had never been a verified case of a genuine red room. But what if they were wrong? What if someone had found a way to make it work? I stayed in the hotel for 3 days. On the fourth morning, I woke to find a note on the bedside table that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. It contained another web address and the message, Observer status approved. Event scheduled. There was also a date and time, exactly 2 weeks from that day. I checked out immediately and went to the police, tried to explain what was happening, showed them the USB drive with the footage of me sleeping. They took a report, expressed concern about the break-ins, but became noticeably skeptical when I mentioned the dark web and the possibility of red rooms. They promised to investigate the unlawful entries to my flat, but suggested the rest might be an elaborate scam or harassment campaign, rather than a genuine threat to my life. I couldn't go back to my flat, couldn't go to work, couldn't contact friends or family for fear of putting them at risk. I withdrew as much cash as possible from my accounts and traveled to Manchester, where I checked into another hotel under another false name. That evening, I received a text message on my mobile, which I had kept switched off, except to check for messages from the police. Location update received. Manchester Observer Hub notified. I destroyed the phone immediately and bought a new pay-as-you-go model the next day. For the next week, I moved constantly. Different cities, different hotels, sometimes sleeping on overnight trains just to stay mobile. I grew a beard, wore hats and sunglasses, paid for everything in cash, never stayed anywhere more than one night. Despite these precautions, they kept finding me. Notes would appear in my hotel rooms, messages written on bathroom mirrors in condensation. Once, I returned to a room to find my laptop, which I had left packed in my bag, open on the desk with a browser showing the mysterious website. The counter had grown to tens of thousands, and now there was a countdown timer showing days, hours, and minutes until the event. I began to notice other disturbing patterns. People photographing me in public places, the same car appearing multiple times in different cities, hotel staff who seemed to recognize me despite my using different names. It felt as if an invisible network was tracking my every move, always one step ahead. After 10 days of running, I found myself in Edinburgh, exhausted and nearly out of money. I checked into a small B&B on the outskirts of the city, planning to rest for a few hours before moving again. When I entered the room, I found a laptop waiting for me on the bed. Not mine, a new one. When I opened it, the screen showed a 3D floor plan of what appeared to be an industrial building. One room was highlighted in red, containing what looked like a metal table with restraints. The blueprint was labeled Edinburgh Facility. Below the image was the current counter, now numbering in the many tens of thousands, and the countdown timer, showing less than 3 days remaining. There was also a new message. Transport will be provided. Non-compliance will result in collateral targeting of known associates. Beneath this was a list of names. My parents, my sister, my closest friends. That's when I realized the true scope of what I was facing. This wasn't one person stalking me. This wasn't even a small group. This was an organized network with resources, reach, and apparently unlimited access to information about me and everyone I cared about. I considered ending my own life to deny them their event, but the threat against my family stopped me. Without knowing the extent of this network, I couldn't be sure they wouldn't follow through regardless. Instead, I formulated a plan. I would go to the police again, this time with the new laptop as evidence. I would insist on protective custody, not just for me, but for my family. I would tell them everything, including my growing suspicion about what the verification process really meant. I believe I wasn't randomly targeted. The original email, the white paper, it was all a test. They were looking for someone with specific knowledge of network security, but not high profile enough to be immediately missed. The verification was confirming I met their criteria. I made it within 2 blocks of the police station before I noticed the surveillance. 3 different people monitoring the approach, all speaking into earpieces. A car idling directly in front. 2 men watching the entrance. They had anticipated this move. I diverted to a public library instead, found a computer. That's where I'm writing this, from a public library computer. A warning, a record, evidence of what's happening, in case anyone ever investigates my disappearance. The counter on the website now shows tens of thousands of viewers. The countdown is at less than a day and counting. I have to assume they're monitoring public networks, so I won't be able to stay here long. Here's what I've pieced together. The dark web isn't just hosting these red rooms, it's being used to coordinate an entire infrastructure around them. Spotters, monitors, facilities in different cities, a subscription base that apparently numbers in the tens of thousands. Most disturbing is the verification process itself. I think the reason these red rooms have never been conclusively proven to exist is that they're constantly changing, moving between locations, using different methods, different personnel. No one person knows the entire operation except those at the very top. The participants, the viewers, are verified gradually through a series of interactions that assess their trustworthiness and commitment. Each is given small tasks related to monitoring or facilitating. Each becomes complicit in the system before they ever see a full event. By the time they witness what really happens, they're already implicated, already part of it, already unable to go to authorities without incriminating themselves. It's the perfect self-sustaining system of horror. Everyone involved has incentive to maintain secrecy. Everyone shares in the culpability. Everyone is both observer and participant. I wonder how many others have written warnings like this one. How many have tried to expose what's happening only to disappear before anyone took them seriously? How many have ended up on those metal tables in nondescript industrial buildings, their final hours broadcast to thousands of paying viewers? The librarian is giving me odd looks. I've been here too long. Someone just entered wearing an earpiece. I need to move again. If you're reading this and you receive an email asking for your professional opinion on something related to your field, be careful. If you receive strange messages about verification processes, be afraid. If you find evidence that someone has been in your home while you slept, run and keep running. The counter never stops growing. Right now, tens of thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens to me tomorrow night. How many will be watching when they come for you? I'm leaving the library now. I still have less than a day to find a way out of this, to protect my family, to somehow disappear more effectively than I have so far. I don't have much hope, but I have to try. Remember my warning. The red rooms are real. The network is vast, and the verification process may already have begun for you without your knowledge. One click is all it takes. I never intended to find it. Most people who stumble onto the darker corners of the internet are actively looking, following breadcrumbs of urban legends and whispered rumors. Not me. I was just doing my job. I work in digital forensics for an insurance company. Nothing glamorous, mostly analyzing data from car accident claims, verifying timestamps on property damage photos, that sort of thing. Occasionally, we get cases involving potential fraud, where someone might have manipulated evidence. That's what led me down this particular rabbit hole. A claim had come in for a high-end electronics store that had allegedly been robbed. The security camera footage showed masked figures breaking in after hours and methodically clearing out the most valuable merchandise. Standard stuff. But something about the video felt off to me. The timestamps were consistent. The metadata looked normal. But certain compression artifacts appeared in patterns that didn't match typical security camera encoding. I've spent enough time analyzing video to recognize when something's been processed through multiple systems. This footage had signatures suggesting it had been routed through some kind of streaming service before being downloaded and submitted as evidence. Again, not necessarily suspicious on its own. Many modern security systems upload to cloud servers automatically, but combined with a few other anomalies, it merited deeper investigation. I traced the video's digital fingerprint backward, following a trail of encoding signatures and network markers. The insurance company gives us considerable technical leeway when investigating potential fraud, so I had access to specialized tools and databases not available to the general public. What I expected to find was evidence that the footage had been staged, perhaps an inside job disguised as a break-in. What I found instead was a pathway leading to a closed network operating through a series of proxy servers and encryption layers. The security footage hadn't just been processed through standard cloud storage. It had been live streamed to a private audience before being repurposed as evidence for the insurance claim. Professional curiosity got the better of me. I followed the digital trail, using access tools that technically fell within my job description, but definitely pushed ethical boundaries. After 3 days of careful tracing, I found myself looking at an unmarked website, accessible only through specialized routing protocols. The landing page was minimal, just a login screen with no company name, no graphics, no identifying information of any kind. Using analytical techniques that I'd rather not detail, I managed to access the site's back-end database. What I found was a sophisticated streaming platform with hundreds of active feeds organized into categories. Most feeds showed empty rooms, parked cars, streetscapes, or other mundane settings. Each had viewership metrics, timestamping, and user interaction logs. This wasn't some amateur operation. It was a professional-grade surveillance network with global reach. One category caught my attention: scheduled events. Unlike the passive surveillance feeds, these had specific start times, viewer registration requirements, and something called interaction parameters. The most recent scheduled event had occurred the previous night, with the cryptic title Inventory Reduction Phase 3. When I checked the archived footage, I found myself watching the same robbery that had been submitted in our insurance claim. The implications hit me all at once. This wasn't footage of an actual robbery. This was something staged specifically for an audience, filmed to appear like security camera footage, then repurposed as evidence for a fraudulent insurance claim. The thieves were performers. The stolen merchandise was probably moved out through legitimate channels, while the insurance company paid for the supposed loss. Clever as far as fraud schemes go, but what disturbed me more was the viewership data. 63 people had watched this staged robbery live, many paying significant amounts in cryptocurrency for the privilege. The interactive log showed viewers sending real-time messages suggesting how the thieves should behave, which items to take, whether to vandalize the space, how to position themselves for better camera angles. I should have reported my findings immediately, compiled the evidence for our fraud investigation team, and moved on. Instead, I kept digging, curious about the other scheduled events in the system. Most had innocuous titles that gave little indication of their content. Night Shift Protocol, Wellness Check 17, Conditioning Session. The viewership numbers varied from as few as 10 to over 100, with corresponding price tiers. The next scheduled event was something called Home Evaluation Series, Residence 28, set to begin at 1 a.m. the following night. Against every ethical guideline and professional standard, I decided to observe it. I told myself it was necessary for building a comprehensive fraud case. In reality, I was simply curious. A curiosity I've regretted every day since. I took precautions, using a secured connection and routing through multiple proxies. At 12:55 a.m., I accessed the platform and found the upcoming stream already had 47 registered viewers. A countdown timer showed 5 minutes remaining. The preview image displayed what looked like ordinary home security camera footage of a living room. Sofa, television, coffee table. Typical suburban decor. Nothing unusual or particularly interesting. At exactly 1 a.m., the stream went live. The initial view showed the living room from a corner ceiling perspective, mimicking standard home security positioning. For several minutes, nothing happened. The empty room, dimly lit by a small lamp, remained still and silent. The viewership count ticked up to 53. A text interface at the bottom of the screen showed viewers sending messages, most expressing anticipation or discussing technical aspects of the camera setup. At 1:08 a.m., a new camera angle activated, showing what appeared to be a bedroom. A person was sleeping in the bed, unaware of being observed by dozens of strangers. The camera angle was positioned to show the entire room, with particular focus on the bedroom door and window. Again, messages scrolled as viewers discussed the setting, the subject, and something they referred to as entry methods. With growing discomfort, I realized I was watching someone's actual home, accessed through their own security system, without their knowledge. The viewers weren't just passive observers. They were actively discussing how to enter this residence. This wasn't entertainment, it was premeditation. At 1:17 a.m., a third camera angle activated, showing the exterior of the house, specifically the back door and patio area. A figure in dark clothing appeared at the edge of the frame, moving carefully toward the door. Messages from viewers increased rapidly, many sending specific instructions about the lock mechanism, Based on what they could see in the high-definition footage, I was witnessing the planning and execution of a home invasion being live-streamed to paying viewers who were actively participating in the process. This went far beyond insurance fraud or staged robberies. This was real, happening in real time, to an unsuspecting victim. I frantically tried to identify the location, searching for any distinguishing features in the footage, street signs through windows, mail with an address, anything that could help me alert authorities. But the camera angles were carefully chosen to avoid revealing identifying details. The only geographic clue was a weather alert visible on a phone screen on the nightstand, suggesting a location somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. As the figure began working on the back door lock, I made a decision. I had to report this immediately, even if it meant admitting I had accessed the platform without authorization. I disconnected from the stream and called the FBI's cyber division. Using an anonymous reporting system, I provided everything I had: the network pathways, access methods, descriptions of what I'd witnessed, and the connection to our insurance fraud case. The next morning, I arrived at work to find 2 federal agents waiting in our company's security office. For 3 hours, they questioned me about how I had discovered the streaming platform, what I had observed, and whether I had participated in any way beyond viewing. They seemed less interested in the home invasion I had reported, and more focused on the broader network infrastructure. They took custody of all my research materials and requested I not discuss the matter with anyone else while their investigation proceeded. That evening, I searched news sources for any reports of a home invasion in the Pacific Northwest. Nothing appeared that matched what I had witnessed. Either it hadn't made the news, hadn't actually occurred, or it happened somewhere entirely different than I had assumed. 2 days later, I received an email from an address consisting only of numbers. The subject line read, "Viewer Analytics Report." The message contained a single line of text: "Your observation patterns have been flagged for review." Attached was a detailed file analyzing my viewing behavior during the brief time I had accessed the platform. How long I had watched each camera angle, which parts of the frame my cursor had hovered over, timestamps of when I had been active versus idle. It concluded with an assessment that I displayed intervention probability indicators that made me an unsuitable viewing participant. The precision of this analysis was chilling. Whatever system they were using could track not just that I had viewed the stream, but exactly how I had engaged with it, right down to my mouse movements and hesitations. They knew I wasn't a genuine customer. They knew I was likely to report what I had seen. I changed all my passwords, reformatted my work computer, and swept my home for surveillance devices. I found nothing unusual, but the feeling of being monitored persisted. A week passed without incident. The federal agents didn't contact me again. The anonymous email address sent nothing further. Our fraud investigation proceeded without any mention of what I had discovered. I began to wonder if I had overreacted. Perhaps the streaming platform was actually some elaborate role-playing game where participants pretended to plan crimes. Perhaps the home and its sleeping occupant were staged setups with paid actors, like the electronic store robbery. Such an explanation wouldn't make it legal, but it would at least be less immediately dangerous. Then the photographs arrived. Standard 4x6 prints in a plain white envelope, no return address, delivered to my apartment mailbox. 5 photos in total. The first showed me entering my workplace, taken from what appeared to be a security camera across the street. The second showed me at a coffee shop I frequented, captured from the shop's own surveillance system. The third was me getting into my car in a grocery store parking lot. The fourth showed the exterior of my apartment building. The fifth photo showed me asleep in my bed, taken from an angle high in the corner of my bedroom. I have no security cameras in my apartment, no webcams positioned where that photo could have been taken, no devices with cameras directed toward my bed. Yet there it was, proof that someone had been watching me sleep, just as I had watched a stranger sleep through that live stream. I went to the police, showed them the photos, explained the situation. They took a report, checked my apartment for signs of breaking and entering, found nothing disturbed, no evidence of how the bedroom photo had been taken. They suggested installing better locks, getting a security system, being more aware of my surroundings. Standard advice that completely missed the point of what was happening. Over the next few weeks, more envelopes arrived. Each contained a single photo showing me in situations where I believed I was unobserved. Reading on my balcony, showering, captured from outside the bathroom window. Working late at my desk. Each photo had a timestamp and a viewership count printed in the bottom corner. Apparently, 16 people had watched me shower. 23 had observed me sleeping. 31 had seen me working at my desk. I moved to a different apartment, changed jobs, altered my appearance, and adjusted my routine. The photos kept coming, now delivered to my new address. Sometimes they would arrive within hours of being taken, proving they weren't the result of long-term surveillance, but active, ongoing observation. The most recent envelope arrived yesterday. Instead of photographs, it contained a small card with a printed message. Home Evaluation Series, Residence 43, scheduled for 1 a.m. Estimated viewers, 58 primary subject. Interaction parameters extended. Below this was a link to the streaming platform I had discovered months ago. I'm not going to be in my apartment at 1 a.m. tonight. I won't be anywhere they can easily find me. I've disabled or disposed of anything that could potentially be used to track my location. This message was typed on a public computer, and I'll be somewhere else entirely by the time anyone reads it. I still don't fully understand what I've stumbled into. Some kind of voyeuristic network that repurposes security systems for entertainment. A criminal organization that combines surveillance with burglary and fraud. Something with even darker purposes that I haven't yet discerned. What I do know is that in this system, the distinction between observer and observed is fluid. Today's viewer becomes tomorrow's unwitting performer. The cameras that make us feel secure are the same ones that make us vulnerable. And somewhere out there right now, someone is watching footage of ordinary people in supposedly private moments, never realizing that they themselves are being watched through the very screen they're using to observe others. The most disturbing part isn't that I'm being monitored. It's the realization that I probably always was. The platform I discovered didn't create this surveillance network. It merely monetized what already existed. Our world is saturated with cameras we've willingly installed, with devices that listen and watch, with systems designed to track our movements and behaviors. We've built our own panopticon and called it convenience, called it security, called it connection. I don't know who will be watching at 1 a.m. tonight. I don't know what extended interaction parameters means in this context, but I do know that whatever happens, it will be recorded, categorized, and stored for future viewers. Another node in an ever-expanding network of observed moments. And somewhere in that database is footage of me watching someone else, unaware that I was already part of the performance.